Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 151, Equilibrium. Pained moans. Broken bones. Uneasy silence. Steady gasps. Shocked expressions, such were the things that pervaded the hall. The martial arts contestants had all gotten their bones broken, causing fractures on numerous parts which resulted in the disfiguring of their bodies. That alone would have caused them immense agony. After all, the pain of one's bones breaking was one of the worst sensations a person could get. At the center of the writhing students was the winner of that round, Edward. His blade had been dug deep into the stage, causing cracks to appear all around it, as though it shattered from the inside out. This was the most surprising feat, considering no one had done anything like that so far. Even Annabelle's wind-induced explosion only left charred marks on the ground which disappeared shortly after we left the stage. The arena has enhancement placed on it that makes it sturdy, resistant to damage, I reasoned, narrowing my vision on the cracks that were already closing. There also seemed to be recovery magic placed on it, allowing the arena floor to repair itself. As expected of Enslark Academy's facilities, it was impressive. How did Edward do that? Was he always this strong? He just one-shot all of them and even damaged the stage. Does that mean all of them are monsters? I heard people murmur and converse among themselves in hushed voices. Their tone contained so much anxiety that it almost made me break out a smile. Hee, looks like Ed won, after all. Annabelle grinned excitedly as she watched her best friend leave the stage. Of course, was there ever a doubt? I personally instructed Edward in the art of the 9 fundamental precepts. While he hadn't learned it to the point of mastery, his control over the first 5 was praiseworthy. The 5th form, break, which he used back then, was an art meant to deal blunt damage to the opponent, rather than sharply cut through them. By using the pressure of the wind made by striking down one's edge to a flat surface and the reverb created from vibrations coursing from the blade, an overpowering pressure is generated that deals a blunt force to the enemy even without the blade touching them directly. The effects could also be amplified by the expert use of mana, thereby increasing the effects drastically. Edward was able to use his blade to take down 5 students when he hadn't even achieved mastery and his use and quantity of mana were limited. It made me wonder what would happen if he achieved even greater heights. As sharp as an edge and as blunt as a boulder, the martial blade god school is focused on equilibrium in every way, I reasoned with a smile. That differentiated it from other martial techniques that either focused on speed like the illusory dance or strength like the heaven-defying fist art. In the end, they all focused on one essential aspect of power, and to be well balanced, one had to possess the knowledge and skills of several schools. But, the martial technique in Edward's possession was complete. After skimming through them, I found myself unable to fully decipher the complete contents locked within the scrolls. One thing was certain, though. One could become invincible in combat by just mastering the martial blade god school's techniques. Edward approached our seats quickly, drawing the attention of many to him. He ignored them, though, and placed all his focus on us. It didn't take very long for him to return, giving both Annabelle and me fist bumps and high fives. Well done, I calmly remarked. Yeah. You literally blew them all away. Anna excitedly spoke, nearly screaming. It's all thanks to you two. Ha, I feel much better now. Edward smiled, taking his seat. He was pretty nervous before climbing the stage, wondering how it would turn out. But, as soon as he gripped his blade, all the unease vanished and he became a new man. It was quite the sight to see, the way he used a single technique to decimate his foes. Well, I suppose it's time for our scholars to begin their round, I said, having no enthusiasm whatsoever. I calculated, based on what was displayed by the challenge of our seniors, what the lower class scholars of our year would experience. It was sure to be nothing short of boring. With that in mind, my eyes unconsciously trailed to my side where I once again looked in the direction of Stefan, no, the stranger. Stefan was looking in my direction, or rather, at Edward. He as well as others, must have been severely flabbergasted by his excessive display. He was an exception, though. The boy that sat on the seats after Stefan and Maria, having closer proximity with our seniors in the third year. With one of his eyes covered, I could only really see the other. They displayed a hint of amusement, but not enough to warrant interest. It was certain that something else was on the boy's mind, I just couldn't figure it out. From the corner of my eye, I spotted our scholars descending to the stage, ready to compete against one another. Klaus was also prepared for supervising the match, and once everything was set, it started. Begin. How boring, Kuzen thought to himself. That was the name of the golden-haired boy who sat among those revered to be the cream of the crop for the first years. So far, he had been observing the competition, match after match, and he barely saw anything worthy of note. The third years were nothing short of disappointing, as he was hoping for a better show. Granted, they were in the lower class, but it appeared even his minimum expectation was told high for them to fulfill. Oh well, he dismissed flippantly. If he was to choose, though, the last two matches, that took place before the scholar round going on at the moment, were the best. He had initially refused to have any expectation for them since they were merely lower-class dregs, but after watching Annabelle's expert use of mana, and the confident smile her partner Jared gave, he was convinced that they weren't bad. Then there was Edward, the martial artist. He really surprised him. Judging from his movements and the ease of performance used to execute the technique, Kuzen guessed that it had to be a basic level art. Yet it has been refined to such a level, not bad. Kuzen's slight smile broadened a bit more in anticipation. His turn would soon arrive, and once it did, he was going to have quite a bit of fun himself. Once he qualified, he was bound to face at least one of the lower-class students in a round. Perhaps they would be able to provide some sort of stimulation for him, compared to the others he had encountered. That could be quite satisfying, the young boy softly whispered. Chapter 152. I watched as the scholars' match concluded, the winner being Dave, a glasses-wearing boy-hole I knew quite well in our class. Of all the scholars, he stood out the most, besides Anna. Of course, if he were to go up against her, there was a huge gap in their mental abilities and he would lose. Looking to my side and watching Anna, I noticed she was smiling slightly and had a grateful look in her eyes that she wasn't participating as a scholar. I prefer using magic than just solving theories, what was I thinking before now, she muttered to herself. My smile widened. Of course, it was only natural that practicing a craft would be better than just studying and propounding theories. Now that Anna had enjoyed the thrill of using magic, there was no going back for her. After the scholars' match, that wrapped things up for the lower class first years. Next up were the middle class students. To be honest, none of them caught my eye. If lower class students were discarded as the lowest of the low, the middle class ones were only seen as average. It was apparent that none of them would be exceptional. That was why, even while their magic department was called out to engage in a battle royale, I felt no excitement. I simply wanted to fast forward time to the point where the upper class students would perform. Since that was impossible in my current state, though, I had to wait. Winner of the Scholars Division, Tara. Once Klaus announced the victor of the final match allotted to the middle class, my zeal returned. The entire competition between the middle class students was as I had predicted, less than my standards. None of them could replicate or even surpass the bar we set during our round. As a result, their battles looked boring. Now that it was finally over, the moment 8 had been waiting for had arrived. The battle royale of the upper class. Now, then, I call upon the magic division of the upper class first years. Klaus' voice boomed, summoning the seated students. Out of 13 of them who sat, only 11 stood, leaving 2 in their seats. Immediately I realized this, the thought came upon me. The other 2 are martial artists and scholars, it seems they won't need any battle royale to decide their advancement. I had at least wanted the martial arts division to have 2 or more students so Edward could see what kind of power they possessed. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option anymore. Of the 11 students who went to the stage, I knew a few quite well: Stefan Netherlore, Maria Helmsworth, and Yvonne Smith. The new student also caught my eye, so that made 4 students who had my full attention. I look forward to your performance. The 11 students were scattered all across the arena, all waiting for the voice of the moderator to signal the commencement of their round. Begin! Klaus sharply announced. Instantly, bursts of mana manifested on the stage, sending waves of power surging through the area. My eyes widened in anticipation as they looked at the potential winning candidates. Show me your power, geniuses! The students quickly formed bands, apparently realizing the gap in their abilities compared to monsters like Stefan and Maria. If they could take them down, as a group, then this was the most rational strategy. Looks like our seniors really corrupted our hearts in this match, my thoughts trailed, realizing most students were simply following the lead of the initial matches we witnessed. However, unlike those from earlier, the upper-class students formed a group of 5. I deduced that they planned on winning the Battle Royale as a team. It wasn't a bad strategy. The band of 5 students who had seamless teamwork rushed toward their target. Based on their trajectory, I realized that they were after the new student. Oh! That makes sense, I smiled. The upper-class students were elites. Only those who scored the highest had any right to belong there. As a result, the upper-class students already knew their limits as well as those superior to them. It would be foolish for them to try taking on someone like Stefan first suicide to chase after Maria. Their first course of instinct was to go after the one whom they underestimated the most, the newbie who didn't take the exams with every other person. As they infused their mana to execute joint magic, I took a good look at their opponent. I had no idea what his name was, but the young boy casually stood, having hands in his pockets. He had a calm, condescending smile as his adversaries prepared to launch everything they had on him. It was as though he dared them to do their worst. Rumble! The arena shook as the ground quaked. The imbalance caused most of the students to struggle for equilibrium, yet the new guy remained composed. Joint magic, intermediate flaming earth golem. The rumbles intensified, and from the ground suddenly brought out a massive creature of horror, one that humans stood no chance against. It was a golem. However, unlike other golems that were strictly comprised of one element, this particular one, despite being made of rock, had bursts of flames covering it. The flames spread across its head, flowing down its body and every crevice across it. Since it was made through joint magic, the flames had no adverse effects on the earth golem, rather, they made it stronger. Every step it took caused rumbles to occur, and the arena floor trembled. The height of the summon was at least 7 meters, and its huge build was nothing to scoff at. This thing was a genuine weapon. Roar! The monstrosity gave a loud bellow, sending echoes and reverb flying our way. Judging its mana capacity and the level of strength this thing must have, this is on the high tier of intermediate level. The lower class students were only able to cast a lower tier intermediate spell when they ganged up on Anna and me. Compared to the upper class students who were merely 5 in number, the lower class students had more members, yet they couldn't exceed the limits of the lower tier intermediate level. Given the gap between both classes, it made me realize just how much of a difference existed between the geniuses and dregs. Such a thing was possible at an early age? Amazing! Chapter 153. A golem could simply be defined as a construct made of elements and bound together by magic. Since golems weren't exactly living, they could be issued commands by their summoner. They also possessed a magic core that kept their bodies intact. Once such a core was destroyed, the golem ceased to be. However, gaining access to the core could be said to be nearly impossible considering the offensive capabilities of a golem, especially one of a high-tier intermediate level. The monstrosity roared as it seemingly glared at the opponent, the casual-looking boy. Clearly pouring their strength into the golem, the 5 students gave their orders to their creation. Crush him! Heeding their command instantly, it charged, obviously causing more tremors to permeate the stage. The heat that emerged from its flaming body caused no one to draw near as the giant launched itself, readying a flame-coated fist to strike. How drab! A whisper danced in my ear, causing me to jerk in surprise. The voice came from none other than the golem's target. Thanks to the enhancement magic I cast on my body earlier, I could listen into whatever conversation transpired on stage. Still, I wasn't expecting anyone to say those words, especially after seeing such a terrible creature charging with full speed. What will you do? My lips formed a grin as I gazed at the golden-haired boy in expectation. As though responding to my thoughts, the kid raised his hand slowly, pointing a finger in the direction of the fast-approaching golem which was already atop him. From his fingers came bursts of purple lighting, thin and sharp. The sizzle of the electricity was only for a moment, buzzing before it formed a straight line and lunged toward the chest of the flame earth golem. Tzzzzzzzttttzzzzzzzzzztt. In a flash, faster than the eyes could process, the line of purple lightning surged through the golem's body and exited from the other side. Shock filled everyone as they watched the fiery construct halt its motion. The flames covering its body vanished instantly and the rock that formed its body slowly crumbled. How it had happened was a mystery to everyone, but it was clear that the golem's core had been destroyed. Boom! The earthen shell shattered apart and the debris scattered across the stage. In an instant, the product of 5 geniuses was thoroughly eliminated through an effortless display of another. The one who controlled the lightning still had his fingers stretched, and yet another spark appeared. Surrender, or you're next. He mumbled with disinterest. I saw the 5 previously determined students shrink back in fear. Their eyes were filled with terror as they witnessed the same magic that ended their golem manifest before them. The electricity buzzed, signaling the end of its charge. If the boy so wished, he could launch it at any time. So? What will it be? The glow of the lightning increased. The students looked at each other. They were most likely close friends. There was no need for words to be exchanged among one another. It was already pretty clear that they stood no chance. Give up. Just like that, 5 out of 11 dropped out of the battle royale, all as a result of a single boy. As I watched him return his hand to his pocket, my body quivered in an unexplainable excitement that seemed to drive me nuts. That tiny spark of lightning packed enough power to penetrate the defenses of a high-tier intermediate golem. Amazing. It was no mean feat for a single boy to one-shot such a construct, yet he did such a thing effortlessly. This guy couldn't even be compared to the other geniuses gathered in the ring. I knew it within myself, that the boy who smiled casually and had an air of ease, was most likely the strongest one among the upper-class students, a genius among geniuses. It was no wonder why he didn't need to take the exams with us. His identity remained a mystery, the same as the source of his power. However, one thing was clear to me now. I want to fight with him. Still, despite eliminating 5 students at once, 6 remained on stage. Apparently, one still needed to go. I smiled, looking at the remaining contestants: Stefan Netherlore, Maria Helmsworth, Yvonne Smith, Rias Lendertail, Polly Zetzarkill, and the mysterious new student. Rias and Polly were the students who got 4th and 6th place in our entrance exams respectively. Since I memorized the names of all the promising students, I couldn't forget their faces. I was amazed by the sheer number of girls among the excellent students. 3 of the contestants were girls while 3 were boys. It was a contrast to the general belief that the male gender was more suited for magic. As I, and most assuredly everyone in the hall, awaited the results of the deadlock among the 6 students, the unexpected occurred. I surrender. Someone's hand was raised among the contestants. It was Polly Zetzarkill, a bright-looking student that brought to mind amber and yellow radiance. It was unexpected that she would give up now, especially since it was so late in the game. However, the moderator respected her wish despite the obvious dissatisfaction of the audience and escorted her off the stage. I guess I can't compete with you guys, her voice trailed, and I sensed a hint of sadness in her tone. My eyes darted to Rias and I noticed sadness locked in her eyes as well. Those two were most likely friends, perhaps even rivals. Well, she's the weakest among everyone there, it's best if she gives up than end up in a world of hurt, embarrassing herself in the process. While others thought of giving up as cowardly, I wasn't so conceited. If a height was unattainable by a person's current capacity, it was best to stop trying at the venture. Instead, more focus should be made in an attempt to improve one's capacity so they could try at another time. In the same vein, Polly's choice was correct. A smile formed on my face as I watched her give a stern expression while leaving the stage. In my heart, I knew she would be much stronger the next time the exchange took place. Chapter 154. We have the winners of the Magic Division. Klaus climbed atop the stage to announce. The audience was silent, most likely because most of the students were too stunned to speak. Out of all the matches so far, this one was the shortest and only one individual grabbed all the attention. We have our qualifiers. Stefan Netherlore, Maria Helmsworth, Yvonne Smith, Rias Lendertail, and Kuzan Midas. You may return to your seats. The moment I heard his name, a memory flashed in my mind, but it quickly vanished. After all, there was no way that was possible. Kuzan, so that's his name, I smiled. I watched as all the students returned to their seats, having my eyes focused on the golden-haired boy in particular. As usual, his gait was casual and the air around him oozed with ease. It was as if he was well aware of the limits of his strength, and that it surpassed everyone else who competed in the exchange. Now, then, on to the next match, Klaus said, drawing my attention back to the stage. Due to the numbers of martial artists and scholars in the upper class of the first years, there will be no elimination round for them. That means we'll be skipping over to the second years now. Even as Klaus welcomed our seniors for their bout, my mind couldn't escape the boy Kuzan and the peculiarity of his existence. A nasty habit I had was obsession. Once I didn't understand something or had an interest in someone, the feeling didn't disappear until I satiated my desires. It was something that plagued me even in my past life and caused me to make so many reckless choices. Fortunately, with age came experience and maturity, so I was able to control it to a degree. Still, I'll have to speak with him later, that boy. With my resolute thought giving me strength, I returned my attention to the stage and decided to watch our seniors fight. If I was lucky, I could learn a thing or two from their round. And that concludes the matches for today. All preliminary matches have been exhausted, and we now have our champions who will be representing their respective classes in the upcoming events. Klaus announced. According to him, we would be proceeding to the quarter-finals tomorrow, eliminating even more students from the tournament. I didn't a fast calculation in my head to fully grasp his words. 7 students from each class, 5 from the Magic Division, 1 from the Martial Arts Division, and 1 from the Scholar Division, 3 classes in a year, and 3 years in total. That made a total of 27 kinds of matches for the quarter-finals. That'll be quite interesting. That concludes the inter-class exchange for today. The exits will now be opened. All students may now leave the hall. The moment Klaus Tallman rendered his final words, the students who served as both competitors and spectators rose to their feet, me included. The exits, 10 in total, were spread about in the hall. This prevented anyone from rushing into such a large place. Well, there was also the problem of deducting a student's class points, so everyone behaved themselves. I ensured to quickly descend the stairs, though. My goal wasn't to reach the exit in time, but to actually catch up to the student who caught my attention. It would be beneficial if I knew him personally, not just watching him from a distance. Sorry. Excuse me. Coming through. I whispered, overtaking some students who were walking between me and my goal. TCH. After struggling against the currents of people, I finally reached the point where the upper-class students were, and standing among them was the guy no one bothered to stand beside Kuzen Midas. "Hey," I called out to him, being only able to see his back from where I was. He turned slightly, revealing his face to me. Being so close to the boy felt different, like an overpowering sensation of awe had just descended upon me. "You're Jared Leonard, right? I've heard quite a bit about you." He smiled, narrowing the one eye I could see in intrigue. His response caused me to gain more confidence in my approach, so I returned the gesture and responded. "Well, that's flattering. I haven't heard of you, though, even when you're this impressive." If he was an exception and got transferred to Lark Academy, I could understand why I didn't see him at the entrance exams, but I also didn't notice anyone of his caliber during the familiar selection ceremony. That was absurd. "It's only natural. But, not to worry," he muttered, turning back to face his front. "We'll see each other during our matches. If you manage to impress me, I wouldn't mind being your friend." What a sharp-tongued guy. My brain rang. That wasn't how to speak. Not only was he cheeky, but the aura of confidence that swelled around him could easily make anyone feel inferior. I wasn't sure if it was just elderly sentiment that made me dislike his attitude. "Well, I plan on winning, anyway. So, I look forward to your friendship." I impudently fired back. Kuzen, who had already begun moving away from me, stopped dead in his tracks. The air around him suddenly changed, and I heard a snicker come from his location. "You had better give up on that," a jovial tone oozed out of Kuzen as he turned to look at me, this time completely facing my direction. As usual, a casual smile played on his face and his hands remained in his pockets. His black jacket danced around, slightly beating the white shirt underneath. For the tournament, we were allowed to wear our casual clothes. His pale light skin complemented the dangling hair that covered one of his eyes, while the other seemed to sneer at me. "The winner of this exchange will be me," Kuzen declared, not showing even the slightest hint of doubt. This drew the attention of the nearby students. I even saw Stefan look my way, though I ignored him. This brat had just said something I couldn't overlook. Chapter 155. The boy's tone of confidence didn't seem to stem from underestimating me, or overestimating himself. No, it appeared he simply didn't see any way I could win. A bead of sweat formed on my face as I struggled to make the same casual smile Kuzen Midas had on his face. "We'll see, won't we?" "Till then," I managed to say, before turning my back and returning to my companions who were most likely waiting for me at the exit closest to our seat area. I wonder why I couldn't confidently say I would win, even though I've come this far. With those distracting thoughts playing in my mind, and anticipation for what tomorrow would bring, I decided to ignore the pangs of anxiety coiling in my heart and went my way. Tomorrow, we begin. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. While I had been anticipating it all night long, it still surprised me how the clock seemed to be moving faster compared to before. Of course, it was only my imagination, but I should meet up with Edward and Anna before leaving for the hall, I muttered and left my bed, preparing for what the day would bring. Moments later. Since Edward and I were in the same dorm, it was easy for both of us to meet up. By the time I was done and went to the rendezvous point, I saw my dear companion already swarmed by many guys who for some reason were talking to him excitedly. Edward, in his kindness, couldn't refuse the pile of ravens that circled him and powerlessly smiled as he talked to them. They must be martial artists who are curious about that move of his, I mused, remembering how Edward one-shot his enemies. Annabelle was most likely going through something similar in her dorm, considering she was able to easily overpower all those magic users despite being a mere scholar. I kind of wondered what sort of reaction she would have at the sudden attention on her. Well, their standing had increased, that's a good thing. I wasn't without attention too, but no one simply dared to approach me. For some reason, I was like a repelling force that made people back off. That worked out fine for me, though. It would simply be bothersome if I had to cater to everyone as Edward was currently doing. Speaking of the boy, it was best if I helped him out a bit. Hey, Edward! What are you doing? Let's go! The moment my voice echoed across the vast field, everyone reacted by looking in my direction. That very moment, the enthusiastic seniors and classmates alike became mellow and had uncomfortable looks on their faces. Instantly, they backed off and began dispersing. Such was the power of my antisocial aura. Oh, hey, Jared! Edward took his chance and, having a somewhat relieved look in his eyes that I showered up at the right time, dashed toward me. He reached me in a flash, and I instantly turned in the direction of the hall for the both of us to start moving. Good timing! The young martial artist whispered before moving along. After walking for a few minutes, we were basically a couple of steps away from the hall when we saw Anna. She's early, Edward muttered. Or, we're late. After I snapped at him, the silly guy realized that my words were most likely accurate and picked up the pace. You guys, what took you so long? Annabelle puffed her cheeks in slight annoyance. I rolled my eyes at her exaggeration. Don't be a baby. It hasn't been that long, you were here yourself. Annabelle's eyes bulged and her honest face couldn't help but give her away. How did you know? She gasped. It was evident that she would have also encountered the same problem as Edward. There was no way she got here on time too. The girl just happened to be fortunate to have gotten here before us, most likely a few seconds before we saw her waiting, yet she decided to make it seem longer. I have my ways, now let's go inside. I retorted half-heartedly. The two followed behind me, as though I had somehow become the shepherd to sheep. It was strange how the time we had spent together had changed quite a few things in our relationship. Perhaps it was due to my training methods, or simply the aura of age I exhibited from time to time. Annabelle and Edward had come to see me as their master. Of course, they still related to me as a friend and didn't outrightly declare me as their master, but they heeded my every word, even the ones I meant as a joke, as though they were law. Oh, well. If it helps them in the long run, that's fine by me. And so, we entered the hall for the quarterfinals of the inter-class exchange. Welcome back, everyone. This is, as you know, the second day of the exchange. Those who have qualified are 7 from each class, 21 from each year, and a total of 63 participants. Klaus Tallman stated in his usual loud and awe-inspiring voice. The hall was silent, receptive to his words. Those who qualified, myself included, were placed at a different seat area that contained a total of 100 seats. That meant I sat with all the qualifiers, including Stefan, Maria, Ivan, Rias, and him. Seated by the edge of the row was the guy I wanted to fight the most, Kuzan Midas. The matches from now on will be 1 vs 1. Magic users, numbering a total of 15 in a year, will have to face others from another class. Of course, the contestants will be selected at random. The silence intensified. Of course, since the numbers are in the odd figure, that means one of the contestants will have to fight twice. But, this is also a part of the competition. Just pray your luck is good. I wouldn't mind that. No, I was already stuck with that role. Anna and I had to fill in for 3 other people, which meant we would be having at least 2 matches. Chapter 156. As for the martial artists and scholars, you will also be facing off against each other. Since there exist 3 in each year, 1 from a class, each individual will encounter 2 matches. I instantly understood what Klaus was implying. Assuming the 3 qualifiers were A, B, and C. A would have to fight B in a single match, and then proceed to fight C. The same applied to B and C too. In essence, the match was to ensure that all contestants had equal chances to fight. The winner will be determined if the contestant is capable of winning at least 1 match. Since you have 2 tries, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Klaus announced. Of course, but that only worked in theory. No matter how it played out, it was certain that one person would be eliminated from this round. Usually, it could be assumed that everyone had equal chances. But, was that truly the case? If A was capable of beating B, and B was capable of beating C, what chances would C have against A? At the end of the day, C would be disqualified. Of course, compatibility mattered a lot in battle, and it was possible that an opponent who was able to beat someone superior to you could fall when fighting you. However, I didn't see any of that playing out here. In a battle of pure skill, where equipment was basically of equal value and the stage prevented any lopsided advantage, it was simply the strong that would emerge victorious. For the scholars as well, intelligence and knowledge were something without bias. If a person didn't know something, they couldn't possibly win. Therefore, once an individual lost a single match, it would be difficult to make a comeback unless the next opponent was weaker. If that happened to be the case, then that opponent wouldn't be able to win at all. While considering all these factors, more excitement began surging from within me as I stared at the stage where everything would go down. This match will be quite interesting. Now, then, we shall begin in earnest. Klaus announced. The first rounds will be conducted among the first years. I shall now call upon the contestants. Tension filled the air. Silence pervaded the hall. I could sense the overwhelming expectation of the students as they awaited the call of the moderator. Yvonne Smith and Jared Leonard. Both students should come to the stage. The moment the call was made, my eyes sparked and I turned in the direction of my opponent. He did the same, and we both stared at each other for a second before rising from our seats. I descended to the stage, having a small smile on my face. Who would have thought I'd be fighting him in the first round? In no time we both stood opposite each other on the massive stage. I was certain that some of the people who watched this match would have a slight notion of what would happen. Hey, this match, isn't it a bit unfair? An upper class against a lower class right off the bat? This exchange is going to be hardcore. I noticed someone speak as I enhanced my hearing. Hey! Don't say that! You don't know who that kid Jared Leonard is, do you? Yeah, back when we were still in orientation, the boy easily beat up Yvonne. Oi, you're kidding, right? I'm serious. You're a scholar, so you weren't there. Yvonne, lost. Yeah. But I think it's because he underestimated that Jared boy. He's gotten way stronger since the orientation. I'm sure he'll be able to win now. I concluded that I had heard enough from the masses, so I deactivated my hearing enhancement. He's gotten even stronger, I look forward to that. My eyes narrowed on the target who glared at me with determination. I could barely see any form of pride in him. It was as though the boy was resolved to fight earnestly in order to win. I have always thought you had potential. Now that you've managed to work on yourself, why don't you show me what you can do? Klaus took a couple of steps back and got to the edge of the stage. Begin! He declared. Clap! Instantly, Yvonne brought both his hands together, silently casting something. I patiently waited to see what he would do. If I chose to be too hasty, I was most likely not going to see how much he had grown. Yvonne separated his hands, which were already crimson and steaming, pressing them on the ground as he knelt. Instantly, the arena ground swelled, and a form of burning light seeped into the earth, like veins. The sparkling veins swiftly began moving in my direction, closing in on our distance with frightening speed. This is... As soon as I realized what was happening, Yvonne pressed his hands deeper into the ground and caused the veins to move even faster. In a flash, the crimson veins surrounded me, and a sharp beam of burning light sprang up from beneath searing flames that ascended at least a dozen meters into the air. Boom! The flame pillar that grew from the ground sent heat waves dispersing in the area, but the concentration of mana was focused on the uptight burst of fire that could torch one's body in an instant. This is an intermediate spell, around middle tier. To think he would resort to this right off the bat. Yvonne was certainly not messing around. While trapped in the pillar of flames, bound to get turned into cinders, I smiled and decided to reciprocate the boy's earnest display with a more serious action of my own. Snap! With the flick of my 2 fingers rubbing on each other, the burning pillar dispersed, as though snuffed out by the wind. Whoosh! The flames cleared and I stepped out of the charred area, completely unharmed. I could hear gasps from the audience, shocked noises that clearly told me they expected me to have suffered some severe injuries while being trapped in the burning prison. The most amusing of all was Ivan's shocked expression that seemed to permeate his face. He had most likely gone all out from the start, yet I once again easily turned things around. You've certainly improved, Ivan. But, you're not the only one. I smiled and stepped forward. His aura of determination seemed to dwindle as my grin grew wider. Allow me to show you a bit of my growth too. Chapter 157. Allow me to show you a bit of my growth too. I grinned with satisfaction, drawing closer to a stunned Ivan. Amazing, to think you brushed that off too, he whispered. With his hands still on the ground, the boy shot a look that told me he was far from being finished. This caused excitement to course through my body as I picked up my pace and approached him. Rumble! Suddenly, the shake quaked once more and I was confronted with a massive lump of earth emanating from the ground. This is... My mind rang as I saw the lump take on the form of a giant hand. I'm not just good at fire magic, you know. Let's see how you snuff this out. He yelled, controlling the massive brown construct to form a fist nearing me at an alarming rate. Hee, I see. So you figured it out. I thought he was just a dense idiot, but after suffering defeat by my hands, he must have widened up a bit. His earlier attack, while being very powerful, was something I dealt with by protecting myself with a denser wind barrier and sniffing out the oxygen around the flames. As soon as I completed this, pushing the remnant flickers away with my wind spell was a simple task. Ivan must have suspected I would do that, so he resorted to this tactic instead, using a different element. The brown-colored blow approached me in a hurry, but I wasn't going to allow it any closer. Smiling in anticipation, a brilliant idea came to mind. Stretching my finger at the earthen attack, I produced a surge of lightning, sending the sharp spark to my opponent's magical attack. Boom! Instantly, the rock fist was decimated, turning into nothing but rock particles that crashed upon the ground. Tch! I heard Ivan utter in disappointment. I kept approaching him the moment his attack failed, waiting to see what he would pull off next. Damn it! Take this! He growled, sending his mana coursing through the stage again. 2 giant earthen hands came from both my left and right. The speed and intensity by which they moved told me Ivan intended to squash me by pressing my body between the 2 slaps. Not a chance. The moment they drew closer, a wind barrier covered me, pushing both earthen constructs back. That wasn't all, though. With a snap, sickles of wind appeared, cutting apart the earthen hands and rendering them into chunks as they fell. Damn it! Ivan growled in more frustration. My pace was increasing, and in no time, I would reach him. Once that happened, it was game over. I awaited more of his futile attempts for victory, crushing him with my pressure of dominance. Then, how about this? Ivan clapped his hands together and made a strained sound. His voice depicted slight pain, and I could see veins protruding from his head. It was as though he's using up a great deal of mana for this move. Does he want to win that badly? As I suspected, a huge surge of energy appeared, and suddenly, from all sides, 4 earthen hands appeared. Their size was much bigger than the previous ones, and they moved so quickly that the others would be nothing in comparison. He's able to use earth magic so well despite having a fire specialty. This Ivan guy is a genius. I smiled. I'm not done. His voice ascended, nearly deafening me. The earthen constructs suddenly had veins emanating from them, and the veins became bursts of flames. Yes, like molten magma on a volcano surface, the four hands erupted with flame-like attributes, increasing their potential for greater damage. This was Ivan's trump card. I see, so I can snuff out the flames and decimate the rocks, but what about both? That must be his rationale. Unfortunately, even with dual elements charging toward me, they would not pose an issue. Grand earthen spikes, intermediate, I smiled. Instantly, all around me, the stage floor morphed into massive spikes and intercepted the flaming rocks that charged at me. With frightening precision, the multiple spikes pierced all of them, causing the hands to burst and explode in a single strike. Boom! Like fireworks all around me, the fiery rocks scattered in different directions. I made sure none approached me with the wind shield protecting my body. I carefully observed Ivan's trembling body. He was certainly shaken beyond doubt that I was able to easily handle his ultimate move in an instant. Anything else? I was already directly in front of him, looking at the boy's kneeling body from my location. I was well within striking distance, but I waited to see his next course of action. None at all, you've utterly beaten me yet again. He muttered while shaking his head. As expected, he didn't flare up in rage. I had no idea what happened to Ivan Smith during the months we had been apart, but he was a completely different person. No, perhaps this was his true self. I surrender. This match is my loss. His declaration shook the audience, especially those who had underestimated me. Even though many thought he could have still kept going, even if that meant his shameful defeat, I was happy about the wise choice he made. You've gotten stronger. Stretching my hands to him, I gave a slight nod. He sighed and took my hand. It's not enough. From the flames that sparked in his eyes, I could tell that he was somewhat viewing me the same way Stefan did as a rival. It was a shame, though. None of you guys can really compete against me, not as you are now. Even if they decided to become better, I was also doing the same. When would they realize that? The gap between us would only get wider no matter what. Still, compared to how much he would have grown if he hadn't met me, Ivan had exceeded my expectations by leaps and bounds. He was sure to be one of the most powerful mages of his generation if he kept up this pace. After all, throughout our match, he only ever used intermediate-level spells. He must have judged me to be that much of a threat. What a scary mana pool he has, I mused. The winner of this round is Jared Leonard. Chapter 158. I returned to my seat with a pleased smile playing on my face. It wasn't due to the satisfaction of crushing Ivan easily, but as a result of the shocked faces the spectators made. A lower-class dreg defeating an upper-class elite was something most would fail to comprehend, much less believe. Still, I had so one-sidedly achieved this. Of course, I got many stares as a result of my performance, but who cared? I followed the rules and won fair and square. There was no problem at all. For the second match, we have, Klaus mentioned, drawing everyone's attention back to the stage. If the first match for the day was that splendid, how would the second one play out? Aaron Pufferhall vs Rias Lendertail. I noticed the people's anticipatory gazes widened more as the middle-class student was called to face yet another elite. My grin of amusement grew as I saw both boy and girl descend the stairs to the central arena where they would exchange magical blows. Aaron Pufferhall, a middle-class student, would be fighting the one who scored the fourth highest in our exams, Rias. It was already clear to me who would win. That poor guy, my thoughts trailed. It wasn't impossible for someone of a lower class to win against those of higher classes. I was living proof of that. But, to do that, one had to be either very knowledgeable and skilled in their use of magic, or have someone skilled enough to guide them. I was the former while Annabelle and Edward were the latter. However, for Aaron, he was neither. After observing his previous match, it was certain what level of skill he had. Even as others cheered on for the fight, I gave a bored glance at both of them, completely predicting the results. It would be a boring match. Winner, Rias Lendertail. the moderator declared. I nearly rolled my eyes at the predictability of the whole thing. So far, 4 people had fought, 2 of which had lost. As Klaus had earlier stated, only 8 students would be able to pass. We only needed a couple more matches to go. Next, we have Maria Helmsworth versus Desir Selman. Again. Pitting a genius against another no-name. I smirked. Well, the whole thing was chosen at random, so I understood how the match UPS worked. It was also a good thing Maria didn't get stuck with me or Anna. While it was uncertain how her fight with my dear companion would go, there was absolutely no way she could win against me. It wouldn't be nice if she got disqualified this early in the game. Winner, Maria Helmsworth. Klaus announced while I was still buried in my thoughts. My head sharply sprang up as I looked in the direction of the stage. It was a terrifyingly amazing sight, what I feasted my eyes upon. Pillars of ice surrounded the target as the white most filled the air. The opponent, Desir, was completely petrified with fear, shivering amid the cold layers that enveloped him, threatening to freeze up his entire body if he so much as took a single step forward. Yet. My mind rang at the sudden decisive factor of the match. It ended too quickly, even shorter than Kuzen's match. I watched as she returned to her seat, noticing how she briefly looked in my direction with her usual blank expression. Her clear, smooth face was as mesmerizing as ever. Next, we have Jared Leonard vs Stefan Netherlore. This announcement shook me to my foundation. I wasn't expecting it. Instantly, Stefan rose to his feet and shot me a determined look before heading down for the match. I was uneasy for a second, but quickly pulled myself together and descended as well. Shit. I didn't want this to happen so soon. I would have preferred it if Stefan fought someone else and we met in the semi-finals. Why did it have to now? Stefan got to the battleground before me and gave me his usual confident grin as I arrived late. Looks like we have to fight each other now. That's good. I was getting impatient, anyway. The boy said with enthusiasm. To be fair, I wasn't in the mood. As much as I wanted to fight Stefan, I didn't want someone as skilled as him to lose in the mere quarters. It would be better if we both made it to the semi-finals or something. Oh well, I shrugged, realizing the best solution to the problem. Klaus observed both of us until it seemed like we were both good to go and drew closer to the edge of the stage. That wasn't going to be necessary though. Begin. He declared, causing both of us to spur into action. Prepare yours. I surrender. My voice seemed to cut the very air of excitement and tension that had enveloped the entire hall. The echo seemed to resound over and over again as I noticed the sudden turn in everyone's mood. From yes, to what they. The moderator, Klaus, was surprised by my decision, and I could see Kuzen and Anna's faces depicting shock. Someone like me, giving up so easily, certainly, it was something too absurd to accept. Still, the one who was most affected by my decision was the boy in front of me. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean you give up? Stefan growled with a glare as his outstretched arm, which he had prepared for a spell, fell instantly. While I wasn't obligated to respond to him and explain the rationale behind my decision, my feelings of pity wouldn't let me leave without a proper answer. It's simple, Stefan. As you are now, if we fight, you'll lose. The moment I said this, the boy's eyes widened in utter shock and disbelief. I don't want you to lose before reaching the semi-finals at least. Thanks to the decision of the judges, I had at least 2 rounds to fight. Even if I forfeited this, I already had one which ended in my victory. That was enough to advance. Once you qualify and we meet in the quarter-finals, we'll have our final match. Chapter 159. What are you? Stefan gritted his teeth, apparently still not satisfied with my response. There was nothing I could do about that, though. My line of reasoning was for his benefit, whether he accepted it or not. I don't agree with this. Fight me fair and square. He protested, raising his voice harshly. For the usually collected and cool Stefan to lose his composure in such a manner, our match must have meant a lot to him. I could understand, more than most, the drive to fight someone. But, the kid also needed to learn the art of patience. "Moderator, I'm leaving the stage now," I muttered, snapping claws from the surprised daze he found himself in. I see," the man muttered, eyeing me in disbelief. "I don't accept this, moderator. Call him back to stage." Stefan's elevated voice didn't stop my steady pace as I moved to the edge of the stage in order to leave. "There's nothing I can do about it. He forfeited." I heard Klaus console the boy. "The winner of this match is Stefan Netherlore." With this declaration made, the audience responded dryly. It was a victory, but nothing about it felt like one. I felt several eyes on me as I walked back to my seat. It was an action no one would expect someone of my personality to take, after all. Fortunately, Klaus knew how to read the room and quickly announced the next match without delay. "Annabelle Frederick and Zesh Dirkschand. Both of you should step out." My eyes darted at the girl who sat beside me, giving her a thumbs up. Anna nodded and sprang to her feet, sharply making her way down the stairs in excitement. I was partly grateful that none of my companions had decided to ask me the reason for giving up. It saved me the time and energy required for an explanation. Plus, they probably overheard me talking to Stefan by using the enhancement magic I taught them. My eyes frolicked as I saw Stefan get off the stage with an air of disappointment hanging above him. He grudgingly accepted his victory and returned to his seat while Anna and her competitor climbed the platform for their duel. "Another middle class, eh? Show them hell, Anna." I smiled in amusement. "Begin." The moment Klaus gave the announcement, Zesh Dirkschand, Annabelle's opponent, sprang into action. Using enhancement magic to boost his movements, he closed in on the girl very quickly. "Oh. So he's a close combat battle mage type," I reasoned in amusement. It could be that, or perhaps the boy thought Annabelle was weak in close combat since the spell she used the last time was long-ranged. Magic users had their areas of specialty, not just comprised of elemental attributes, but also the type of magic to be used. Some excelled at area of effect magic, while others were more short-range oriented. It was possible to have various specialties, but for a lower-class student, that would be expecting too much. In a blur, the exemplary boy was already in front of Anna, ready to pounce on her with his electrifying fist. Bam! His fists connected with something just inches from Anna's face. The moment his highly volatile, lightning-coated fist hit the invisible wall that separated the two of them, I smiled. "So, she's using my invisible barrier tactic, eh?" Anna didn't know of spellcraft, so she simply used her mana to execute it, unlike me, but it was still an impressive feat. "Wah!" Zesh cried out. Unfortunately for him, his reaction time wasn't as quick as Anna's, and she had already prepared an attack of her own. Windfall, intermediate. Instantly, a heavy gust of wind fell and pushed Zesh's unsuspecting body to the floor. Boom! The weight of the wind must have been unbearable as the boy groaned, falling flat-faced onto the ground. The arena floor shook as he began screaming. He's forcefully trying to get up by enhancing his body. I noticed with a smile, watching the young boy glow with blue light as he struggled to get up. The moment Anna noticed this, she tightened her hold on the spell and increased the force by which he was pushed down, causing him to fall helplessly to the ground again. Gark! At this point, he must have started to hurt all over, but if Anna increased the pressure once again, his bones wouldn't be saved from damage. The match was over. If the Zesh guy was sensible enough, he would. I give up. I surrender!" he cried, just like clockwork. There was only enough pain a person could endure, especially at our young age. It was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to withstand much more thanks to his lack of experience in battle. Anna deactivated her spell the moment he surrendered and Klaus arrived back on stage. The winner of this round is Annabelle Frederick. The petite girl beamed in excitement, slightly jumping as a result of her victory. She began leaving the stage to return when Klaus suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder. His eyes were on the list, yet he prevented her from going anywhere. Was there a problem? Don't go yet. The next match is your turn again. A heave of relief escaped my lips and I eagerly expected who would be next. So far, I, Rias, Stefan, Maria, and Anna had passed. 3 more were required to qualify. The contestants are Annabelle Frederick and Kuzen Midas. My eyes instantly bulged in shock upon the announcement. What? Shit. My mind sparked. Kuzen rose from his seat located to my far right and gave a casual smile as he descended to the stage. I gulped hard as I watched Anna's tiny figure standing beside Klaus on the stage. Why didn't I think of this possibility? Currently, I wasn't sure Annabelle could win against Kuzen, even with her remarkable talent. Besides, even if she could, I didn't want her to resort to her full power when it was just the quarter-finals. Quit, Anna. Just forfeit this match. My intense eyes screamed as I looked at her. She wasn't staring at me, though. Her eyes were on the boy who approached the stage, Kuzen. Chapter 160. Kuzen and Annabelle stood opposite each other on stage, both staring at each other. Anna had an intense gaze, while the boy was simply donning his usual expression. Knowing Annabelle's personality, will she even consider quitting? I reasoned, taking the girl's bubbly nature into account. She was academically smart, as well as a genius in the field of magic. But, in real life situations and decision-making, she was very dense and absolute idiot. Evidence of that was her childish logic in refusing to practice magic in order to surpass Lewis Griffith on equal grounds. I just hoped she wasn't planning on going all out when it wasn't even a match with any stakes for her. She could also be trying to gain information on what kind of magic he can use using this match as a basis. That's not a bad rationale. Considering it was often important to know the specialty of your target and learn a lot from them in battle, that line of reasoning could prove advantageous if we encountered Kuzen later on in the competition. But, such tricks wouldn't work on someone of his caliber. I was certain he wasn't planning on using all his cards in this match. So, no matter how much information Anna tried to wriggle out of him, it was of no use. Plus, how sure was I that Annabelle was capable of drawing out Kuzen's full power? In any case, it's a risky venture, not worth it in the slightest. Relax, Jared. You should believe in Anna more. A voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked at Edward, who must have been watching me agonize over what Annabelle would do in this situation. Hugh, you're right, I whispered and calmed myself. I was overthinking things, as usual. Whatever decision she made was her choice. She had already passed, so just as I was free to use up my second match as I pleased, she was also allowed to as well. What would it be, though? Begin. Klaus announced, commencing the match. I surrender. Anna let out, waving her hand casually in the air. Kuzen had not even attempted to move or fight, almost as if he had expected this. Klaus looked in Anna's direction and gave a nod in resignation. Winner, Kuzen Midas. He declared. My lips curled up in a smile and I nodded in agreement with her decision. I was worrying for nothing. Why did you give up? Kuzen's calm voice played in my ears. His playful tone contrasted the power and authority he wielded. Even now, the expression he had on was as if everything was a joke to him. Well, Anna began. I just didn't want to fight you. Her flat statement caused my high expectations to mellow down. Annabelle was honest, so I had to assume that what she said was actually how she felt. That meant she had no real tactical reason for refusing to fight. She just didn't want to face him. Haha, is that so? Kuzen chuckled. His laugh caused the girl to flush in what I could only call embarrassment, and I saw her cheeks turn red. Well, the match is over. I'm off. She stuttered and took her leave. Kuzan said nothing more and simply walked off, returning to his seat as well. Their brief exchange, albeit awkward, was a little funny to me. I had never seen Anna act so cute in front of anyone but me. She came back to her seat in a jiffy, puffing her cheeks, and sat silently. Edward and I knew better than to interrupt Anna while she was sulking, so we simply looked to the stage and ignored her obvious attempt at a fit. Now, then, we have 6 winners, we just need 2 more. The round after Annabelle vs Kuzan was me against a middle-class student. This represented the last round allotted to us lower-class first years. Of course, I easily emerged victorious, securing a total of 3 slots for the lower class. The final match was between the last member of the middle class and an additional person who would be randomly selected among the students. To my surprise, Yvonne Smith was chosen. This allowed the boy who lost at my hands to have a comeback. As I watched his march from my seat, I came to admire his growth even more. He was able to easily win against the middle-class student, properly displaying his strength in magic. The only reason he lost back then was because his opponent was me. Against someone from the middle class, his victory was guaranteed. With that, the champions of the first-year magic division were chosen. 3 slots from the lower class, 2 for me, 1 for Annabelle. 5 slots from the upper class, all of them passed to the semi-finals. It was a bit funny how no one from the middle class survived the quarters, but this was simply reality. Against the upper class elites, average students stood no chance. Even though Annabelle and I were lower class denizens, our abilities rivaled the upper class members. This is why the class system is stupid, I reasoned. Thanks to the entitlement given to the middle class, their growth wasn't very evident. After all, there was a class lower than them, causing them to have a false sense of superiority and security. They must have been lax in their training, thinking they would at least be able to crush the lower class contestants with ease. Unfortunately for them, the end results proved otherwise. Hopefully, they learn from the error of their hubris. With the victors already determined in the magic division, Klaus wasted no time declaring the beginning of the next phase of the exchange. We will now begin the quarter-finals for the martial arts division. I noticed Edward's stiff face let out a smile. He must have been fighting impatience all this while, and it was finally time for him to prove his worth yet again. I was certain the middle-class martial artist wouldn't really pose a problem for him, but I hadn't even seen the skills of the upper-class student, so I couldn't determine his strength yet. Still, I was confident in Edward's strength. Being the one who taught him martial arts, I was assured that his level of skill was the intermediate level of the old scaling system. That made him of the advanced stage in the present realm of martial arts. With a smile forming on my face, I waited for Klaus to begin the match. You better not lose. Chapter 161. Klaus called the 3 contestants for the martial arts division, bringing them out to the stage. Edward, along with Xavier Denmark and Eben Lustriel, students from the middle and upper class respectively, all climbed the platform for contesting, facing the moderator as he spoke the rules. You will now pick lots. Your placement in the battle will be determined by the numbers you have chosen. Klaus declared, bringing out their tags from his breast pocket. The students conceded and took their respective tags from Klaus. Once each of them had gotten one, the adult amid them instructed them to open the folded piece of paper and view the contents within. State the number written in your tags. The students could most likely make a guess concerning the relevance of their respective figures and obeyed without hesitation. A. Eben Lustriel said. B. Xavier Denmark muttered. C. Edward Carl Leon, my comrade, finally retorted. Good. Edward, leave the stage for the 2 of them to have the first round. Klaus stated. The boy did as instructed, but I could see an impatient flame burning in his eyes. He most likely wanted to be first, yet he had been shifted to the last to fight. Well, it was only a matter of time anyway. With this line of thought, I cast my gaze away from Edward, who stood at the sidelines, and focused on the two who were about to fight. As usual, weapons were provided for them, and coincidentally, both of them had swords for weapons. The middle-class student had a broadsword, well versed in its strength and cutting-edge swiftness. As for the upper-class elite, his katana was wielded with elegance. It was way longer than the broadsword, but its thin layer seemed so fickle that it could break upon impact with the opponent's sturdier tool. Begin. As soon as Klaus commenced the exchange, both contending students became a blur and charged swiftly at each other. They both took their martial arts stances and moved their bodies in like manner. The broadsword wielder, focusing on strength and speed, fortified his legs and twisted his body to generate enough force that would break concrete. Mana leaked from his body, further enhancing his power. Pressure filled the hall, and I was certain the technique packed great strength. With such a powerful striking attack as the first strike, it appeared the Xavier kid was not planning on holding anything back due to the nature of his opponent. As for Eben Lustriel, his nimble body sharply traversed their distance, grabbing his blade with both hands. His sharp gaze was focused on Xavier, rather, on a particular spot on the boy's body. Mana burst out of the elite, causing the one that manifested from Xavier to look like a small pond compared to a bustling ocean. It would be enough to break a person's fighting spirit, but since the boy was already in the zone, he didn't let go of his broadsword and swung it with all his might. The look on his face was as of a hopeful prayer that his attack would connect. The blade neared Eben at a frightening rate, enough to make anyone's heart stand in excitement. Unfortunately, it missed. Eben lowered his height at the last minute, cleanly avoiding the strike that nearly missed his short hair, while still gripping his katana with both hands. With the window of opportunity presenting itself before him thanks to the opening Xavier currently had, Eben moved even closer for the kill. I watched his lips move in a whisper and deciphered the words that came out of them. Great Swallow Fountain Strike. In a flash, even for me, I saw the katana's edge move in a swift diagonal line. The swiftness was completely transient, not even making a sound as it instantly achieved its goal and caused the wielder to twist before rising at the opposite end of his opponent. The moment the strike concluded, that was when a sound burst forth. Guark! Xavier gasped, both in shock and pain, falling to the ground in defeat. Oh, wow, a single hit, I smiled in anticipation. The boy, Eben Lustriel, had a very swift blade technique that was also powerful enough to render someone who was coated with mana unconscious in a single hit. That was one impressive blade technique. Winner, Eben Lustriel. Klaus declared. The moment this announcement was made, I heard a thunderous cluster of shouts echo from all across the hall. The sudden noise caused me to wonder what the big fuss was, especially since the audience had been silent in other victories. Increasing my heightened perception, I began listening to the whispers around and probed for more information. I can't believe I got to see such a magnificent technique. I couldn't even see it. The movements were too fast. That's the famous Swallow God Fountain School for you. They're not one of the three great martial houses in the kingdom for nothing. Once I achieved what I wanted, I returned my hearing to normal. Oh. So that's how it is. An amused smile spread across my face. So, Edward's next opponent would be someone who came from another well-established martial family. The only difference between the both of them was that Edward's martial heritage was completely unknown. But, if he was to clash with Eben, the chances of his techniques being recognized would soar. He could one day revive his martial school. I was certain the boy would take this chance for sure. Next, Edward Carl Leon. Please come to the stage. The staff members, who lingered around, carried the fallen student away from the stage and gave him treatment while Edward climbed the platform. His eyes were only focused on his opponent, Eben, as he took every step. Now a couple of distance from each other, both boys were caught in a staring contest, with Klaus being the middleman. Ready. Begin. The moderator got off stage and went in the direction of the fallen boy, most likely to ensure he was ready before the third match commenced. Whether Edward won or lost here, he would still have to fight with Xavier Denmark in the third round. He could choose to forfeit the match and obtain an easy victory with the middle-class fodder, but I knew my comrade's personality more than anyone. He wasn't going to quit. Chapter 162. I witnessed your match. Your sword packs quite the punch, but it won't do you any good against me, Eben Lustriel spoke calmly. The match had already officially begun, but none of the contestants moved an inch from their positions. Your blade is swift, I can see that, and your use of mana is exquisite. But, who's to say I can't match it? Edward fired back. Both of the boys, having great pride in their respective martial techniques, glared at each other as they gripped their weapons. Edward's sword, as usual, was a regular blade. It took the form of a longsword, having an average build and quality. This was because, in the boys' martial school, no matter the form of the blade one wielded, if they mastered the technique properly, the results were basically the same. You should forfeit and fight in the next round. You have a better chance against the other kid. Eben pressed on. Why don't you forfeit instead? You've already won a round, so you qualify. I smirked at Edward's smart remark. Surely, you jest. My blade must not know defeat nor surrender. The elite's response came with a chuckle, as though Edward's words were not even worth considering. Then there's nothing more to discuss. We'll be facing off again in the semi-finals, so there's no need to avoid fighting you. With this statement, both boys now began taking their battle stances, reflecting their martial school's fundamental techniques. Now, then, why don't we have a warm-up session? As soon as he made this statement, Edward pressed a foot on the ground and caused it to crack instantly. Before this was evident to others, it shattered even more, giving Edward enough force to propel himself forward. Boom! With his heightened speed, even without using mana, he approached his opponent. Wah! Eben appeared dazed by the quick pace by which he moved, quickly stealing his blade so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Edward swung his blade, creating a slash of mana through the air. The blue-colored crescent burst of energy raced at Eben, who easily parried the strike with his katana's edge thanks to his own mana control. Boom! Edward's charge resumed, and in a flash, he was right in front of Eben, who was also in stance, ready to use his signature move to one-shot Edward as he had done previously. In a silent stroke, the brilliant katana danced, diagonally slicing through the target as in the first match. Edward would lose consciousness and fall flat on the ground. Or so it was meant to be. Clang! The katana was stopped from even grazing Edward, thanks to the boy's sword blocking the strike. Wah! Eben gasped in astonishment. Such a thing had probably never happened to him before. That a peasant practicing some unknown martial arts would be able to block his attack. I asked you before, who's to say I can't match your blade? Edward smiled. Why you? Eben slightly lost his composure, giving his opponent the right chance to strike him down. Screainieth. Edward completely parried the katana that was still on his blade, sending Eben's body flying backward, giving it an opening. This is the end. Instantly, the blade god's successor doubled the mana he had on his body and concentrated a huge amount on his blade. The pressure that was building on the stage, while in merely the fraction of a moment, was enough to make my hair rise. This is a big one. My mind rang in excitement. His opponent was currently open and right in range. A single form of the 9 fundamental precepts would be enough and, judging from Edward's stance, I could guess the one he was going for. The blade ascended, covered in the deep color of highly concentrated mana, ready to be discharged at any time. Vroom! It was truly the end. I forfeit. Eben's words rang out. At that very moment, Edward hurriedly halted his descending blade from moving any more. Whoosh! All the air around and behind Eben evenly parted, sending a wave of pressure dancing on the stage. I could see the elite student nearly shivering in response to the blade that would have hit him if he refused to surrender. Sweat dripped from his face and a look of both fear and frustration burned in his eyes. Whether he accepted it or not, he had lost miserably, at that. The audience was certainly not expecting this, as gasps escaped their mouths. It must have been so shocking that a no-name martial artist would completely obliterate someone who was an elite. Sure, it could be argued that Eben was overconfident and severely underestimated Edward's abilities. However, a loss was still a loss. Winner, Edward Carl Leon. Klaus stuttered in his declaration, most likely also surprised by the outcome of the match. The moment the victor was decided, Edward withdrew his sword that hung in mid-air, inches from Eben's shoulder. "It seems your blade has finally known defeat," the winner's voice trailed as he walked away from the unmoving loser. I could see the satisfaction that played on Edward's face. It was a sharp contrast to the one whose expression screamed of frustration and pure hate. "Don't think for a second that I have been defeated. I only forfeited the match." Eben's voice rang out in a feeble attempt to justify himself. Edward didn't even bother looking back on the utterly disgraced contender and shrugged casually instead. "Get off the stage. I need to fight my next opponent." I nearly cried out in joy once I heard the extremely cool response of my pupil. It was so manly. Eben could no longer disgrace himself anymore, so he simply had no choice but to leave the stage with his head hung in the shame of losing, no, even worse, surrendering to his opponent. It was quite a funny sight. The last contestant, Xavier Denmark, climbed the stage with his broadsword, looking quite unnerved as he faced Edward. "Do you not want to surrender?" he asked. After seeing the fight that just unfolded, what sort of fool would still want to fight instead of surrender? Well, he was standing right on the stage. Chapter 163. Do you not want to surrender? This question seemed to play within the mind of the nervous new challenger. A hint of hesitation showed on the boy's face, but soon after, it disappeared entirely. "And no. You may be stronger than me, and you are most likely going to win this match, but how can I call myself a man if I don't face you with everything I've got?" His response seemed to strike a chord within Edward. "I've come this far. I might as well see things through to the bitter end." Edward smiled upon hearing the boy's statement. It was most likely a result of kindred spirits resonating due to their similar ideals. "Very well. Come, Xavier. I shall fight you as a warrior and a man." I rolled my eyes at the sight. Only an idiot like Edward would appreciate pointlessly fighting once loss was inevitable. I only saw it as foolishness. Edward's sword style wasn't something the Xavier boy could understand and even learn if they crossed blades, and it would most likely be over in an instant, so what was the point of the battle? Pride? Ego? Chivalry? It was all inconsequential anyway. The stronger one would win, and there was nothing anyone could do to change that. Winner, Edward Carl Leon. As expected, it was a pointless match. Edward finished everything in a single hit, refusing to hold back. I was certain he did this out of respect for the opponent's resolve, but what was the point? The boy fell unconscious with a single hit. Edward moved closer to Xavier and nodded in what I could only deem to be respect. He raised his sword and made a loud declaration. "You are by far the greatest opponent I have fought since the start of this exchange." The crowd gave gasps of shock and his words sparked controversy among everyone who heard. What of Eben Lustriel, whom he fought earlier? Compared to his great sword arts, this competitor was merely fodder, yet he had the gall to declare him the greatest? The shocked and displeased spectators whispered in gossip, sending hushed noises permeating the hall. "Gah! That idiot!" I winced, rubbing my head in embarrassment. Why did he have to go that far? Still, though, I had to appreciate his conviction to an extent. Whether his actions were right or not, the fact that he stuck by them no matter what, that was what made Edward a true martial artist. Looking at him now, as he raised his blade and smiled in his declaration, the boy reminded me of Gawain Leonard. He was a man who loved booze more than I did, and relished in promiscuity. Yet, he never once denied his actions. He proudly confessed his love for wine and women, showing no shame at all. In the same vein, Edward was flaunting his flawed way of thinking and not feeling the least bit sorry about it. Even if both their philosophies had dangers hidden in them, their spirit was admirable. That idiot, oh well, this is his path, after all. A martial artist must be one with pride, as well as a practitioner of the art of shamelessness. Those were the words of my close friend, the greatest swordsman in the Eastern Kingdom sword god, Gawain. As I relished in my thoughts, Edward left the stage and Claus continued his announcement. We will now begin the Scholars' Round. The Scholars' Round elapsed and, as expected, only the upper class and middle class students were able to qualify. I had no doubts on the matter since they were obviously the ones with the greater talents in the art of scholarship. Annabelle was an exception, a rare gem to be found in the lower class, but I doubted anyone would be stupid enough to falsify their skills in order to intentionally be placed in a lower class. After the Scholars' Round, the second years took the stage. Their battles were fiercer than ours for the most part. Since they also had a number of talented students, the spells and skills they displayed far outstripped the performance we showed. I had already realized, since yesterday, that there was a wide margin between the abilities of the first years and second years. Of course, after watching and watching, I arrived at the conclusion that I would be able to defeat any of them whether in martial arts or magic. Scholarship was no question at all, so I didn't even bother comparing myself with the noobs of the craft. The skill and experience of our seniors were not the only things that were different about their round and ours. The battle and results of their contest were incredibly one-sided. It was almost too painful to watch. The Magic Division, Martial Arts Division, and even the Scholarship Division. The matches were either won by the upper-class students, or those of the middle class. It made me nearly feel pity for my lower-class seniors how they were put down despite their miserable efforts at victory. It was a painful reminder of the difference in status between those of higher rank, and the bottom feeders. In the end, of the 8 who advanced to the semi-finals in the Magic Division, all 5 of the upper class were present, and 3 middle class were included. Of the martial artists, 1 middle class, and 1 upper class student made it through. The same also applied to the Scholar Division. The only reason the middle class students were even present was because all the number of the upper class had been exhausted. Their spot was more of a consolatory prize and not the actual thing. As if that wasn't enough, the matches got even more brutal once it was time for the third years to compete. I had never seen such a one-sided battle in Inslark Academy, such great disparity between talent. Even though I could sense great hard work coming from the side of the lower class and even middle class, the upper ones still dominated. Of course, those known as the Elite 10 were not to participate in the matches until the final day, but still, to think this was how large the margin was. It made me extremely sick to my stomach and anger began appearing in my eyes. Something is fundamentally wrong about this. Chapter 164. I left the hall that day with a bad taste remnant in my mouth. Of course, I had achieved victory same as my allies, but the sickening feeling of the current state of Inslark couldn't let me completely rejoice. Annabelle and Edward were a bit surprised by the way I was acting. I could tell by the numerous glances they stole at me and the signals they gave each other, but I chose to ignore them. Something needs to be done. While the segregation of the talented from the mediocre seemed efficient at first glance, in the long run, the academy would produce poor students and release them from their gates. In the first place, talented and skilled individuals would always be fewer than the collective in any society. Inslark was no different. By separating them from the others and determining the roles of everyone, the academy was sure to exponentially increase the power and status of the elite, but also significantly reduce the potential of those who weren't as skilled. The lack of balance, as well as the damage to be caused the longer this method remained, dwelled on my mind. It had to be eradicated. Unfortunately, my feelings of dissatisfaction would have to remain just that, at least for the time being. I wasn't stupid enough to imagine effecting real change with my current capabilities. I need to amass more power, more knowledge, more status, and more connections. That was why this inter-class exchange was so important. Using this platform to gain more recognition for myself and my allies would be sure to benefit me in the future. I wasn't willing to get anything less than first place. The third day was even tenser than the previous one. Less people were seated among the contestants, and the spectators had an air of anxiety and expectation that pervaded the hall. I took a good look around me, counting the number of those who qualified to this point. For the first years, a total of 12, same as the other years. That left a total of 36 contestants. Welcome to the semi-finals, everyone! Our energetic moderator shouted, spurring the already excited crowd on. Congratulations to those who have made it this far. For those who couldn't, there's always next year. I rolled my eyes, wondering why Klaus seemed to intentionally leave out the third years who lost and would most certainly never get another chance again when he gave his consolations. I will now be stating how the events of the semi-finals will go. This time, we all listened attentively. Due to the uneven distribution of members in a class who have passed the quarters, for the Magic Division, we'll be having a form of elimination match. Klaus declared. I knew it. It was evident that since we were having an inter-class exchange, fighting against members of the same class wasn't allowed. As a result, they probably intended on balancing out the number of competitors from each class for the Magic Division. This elimination match will serve as a preliminary round before the main semi-finals. First year's Magic Division, step forward. Taking it as our cue, Annabelle and I stood up instantly and made our way down the stairs. I saw the excited, bored, anxious, mellow, etc. looks on the faces of those I would be contesting with. All 7 of us who passed climbed the stage, standing before Klaus for our briefing. We were officially 8, though. I represented 2 people. Only 4 of you will be coming out of this preliminary round. 2 from each class. Since only upper class and lower class students were present, it was a fair deal. It also meant that Anna and my participation in the semi-finals were more than guaranteed. You'll be facing automatons in this round. The one who is capable of defeating as many automatons as possible within the time limit will advance to the main match. I smiled at the simplicity of the competition. Still, there was a question on my mind. I have a question. Will we all start at the same time? Klaus responded with a yes. But, I'm currently representing 2 people. How would that be fair? While I had an understanding of the compromise the moderator would have reached concerning my case, it was still a good thing to make things clear before the contest began. After everyone is done, you'll be given additional time to represent your second identity. Is that fair enough for you? I nodded, turning to Anna with a wink. It wasn't really an important matter for me to win the second round since I had already decided that both Anna and I would be making it into the semi-finals. The problem was who would emerge victorious among the upper class members. The most possible choices would be Kuzan and Maria. They were geniuses above all others. Stefan stood a chance, but I still felt like Maria was superior. It was a shame, though. If the boy got cut out before I got the chance to fight him, that would leave a bad taste in my mouth. You better qualify too, Stefan. Even if you have to puke blood. Now, then, as per the rules, you are not allowed to hurt anyone purposely during this round. You are also not allowed to attack an automaton that has already been engaged by another student. You are to focus solely on subduing as many opponents as you can. The use of anything other than magic is strictly prohibited. This is a competition to test your magic skills, after all. We all silently listened to Klaus as he spelled out the regulations. They were all well within reason. Do you all understand? We responded positively, and after Klaus confirmed our understanding of the regulations, a huge timer was set above us, visible for everyone in the hall to see. We were given a minute to subdue as many automatons as possible. As everyone readied themselves in their respective positions, me included, the earth beneath us rumbled and holes began appearing all over the stage. It was as though the tiles that made them up were sinking. Replacing the tiles were beings that sprang up from beneath the dark hole. They were automatons, our foes. Get ready. Begin. Chapter 165. Automatons are dolls made from solid materials, but can move in predetermined patterns embedded in their magic circuits. Unlike golems who possess only cores, automatons, while having different shapes and sizes, have internal structures similar to humans. Their mana circuits work together with their mana core, granting them automated mobility. This allows them to move in pre-recorded patterns, a feat impossible for golems. The advantage of using automatons was the efficiency of their use. A mage could employ the use of several automatons in battle or the completion of several tasks. However, for golems, one would manually need to control them. Of course, there were also downsides to these constructs. For one, they couldn't simply be created with ordinary magic, unlike golems. Only specialized mages could utilize spells to conjure them, so most automatons were industrially made with normal materials and were made functional through the use of mana cores embedded in them. Another disadvantage was the cost of production. Unless a mage was specialized in the creation of automatons or it was being mass-produced, the average mage couldn't get access to them. This was why golems are a more common aid for magic users. Innslark Academy was a prestigious institute, so none of those downsides affected them. Not only did they have very powerful and specialized mages, but they had the facilities and necessary know-how to make automatons without any difficulty. A grin formed on my face as I saw scores of them appearing in the very large arena. The shape of the constructs was akin to humans having the same amount of limbs and other body parts. Of course, their color and specific appearances were nothing like regular people. Having black complexion, most likely due to the material used to construct them, and blank faces, they seemed like wooden marionettes. That material, it must be the same as the one used for the weapons throughout the exchange, my thoughts trailed, observing the metallic gleam that covered their bodies. Begin. Once the moderator announced this, the automatons spurred to life and began moving rapidly. Their metallic feet made barely any noise thanks to the impeccable design of Innslark, impressing me even more. My body, enhanced by magic, sharply moved across the arena as I decided to catch my first prey. I couldn't just waste my time admiring the beautiful creations, now, could I? I conjured multiple water balls and ice balls, aiming to stop the automatons in their tracks. If they were wooden, I would have gone for the fire element, but I was certain basic fireball spells wouldn't be enough to completely stop these artificial beings. Eat this! I launched dozens of water balls at several automatons, thereafter using the cooling quality of the ice element to harden the liquid that covered them. This slowed down their movements considerably. Ice Lance, Intermediate. I multicasted, creating several spears made of the freezing element. The automatons could not evade my assault with their current speed, allowing me to accurately pierce the weakest links in their bodies, their necks. In an instant, I defeated over 30 of them. This is fun. Excitement began welling up within me as I saw even more of them coming out of the holes that spawned them endlessly. The automatons weren't made to be difficult, but their sheer numbers could make anyone lose heart. The fact that these constructs never ceased to spawn and they kept advancing in their numbers was enough to overwhelm many. But, I didn't even pay heed to any of the other contestants and focused solely on enjoying myself. Automatons didn't exist in my past life. It's one of the more recent innovations. My head rang in excitement as I prepared the next sets of spells. This time, I would try lightning. Based on the difficulty of the automatons, they were similar to high-tier basic golems. Unlike golems whose movements were unpredictable as a result of being remotely controlled, automatons followed set patterns. This made their difficulty lessen. They also didn't use any special abilities except spit out energy blasts that could easily be defended against. Once they got closer to us, the constructs would attack with hand-to-hand combat, but it was best not to even let them draw near. This is kind of a simulated lesson. Magic users, when confronted with multiple opponents, must know the right course of action to take. While conserving one's mana in order to handle so many opponents at once was practical, there was an even better solution to this current predicament. Overpowering the enemies with extremely powerful magic to blow them all away. With the time limit set to 1 minute, that was the best option, no, the only option. Let's do this. Quickly creating several spell circles as a result of my multiple mana cores, I brought out sparks of electricity from them, raising the cast point above all the automatons that surrounded me. Lightning fall, intermediate. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr whitish-blue sparks descended and tore through the metal bodies of my targets. The constructs danced, almost as if they were in pain. Their bodies grew stiff, and sparks flew from them as a result of the overload of energy on their circuits. I watched as the automaton's joints broke apart thanks to the pressure of the lightning strike, and they began exploding one after the other. Boom! By the time I was done, charred grounds surrounded me as smoke emanated from them. The shattered bodies of the automatons littered the ground, much to my satisfaction. I didn't count how many I had just defeated, but it was certainly no less than 50. I looked above me to check how much time was left. The moment I spotted the time, I grinned in satisfaction. My face returned to the stage where I saw others, from the corner of my eye, fighting with their spells. Some were conservative, some were reckless, while some casually pummeled through the metallic army. A small crowd had already started forming in front of me as well, automatons marching toward their destruction. 20 more seconds, Let's see what else I can do. Chapter 166. Time up! Klaus declared. The moment his voice registered, all the students stopped whatever they were doing. All the automatons around also ceased movements, hanging their heads low as though the power on them had been cut off. The hole where they spawned from also ceased to bring forth any more. That was fun, I whispered. Klaus told all of us to gather in a row while snapping his fingers to jolt the automatons back to life. Once they cocked their heads and began moving again, the constructs moved in the direction of their spawn site and fell into the hole they came from. I watched as the last of them disappeared from sight and, shortly after, the tiles that vanished earlier returned to their spots. It was as if the holes that were spread across the stage never existed. Congratulations on making it this far. The results will be announced shortly, but before that, I will clarify that there was no bias in recording your scores. From his tone, I could already guess that the list was going to be quite controversial. Every automaton has an image capturing magic embedded within. This allows them to capture the identity of whoever defeats them before they are rendered unfunctional. Klaus further explained that each automaton transferred the information of those who defeated them to the records before they were vanquished, leaving an accurate testament to determine the winners of the round. Your faces, body structures, and even outfits have been registered the moment you entered the ring. So, it is safe to say that all the information is 100% accurate. I smiled in amusement, watching how Klaus diligently explained the process in order to ensure no doubt remained on our minds. Even if you guys cheat us, it's not like the students have any power to change the results, that is if we even find out, to begin with. Still, his efforts were admirable. Before the final results are displayed, I believe Jared Leonard was supposed to have 2 turns. Please get ready for your second. Forget about that. I concede. My voice interrupted the moderator. Klaus nodded immediately, fortunately choosing not to probe further into my decision. Now, then, the results will be displayed now. Klaus pointed at the screen that once showed the timer of the automaton's subjugation. A different panel was now displayed, showing a list of names as well as numbers beside them. I focused my eyes on the list to completely immerse myself in its contents. Automaton Subjugation Ranking. First place. Kuzan Midas, 300 automatons. Second place. Jared Leonard, 298 automatons. Third place. Annabelle Frederick, 208 automatons. Fourth place. Stefan Netherlore, 119 automatons. Fifth place. Maria Helmsworth, 118 automatons. Sixth place. Yvonne Smith, 89 automatons. Seventh place. Ria Slendertail, 56 automatons. Eighth place. Nil. End of information. A frown formed on my face as I noticed who was the lead among all of us. He surpassed me by just 2 kills. Shit. I should have taken the subjugation more seriously. I gritted my teeth internally. I had no idea why I felt so frustrated by the result. Maybe I just didn't want to lose. Still, it was as though this match was foreboding how the finals would go down. There was no way I wanted to lose to anyone. Amazing. The lower class guys got both second and third positions. Stefan scored above Maria. What's with that large gap? Oh, shit. This is amazing. My hearing picked up several murmurs among the crowd. I sighed and took another look at the list, grudgingly looking past the first position. I didn't score too badly, and I was proud of Anna for trailing directly behind me. The most surprising aspect of the list was who got fourth place. Stefan really beat Maria. No, I didn't believe it. Especially taking a closer look at the points they both earned. Maria scored 1 point lower than Stefan, and I had a feeling it wasn't just pure coincidence. If I had to guess, it would be that Maria actually. Why did you do it? I suddenly heard Stefan's agitated voice. My eyes subtly moved in his direction as I saw a dissatisfied look on his face. He was glaring at Maria, who maintained her usual cool. You intentionally scored below me, right? Why? He hushed, clearly upset at the girl. Oh. So that's how it is, I smiled softly. What proof do you have that I did that? Maria finally responded, sort of giving herself away by her reply. I nearly laughed in amusement. Why you're always like this. Why do you always hold back because of me? Is it because you think I can't keep up with you, or what? Stefan said again. A hint of pain reflected in his eyes. I could sense inferiority oozing from him, something that spurred on his anger. Stefan, that has nothing to do with this, Maria whispered in a very soft and gentle tone. Her eyes suddenly moved in my direction, stunning me a bit. Before I could remove my eyes away, she had already noticed Jay was watching. Fortunately, she didn't seem to mind at all. No, now that I thought of it well, this girl had always been strange in that way. Stefan seemed to follow her gaze, and his line of vision reached me as well. I saw his scowl deepen, as though asking me, what are you looking at? It was too late for me to pretend like I wasn't observing their conversation, so I simply ignored Stefan and kept looking at them. This seemed to annoy the boy even more, though. You want to fight him, don't you? Maria's soft voice suddenly seemed to cut through our tensed silence. Stefan's face sharply turned to her, as though trying to protest the matter. Then use this chance I've given you to do so, it won't come again. Her tone seemed to contain a bit of seriousness, especially in the last phrase, before she finally fell silent again. I saw as Stefan gritted his teeth and clenched his fist powerlessly, unable to argue any longer. Fine, the boy's voice weakly trailed. I understand. Chapter 167. Alright, now that you have all seen your results, it's time to announce the ones who will be proceeding to the semi-finals. We all knew what Klaus said was only for formality, since everyone could already guess who would be advancing. For the lower class, we have Jared Leonard and Annabelle Frederick. Please step forward. Anna and I moved from the usual row and took a few steps forward. For the upper class, we have Kuzan Midas and Stefan Netherlore. Also, step forward. The two matched our pace and stopped exactly on the line where we were. The rest of you are automatically removed from the match. I want to congratulate you on making it this far, and encourage you to try harder next year. You have all done well. With a smile on his face, Klaus dismissed everyone else, leaving only 4 of us who passed on the stage. I'll now be explaining the rules of the semi-finals. It's quite simple. He began. You'll be having one-on-one matches with your selected opponent. This selection will be chosen at random, and you will fight until the other party either gives up, loses consciousness, or is unable to fight any longer. We all understood this much. In the situation where only the members of one class manage to secure victory, the judges will consider the 2 matches and determine which of the class member will need to step down for a member of the losing class who is most deserving. He further explained. I see. I understand. A smile formed on my face. Even if the upper class won both rounds, they would still only choose one member of the upper class and one from the lower class to face off in the finals. Since it was an inter-class exchange, the matches had to be between 2 classes at least. Keeping all this in mind, it is advisable to display the full force of your capabilities, not just holding back, Klaus concluded. He asked if we understood his explanation, as per protocol, and all of us responded positively. Good. Now, look above you for your opponents. We trailed Klaus' pointed finger and located the display hanging above our heads, like the list we saw earlier. On it were our 4 names, and the names kept swapping with each other in a random process. Unease rested in the atmosphere as I felt the crushing weight of everyone's expectations and tension concerning whose name would be paired with whom. Pying. An alarming sound appeared, and the names suddenly ceased moving, showing us the final match UPS for our exams. Once I saw it, I was a bit happy and a little sad. My eyes trailed to Anna and I gave her a comforting smile. Anna's paired with Kuzan, the very guy she said she didn't want to fight, sucks to be her. It was somewhat the best choice, though. After all, this meant I got to fight Stefan now, and then I would most likely meet Kuzan in the finals. I wasn't sure if Anna would back down at this point and just let Kuzan get the medal, but I certainly hoped she didn't. There's nothing more to lose at this point. Fight will all you have. My burning eyes moved in Anna's direction. Fortunately, she was looking at me and our eyes connected. The petite girl nodded vehemently, obvious determination displayed on her face. Leaving her direction, my eyes trailed to my opponent, Stefan. Looks like you got what you wanted. We'll be fighting each other. I grinned. His scowl remained unfazed. Yeah. You better fight with all you have. I couldn't promise that, but Stefan didn't have to worry. I planned on showing him some very interesting things. Alright. For the first match, we have Stefan Netherlore and Jared Leonard. The rest of you, please move off the stage. An air of excitement rang among the audience as I and Stefan moved to our respective positions on the battleground. It didn't take long for the whole area to be rendered empty, having only our moderator waiting at the edge to announce the battle's commencement. Begin. His loud voice echoed in my ears. Prepare yourself. Stefan shouted, raising his hands as they both stretched at me. Come to think of it, this will be the first time I'll be really seeing Stefan use magic. I waited in observation. Purple sparks of lightning appeared, sending the whole area into vibration. In a flash, he sent multiple lashes at me. Swoosh! I immediately realized I needed to enhance my body in order to stand a chance against the speed of his attacks, and quickly did so. Moving my body fluidly, I escaped the lashes of lightning he sent in multiple directions, watching as they scarred the stage we stood on. That must be the low-tier intermediate spell, Lightning Whip. My thoughts trailed, wondering why Stefan refused to use anything higher. Come on, Jared. Are you going to keep running? He smiled. Is he baiting me? Oh well, let's see what he has in store. Proceeding cautiously, but with piqued curiosity, I charged at Stefan with full speed. I felt the wind brush in my face, causing my vision to blur in all areas except my target. Of course, I was still maneuvering around the lightning lashes, approaching the target at a fairly high speed. Suddenly, I caught Stefan giving me a sly grin. Hat. My eyes widened, realizing I had indeed fallen into whatever trap he set for me. My speed was currently high, and it would take a while to dull my momentum. Whatever the trap was, wherever it would be, I was sure to fall into it. Swayub. The ground I treaded suddenly became soft and unstable, and I found myself sinking, unable to come out of the seemingly muddy pool. I've got you. Stefan beamed, having a happy and satisfied expression on his face for tricking me. He clapped his hands together and the earth began solidifying once again, like cement. The boy meant to trap me halfway into the ground. Chapter 167. Gah! I let out groaning sounds, trying to escape the cementing pool before I became completely stuck, but it's too late. Stefan screamed, electricity buzzing from his fingertips. A giant magic circle appeared above my head, covering the whole expanse of the hardening puddle that entrapped me in an instant. It was at least 10 feet above, and the sparks of energy around it told of bad news. My eyes returned to Stefan, who was now smiling, obviously done casting the great spell about to envelope me. Dark lightning return. Cry-ee-ik-k. Sparks flew as multiple purple flashes of lightning burst out of the circle, all charging straight down. This is high tier intermediate. Before I could complete those thoughts, though, the burst of electricity connected, surging through the area of impact which generated a deafening explosion. Boom! Chunks of tiles from the stage flew about thanks to the sheer pressure of the attack, and remnant flashes of lightning crackled. Shoo smoke rose from the completely solidified pool of cement which had cracked apart as a result of the spell's overwhelming power. That was an intermediate spell of that high tier. There's no way you could have dodged it in time, especially since it caught you by surprise. Plus, lightning is one of the fastest elements there is. You're done for, Stefan said as he approached. Smoke filled the area of impact and the roasting smell of burning earth tingled on the nose. Based on the destruction he caused, it was fair for Stefan to assume victory over our battle, but the match isn't over yet, genius. Stefan jumped in shock as he sharply turned his head behind him. The pure expression of confusion that enveloped his face was such a sight to see. Why you, how? He frantically yelled, beads of sweat appearing on his face. Look closely. I pointed directly at the wave of smoke that ascended from the point of impact Stefan had targeted. I saw his stiff neck slowly turn in disbelief as he captured the sight I showed him. His back was turned at me, so I couldn't see his expression anymore, but judging from how the young boy's body spasmed, I knew he had realized my trick. Why you dug your way into the ground. Stefan returned his gaze toward me, gritting his teeth in frustration. That's right. I sharply responded. My body had no scratches or marks on it, making one wonder how I was able to pull off such a feat. Once the battle started, I coated myself with an ultra-thin barrier that a person wouldn't even be able to distinguish from my actual body. I made the layer to be sturdy, though, enough to withstand low-level intermediate spells. Still, I pretended to be overly cautious of his electric whips and fell for his trap, even though I could clearly see a gathering of Stefan's mana on the ground before stepping on it. I had thought it would result in an explosion or something, instead, I was met with a cementing pool. His lightning spell also formed above me, and I realized it would be a bit too much for my current Harrier to handle. Instead of tanking the spell, I used Spellcraft to control the surplus mana around me in order to easily separate the rock beneath me, allowing me to completely sink into the ground right before impact. I made a tunnel and swam back above ground, a distance from Stefan, before revealing myself completely unscathed. Of course, I wasn't going to explain any of this to Stefan, who just stood and stared at me dumbfounded. I suppose, it's my turn now. I smirked. Stefan was powerful and talented, I had to give him that. Which was why it would be pointless and even dangerous to try stretching out the match any longer. You should probably go on the defensive now, I advised. It was up to the boy if he heeded it or not. Dark lightning storm. The flabbergasted boy became even more shocked by the time I revealed the trick up my sleeve. Rumble. A storm cloud formed above Stefan, darkening his vision. Instantly, torrents of wind blew, bombarding him in all areas as he tried to figure out his bearing. Even if the boy tried escaping, the whirling wind surrounding him would prove that to be a difficult task. It's no use. Combining wind magic and lightning magic to form a high intermediate spell, close to the peak point of that level, the storm that had formed was going to let out discharges of lightning after forcibly trapping Stefan in its range. I watched as he struggled, coating himself with all forms of enhancements. Unfortunately, it was nothing more than a powerless child trying to swim against the harsh currents of a raging sea. Gark! He let out in pain. As a result of my generosity, I decided it was time to end things. Fall. Instantly, the thick cloud gave off the glow of purple light, and rumbles of thunder came from within it. Stefan noticed this and looked above him. It was too late to do anything other than receive the spell. Boom! Even greater destruction than the earlier spell was caused, thanks to the focus of my lightning attack on a single point. The ground shattered, and vibrations filled the earth. The audience seemed to recoil as a result of the brilliant flash of light and the echoes of thunder. Finally, once the single strike hit, I dispersed the cloud, using the remnant wind to brush away the smoke that rose from the heated point of impact. That spell is enough to kill, but I intentionally delayed in the cast to give you enough time to react and defend, I smiled, noticing Stefan's unconscious body on the floor. He had several burn marks on his body, but none were too serious. It seemed he indeed blocked a lot of the attack in time, causing most of the damage to reflect in the surrounding areas. Still, he couldn't completely rid himself of its force. Even as he was in an unconscious state, I saw the look of determination still glued to the boy's face. He really tried his hardest, didn't he? You fought well, Stefan, you fought well. Chapter 169. Winner, Jared Leonard. Upon securing my victory, I heaved a sigh of relief and began walking down the stage. Surprisingly, I was met with the deafening roar of the crowd as they cheered in amazement. The students, especially those from the lower class, burst out in cheers of excitement. A brief smile formed on my face and I relished the moment for a little while. A lower class reject had defeated one from the upper class, and not just any kind of elite, one of the two biggest geniuses among Inslark Academy's first years. Somehow, this occurrence must have given other students hope. If a lower class reject could beat a genius, then it certainly wasn't impossible for others to rise above their designated spots. I hoped this battle proved to be an inspiration to those who had lost faith in themselves and had given in to the current system. There's no placement that's absolute in this world. We make our own ranks. Once people understood, then they could soar above what they naturally deemed impossible. So what if one was born inept? They could still excel in academics and become a great sage. So what if a person was born poor? They could birth an innovation that would pave the way to wealth. So what if a person was born powerless? They could simply claw their way into power, doing whatever it took to achieve their dreams. In essence, nothing was completely impossible so long as a person had the will and determination. The sky allows many birds to fly, without exception. It only waited for those who dared raise their wings to take flight. Even a chicken could climb atop the back of an eagle, and soar high into the sky. My eyes trailed to Stefan, who was already being carried off stage in order to accommodate the next contestants. It wouldn't hurt if you relied on others more. With those final thoughts, I descended from the stage to return to my seat. On my way, I met Kuzan and Anna, who were already climbing the stairs to the slightly elevated grounds. "Give it your all, Anna." I smiled at her with absolute pride. She nodded, and I could see the determination in her eyes. She wasn't going to quit at this juncture, that was what her convicted eyes told me. Suddenly, I felt a light tap on my shoulder. It jolted my body, but I quickly kept my destabilized emotions under control. "That was a fine match." "Impressive, too," Kuzan spoke as he drew nearer to me. "But, you took too long." I gritted my teeth when he said that. While I indeed dragged the fight longer than necessary, the purpose of a match was to gather information on the target and enjoy oneself even while achieving victory, especially if victory was assured. From Kuzan's tone, though, he had a different philosophy. "Watch the next match closely. If you are able to understand even the slightest bit of it, I'll consider enjoying my match with you." He gave a light-hearted smile, and once I stared into his distant eyes, I suddenly got a bad feeling. This guy. Before I could say anything in response, Klaus announced the names of the next contestants and they sped into the stage. A tinge of regret enveloped my heart, and I wished I could have at least told Annabelle one last thing before she became completely out of reach. "Be careful," I whispered, looking in her direction. I rushed to my seat so I wouldn't miss the fight that would occur. Fortunately, immediately after I sat and looked in the direction of the match, Klaus Tallman declared it to have begun. The crowd burst out in excitement, clearly eagerly expecting how this fight would play out. I simply clasped my fist and observantly watched the competition very intensely, just as Kuzan had said. Anna is most likely going to lose against Kuzan. The only question is, how long will she last? Annabelle instantly chanted the moment the match began, enhancing herself to the max while also preparing a high-tier intermediate spell to completely decimate Kuzan. As I watched the fight, I nodded at the soundness of her tactics. Anna's current limit was a highest-tier intermediate level spell. But, since it took too long to cast, she must have decided to fire her current spell, most likely to buy her enough time to cast her trump card. So far, it was going well. The blazing blue flame that Anna summoned above her could be felt, even from my distance. Beads of sweat formed on my face, and I wondered whether they were in reaction to the heat of the high-tier intermediate magic, or I was just being nervous. Fwoom! Anna launched the blue flames of destruction in Kuzan's direction. The giant ball of fire was at least as big as 5 humans put together. The name was Giant Dark Fireball, Intermediate. As I watched the flames rapidly approach its target, my eyes caught Kuzan doing absolutely nothing. This line of action puzzled me, almost to the point of disbelief. What was he up to? Anna was already beginning to chant her next spell, the one that boasted her highest offensive capabilities. The ball of fire would reach Kuzan in only a few more seconds, engulfing the area that surrounded him in deep blue flames. We all watched in anticipation of the inevitable, until... Boom! The blue fireball erupted whole still in mid-air, a few more seconds until impact. It parted, sending sparks of fire flying around and consuming the area, all except the place directly affecting Kuzan. "What?" I exclaimed, losing composure for a moment. Even Edward was already on his feet, wondering what the hell had happened. We both gazed in shock and puzzlement at the sight of the flames prematurely exploding and the fact that none of the brilliant bursts of fire touched Kuzan even after. Anna's control over her spell is top tier. That fireball wouldn't have erupted, unless it made an impact with something. I closely observed the space where the fireball burst. There was nothing really visible, so it was most likely an invisible barrier. No, if it was one, I would have noticed the distortion in space, plus Kuzan would need to chant before executing one unless he used a magic item, which was prohibited in the exchange. This just led me to even more confusion. Kuzan Midas, what in the world did you do? Chapter 170. Watch the next match closely. If you are able to understand even the slightest bit of it, I'll consider enjoying my match with you. I remembered Kuzan's last words to me before entering the ring. What did he do? My mind rang. Nothing within reason came to mind, so that meant I had to think outside the box. Unfortunately, before that happened, the boy in question made the next step. I should end this now, he muttered. Shock. Suddenly, buzzes of purple electricity flowed on his hand, generating violent sparks. They danced around his fingertips and cackled ominously. Watching his spell from afar, my puzzlement increased to greater heights. Shock is a close combat move, and can't be sent to far distances. Why was he using such a move when he was quite some meters away from Annabelle? The advantage of the shock spell was that it wasn't categorized into tiers or levels. It was an independent type spell that varied based on the amount of mana poured into it. Still, against an opponent so far away, how was it supposed to be effective? Bzzzzttttzzzzzzz. Much to my surprise, no, to the shock of everyone who watched, the purple bolts traversed the distance that existed between Kuzan and Anna in a flash, and before I knew it. Anna's scream filled the air. The purple bolts of lightning roasted her body, causing vestiges of smoke to emanate from it. Purple flashes lingered, clearly stinging her body as she writhed in pain. The girl uncontrollably for a few moments, already damaged beyond her limits, before falling to the ground in defeat. Thud. Her body landed on the floor and the sparks ceased. Millions of questions ran through my mind, but my first concern was Anna's warfare. I had defeated many people, and so had she. But, the sight of her losing so miserably and helplessly, it caused me great grief and my chest tightened. The feeling of watching someone I cared about and nurtured be so easily overpowered by another, it felt terrible. Some unsavory memories came to my head, but I quickly brushed them away before they took a hold of me. There were things I would rather not think about at all in this new life I had been given. Winner, Kuzan Midas. My eyes unconsciously trailed to the timer set above for all to see, and I caught a glimpse of how long the march lasted. 20 seconds. Edward exclaimed beside me. His face showed shock, but I was just as surprised. So, this is what you meant when you said I took too long in my match. Kuzan, I narrowed my gaze and focused on the boy who casually left the stage the moment the victor was decided. Unlike before where cheers of victory sounded, the hall was at a decorum. Many were sure to have been supporting Anna, seeing as she was able to conjure a powerful spell with ease, and tried her best in her match. They must have also felt devastated when Anna shrieked as she was assailed by the jolts made by Kuzan's attack. A grave silence greeted Annabelle's loss and Kuzan's victory, and we all watched in silence as the medics rushed to take the girl off stage. I had no idea how much mana Kuzan poured into his attack, but for it to have bypassed Annabelle's enhancements and sent her into a state of unconsciousness in an instant, it must have been a bizarre amount. For a student to have achieved that within barely a moment without experiencing mana shock, just what kind of monster was this mysterious boy? How was he even able to traverse the distance with such a close-range spell and so quickly at that? My mind was in a state of panic and multiple emotions and questions flooded me. It felt like I would hyperventilate as I couldn't handle all of them at once. Red. Jared. Jared. I heard someone call for me, suddenly bringing me out of the overwhelming state I was in. What? I snapped, looking to my side at the person who was shaking me violently. Edward gave a look of relief the moment he realized I was fine, and finally, let go of my arms. Who? You didn't look like yourself back there, and you also weren't responding to my call. That was why A smile formed on my face as I saw an uncertain expression playing on Edward's face. I supposed I lost too much composure and even worried the young boy. Jared. I wasn't able to figure anything out during that fight. Annabelle's loss came as a shocker to me. The moment he said his last sentence, Edward paused, realizing something inappropriate in his words. Shocker, Was it an unconscious attempt at wordplay? In any case, did you figure anything out concerning what that guy did? Edward asked, still recoiling from his embarrassment. Once his question hit me, I slightly turned my face and looked toward the stage, seeing some scorch marks on the ground. The blackened lines gave me an inkling of something, but that was enough for me to dissuade my anxieties. No, not yet. I smiled at my companion. But, don't worry. I'll get to the bottom of this, very soon. Edward nodded, returning his gaze to the stage. A smile played across his face and he gave a determined look. I was certain the boy was currently worried about his best friend, but he couldn't allow that to mentally destabilize him, especially since his match would be coming next. Anna gave her all, just like she wanted to. It's a shame she lost, but that only means she can learn from her mistakes and move on. Besides, I know you're going to get vengeance for her. Edward grinned, as though calming both himself as well me concerning the event that just transpired. Somehow, his words actually worked on me. While I was a bit anxious about facing Kuzan in the finals, I took a resolve upon myself to shake off any semblance of fear. He had utterly defeated my student. There was no way I planned on disgracing myself as a teacher. Yet. You're right, Edward. I gave a bright smile. In my battle against Kuzan, I was going to win no matter what. Chapter 171. We will now begin the next round. The martial artists who qualified, please step to the stage. Klaus declared. Of course, everyone knew who the moderator referred to. The two martial artists who followed the way of the blade and had clashed earlier in the quarter-finals would once again meet on the same stage. I watched Edward rise from his seat, donning an irremovable smile on his face. I nodded at him and saw him descend the stairs. Eben Lustriel, his opponent, had been on a seat based at a lower platform, and as such, had already arrived at the stage before Edward. I saw the hateful glare in his eyes as he watched my comrade approach steadily. It appeared Klaus, the moderator, noticed the enmity. Judging his facial reactions alone, the adult man felt uncomfortable. Still, it wasn't in his place to say anything. If Eben goes overboard in this match, and aims for Edward's life directly, he'll just be stopped before he can achieve that, and it'll be Edward's victory. Still, I hoped he didn't do anything careless. As much as I wished my pupil complete victory, I wanted him to achieve it by besting his opponent, not just by default. Okay, then, since both participants are on stage, we will be beginning. Klaus stated, watching as both boys took their positions on the battleground, each wielding their respective weapons. As usual, he moved out of the way and got to the edge of the stag before he announced anything. Begin. The moment his words registered, both boys released their mana, causing what seemed to be a maelstrom to envelop the stage. Mana came in different shapes, size, and colors, but it was a general rule that one's mana reflected the kind of core they had. Unless the color was affected by a particular spell being used, the color would be the same as their core. Both boys unleashed yellow sparks of mana, clashing their energies with each other, even before the clash of their weapons started. This won't end like last time. I heard Eben speak the first word. There was a pause, as Edward only gazed at his opponent. This time, I won't underestimate you, and I'll win. So, you now admit that last time was your loss, The confident boy defiantly spoke, giving an amused smirk. This only served as fuel to Eben's deep-seated fury, but Edward didn't seem to care. I'll be sure to silence that mouth of yours. Prepare yourself. Those words were unnecessary to someone like Edward. Even before the match started, he had already been utterly prepared. There was nothing in his mind that would stand in the way of his victory. Just as I taught him, during battle he achieved a state of absolute focus, total concentration. Both martial artists, gripping their blades, dashed at each other with full force. The wind resulting in their fast-paced movement swept through the audience, and I felt a chill brush through my body. Clang! The lashes of their mana clashed even more, same as their blades. Sparks flew, giving off metallic sounds and reverb that caused some to wince. I gave my all in observing the match, partially to see the growth of my student when battling another, but also to ensure that Eben Lustriel didn't try any funny tricks with Edward. His annoyance and hurt ego made my suspicions valid. Plus, after what happened with Annabelle, I had somehow grown more cautious concerning my comrades. With their blades at a stalemate, both warriors took steps back and then lunged once again at each other. Their speed was evenly matched, almost as though they were moving in choreographed patterns. Silence enveloped the hall as everyone seemed to watch the two swordsmen in awe. Clang! Swoosh! Scry! The blades clashed even more, swinging and moving like the wind. They rubbed each other and whirred in the most peculiar way. More wind blew across the stage, and it seemed like the match would go on forever. But I wasn't worried at all. While I wasn't entirely certain about Eben Lustriel, I knew his opponent more than most. After observing the stroke of his blade, his footwork, and every single motion he had made ever since the match began, it was clear to me. Edward isn't giving it his all yet. Both swordsmen took steps back and began taking deep, slow breaths. Huff, huff. Eben appeared to be the more exhausted one of the two of them. His shoulders slightly dropped even as he tightly clung to his thin blade. I could see his gait faltering a bit, and his arms already trembling. I see, his swordsmanship isn't built for prolonged matches. Even if they kept up this pace, it was clear Edward had the upper hand in stamina. In the first place, such high movements and powerful strikes that the Lustriel school was known for put a heavy strain on a person's muscles. Judging the method of execution, it was also fairly obvious that it was meant to defeat enemies in one strike or close. Using those moves consecutively, especially when one didn't have a body structure suited for the heavy repercussions, would only lead to premature fatigue. Think you can still go on? Edward finally spoke, interrupting the moment of silence that ensued between the two marshals. Tch. Don't you underestimate me, Eben struggled to speak. From his strained tone, it was clear he was close to the end of his strength. Even though Edward was also spent, he was far from his limits. Besides, I knew the boy could end things quicker if he wanted to. It was still a mystery why he chose to engage in such a drawn-out fight. Maybe he wants to gain as much combat experience from his fight with Eben. It wasn't every day one got to fight someone from a highly esteemed martial arts discipline, after all, especially one that specialized in sword arts. I see, my lips curled in an amused smile. Well, then, since that's how it is, let's see how it'll end up. Looking back to Edward and his opponents, they seemed to be getting ready to resume their fight. You say I shouldn't underestimate you, but it seems you can't fight for much longer. Edward taunted slightly. Shut up, Eben gave a murderous glare. The more energetic martial artist wasn't fazed by his opponent's slight bloodlust. Rather, he cracked his stiff bones and made preparations to launch another attack. Don't worry. I'll be ending it with this next move. This time, I'll tell you. Prepare yourself. Chapter 172. Now, then, enough talk. Let's fight. With Edward's resolute words and determined eyes, he prepared his legs to move while keeping his sights on the target. Eben Lustriel sighed, taking deep breaths to restore his energy, the tiny vestiges that remained, while strengthening himself with mana. Had it been an ordinary swordsman who used the Swallow God sword techniques, he would have collapsed in exhaustion by now. However, thanks to the miraculous effects of mana and strengthening magic, Eben could keep fighting. I predicted that the adversary of my pupil had more mana reserves compared to Edward, and could most likely control his mana better. In a battle solely based on those factors, it was certain who the victor would be. If they kept exchanging blows at this rate, their power would be on par, and it was going to end up a battle of attrition. If you want to turn this around, Edward, you had better get serious. After all, I knew more than anyone, what Edward desired the most: an overwhelming, crushing victory. Hoo-hoo-hoo. I watched as Edward gave a heavy breath, closing his eyes for a moment before flashing them wide open again. A tinge of excitement swept through my body upon realizing what he was about to do. The 9 fundamental precepts, Form 6. Immediately I saw his lips moving to form those words. A brief feeling of hesitation welled up within me. Form 6. You haven't completely mastered it, Edward. He had gotten a good grasp on the first 5, but the 6th was one that required even greater focus and concentration. Since the difficulty rose drastically after the 5th, I made sure to halt his progress any further. To think he would resort to such a move now, what was Edward thinking? He took his stance, gripping his blade with one hand and stretching it out to the air while using the tip of his finger on the second hand to touch the ground. The pose seemed bizarre, as he couched a knee slightly to ensure one hand grazed the floor while the other gripping the blade was ascended above. His face was on the target, and he seemed like he was ready to move at any time. The opponent, on the other hand, remained in his position. Judging from his current status, I surmised that Eben Lustriel was most likely trying to conserve his energy by limiting his movements. He would wait for Edward to make his move while parrying his attack and dealing his blow at the same time. It was an excellent strategy. Unfortunately, something of the sort wouldn't be effective when faced with the move Edward was about to make. If he has learned it well and perfected it to 30%, no, even 20%, then, such defenses won't be enough. I grinned. The 9 fundamental precepts 6th form, also known as. Edward gripped his blade tighter and loosened his muscles, getting ready to march. The ground beneath him cracked as the accumulation of mana on his body had reached boiling point. He finally opened his mouth and steam proceeded from it. Flow. Boom. The area where Edward stood erupted as chunks of tiles burst apart. Smoke and dust ascended, rising as a result of the destruction the boy left in his wake. As for his body, it had long left his previous location and was now charging at the target. Whoosh! Such speed as was never seen throughout the contest between the two now manifested. In a flash, the distance between both opponents was closed and Edward was basically within range. I noticed Eben's flustered face as he struggled to make a reaction. Making a whirl, Edward's spinning form created a whirl that surpassed anything possible by normal human standards. It was almost as though someone cast a wind tornado spell on the battlefield. Eben struggled with the pressure and barely had enough time to raise his katana. It was too late, though, as the boy's spinning body completely overwhelmed him. The Swallow God disciple had his blade flying away thanks to the sheer pressure of Edward's swing. The dark metal weapon cracked and shattered apart in mid-air, leaving Eben unarmed. Edward was still not done, though. In his cyclone, he encircled Eben, swirling around him on all sides to trap the so-called prodigy of the blade in a tight circle. Swish! Slash! Swoosh! From all areas, Edward's blade tore through Eben's clothes, even reaching his skin until blood gushed out on so many areas in an instant. None of the wounds were fatal, but they seemed painful regardless. Evident to this fact was Eben's scream. Garg! The helpless boy's agony rang true. I sensed not only pain in his voice, but frustration and shattered pride. After his loss against Edward, I was certain the boy had trained harder and worked on himself and his blade. He did all that, only to be so one-sidedly defeated again. As an elite from a great family, this had to be the first time he would be experiencing shame to this degree. Sorry, bud, this is the end. I smiled. There was no need to feel sentiment for someone that didn't concern me. Swoosh! After dealing multiple damages to the enemy, Edward finished it with a decisive blow to Eben's back. Gark! Silence radiated the hall at that moment. Edward's blade was outstretched, and his calm face could be seen in absolute focus that it almost appeared to be melancholic. Eben's bloodied and roughened face was the opposite of Edward's clear one. His mouth was opened as he made a tired screech before losing all strength and giving in to the call of unconsciousness. Thud. Eben Lustriel fell, losing the match that very moment. More silence filled the hall as Edward huffed, moving away from his opponent while dragging his feet on the ground. It seemed he was plenty tired too. Huff, huff, he breathed heavily. Clang. His sword fell to the ground and I saw his arms spasm a few times. He has reached his limits, I smiled in understanding. That's what he got for pushing himself too hard. W winner. Edward Carl Leon. Klaus declared in a flustered tone. I could tell that he was secretly happy that no major incident had occurred. Whoa-hoo-hoo. A deafening myriad of cheers came from the audience. Chapter 173. With Edward's victory, the winds of reaction were swept to the side of the lower class once again. Now lit with hope once more, the people cheered for the victory of one deemed worthless, and the loss of an elite. I watched Edward leave the stage, showing exhaustion. He panted as he dragged his feet on the ground. Some medical experts rushed to the stage to carry Eben and treat his injuries, while others noticed Edward's awful shape and also approached him. The boy seemed reluctant to accept their help, even looking at where I sat for what my take on the matter was. I sighed in near annoyance and gave him a slight nod with a knowing look. You should take care of your body. Go with them. With that, Edward raised his hands slightly in surrender and followed the medical unit to a specialized exit in the hall. It wasn't possible for any student who wasn't injured to gain access to the place, and even if they were, medical experts had to escort them. If that hadn't been the case, I would probably have gone to see Anna and Edward in their sorry state. I hope those two are fine, a whisper unconsciously leaked out of my mouth. My eyes trailed to the stage and Klaus was already beginning to make announcements for the scholars to appear on stage. A slight thought wandered in my head as the two qualifiers climbed the platform to commence their contest. Edward defeated Eben in the semi-finals, leaving him as the only one left in the competition. Even the scholars who were about to compete had the same fate. The one who won would be the last one standing. It begged the question as to what exactly their finals would be like. If they had advanced so far, did that mean they didn't have any final matches? No, I doubted it. But, even if they had won, who would their opponents be? My concerned eyes met the upper-class elite and the middle-class student who were about to face off. It was clear the upper-class one would end up victorious. After that, then what? Begin. The round was soon over and, as I had predetermined, the upper-class student Reinhard won flawlessly. When it came to knowledge and skills, no one could best the upper class who had been given more than enough to enable their quick growth in addition to their already extreme talents. We will now begin the round of the second years. Klaus declared, bringing me out of my thoughts. I raised my head to watch the magic users gather 8 in number as they would begin their preliminary matches. Just like ours, their goal will be to defeat automatons within the allotted time frame. I was curious to see how well they would perform, and how superior the quality of their numbers would be in comparison to us first years. Since only the upper and middle class passed, it would be quite the fun match, wouldn't it? The stage shook slightly, and just as earlier, automatons appeared from the holes that scattered across the tiled ground. My eyes bulged slightly upon realizing the mechanisms that appeared differed from the ones we encountered. They had 4 arms, and their shapes were thinner. A tail also stretched behind them, forming what seemed like a razor edge. Ah, I see, so the difficulty of theirs is even higher as it should be. If they were to use fodder automatons for our seniors, it would be too easy, and they would only waste resources in the venture. The best course of action was to generate constructs of superior quality to even things out. Judging by the shapes and sizes of these new models, I guessed they focused more on speed and reach. Considering they had 4 arms and nimbler bodies, they would be more difficult to hit. Not only that, but they even had more variations in combat, so their patterns would be more difficult to determine. 4 arms meant more damage, but that wasn't the main focus of the preliminary round, at least, from what I surmised. A magic user had to be able to conjure spells quickly and adapt to all situations properly. For our seniors, this would be the ultimate test to prove that. The automatons began gathering, whirring to life as the claws prepared to announce the start of the round. Begin. His voice matched the sound generated by the timer that began counting. Hush. As expected, the automatons rushed at the magic users on stage. However, considering the skill they had in the proper use of their mana, the seniors had no problem dodging the assaults of the automatons. The problem was how to deal attacks on them, which was the main essence of the round. If one spent too much time on defense, such an individual wouldn't get enough strikes to count as kills. I guessed the structure of these automatons wasn't very tough, so they could be easily dealt with if they were caught. That was a good handicap, considering their immense speed. A wide grin formed on my face as I forgot about the worry I had for Edward and Annabelle. My eyes were fixated on the march and I watched with great interest, somehow wishing I could be allowed into the ring. Let's see how you guys fare. 1 minute elapsed too quickly, much to my disappointment, and the contestants were told to stop. Klaus took his time to explain the grading system just as he did with us. After our considerate moderator was done, he revealed the results on the broad screen that covered the air. All of us looked up and observed the rankings. Of course, I wasn't surprised by the list and even the number of kills, since I had been keenly watching since the match started. Unlike our round, the numbers of automatons defeated weren't as high, but that was understandable. Also, the ones who took top spots were all the upper-class elite, leaving the last 3 positions for the middle-class members. It was disheartening to see, but that was the reality of the exchange. Chapter 174. The highest score belonged to a senior called David Springer. He defeated a total of 89 automatons, an impressive feat, all things considered. As for the middle-class ones, the highest among them could only manage 19. That was how pathetic the whole thing was. Compared to the number I estimated would be possible for me with my current capabilities, all of them were subpar, both the upper-class and middle-class students. By thoroughly calculating everything without bias, the results I arrived at were simple. I would have scored at least 150, these seniors are not as impressive as I thought. Of course, it could be that the upper-class members were holding back and not taking things seriously, but it remained a fact that they could have achieved better. In any case, there was no use ruminating on the thought. Their semi-finals were about to commence. As per the rules, the 2 highest of the upper class were chosen and the same applied to the middle class. After splitting them into groups, those who had their matches in the second round left the stage and watched from the sidelines as the round began between an elite and an average. Begin. The results were to be expected, but they still shook me every time I saw them. Even though the upper-class second year was obviously superior to his opponent, he didn't bother ending things simply with a stronger spell. No, he dragged things out and completely made a mess of the opponent. Enjoyment seemed to play on his face as he toyed with the determination of the middle-class student who kept trying, even though victory was not in sight. Of course, I felt no pity for the one being pummeled. If he couldn't win, the best thing he could do was learn from the gap that existed between him and his opponent and surrender. There was no shame in that. But, for stubborn people with something to prove, they ended up wasting their time and only causing more injuries for themselves. Maybe he thinks he'll get the attention of a lecturer and become an apprentice. Unfortunately, life wasn't that simple. Lecturers always aimed high, looking for talented students to accept. Those who had no prospects, or were not talented no matter how much they struggled, would never gain the attention of any lecturer. Besides, it wasn't as if our lecturers had to pick apprentices. Some would rather choose no one if they didn't excite them enough. An example of that would be Naren Khalid. In any case, my dear senior was struggling for nothing. Ultimately, loss was inevitable. Both matches were won by the upper-class seniors, but as per the rules, only one would make it to the finals. Since the first match wasn't as hardcore as the first, and the middle-class senior who fought in the first round struggled as hard as possible, he was allowed to fight in the finals. As for the upper-class member who passed, it was the one who fought a more brutal match in the second round. With that, the results were clear. Sigh, this is pathetic. I was certain the middle-class student who passed would be overjoyed with the fact that he was given another chance. But what of it? Only more suffering and pain awaited him. That was most certainly not something to look forward to. As soon as the magic division was done with their exchange, it became time for the martial artists to clash. Though none of their martial techniques were as good as the martial blade god, I still wanted to feast my eyes on the fights of more experienced fighters. The more fights a martial artist witnessed, the more powerful they became. I was not strictly a magic user. Using my standard of measurement, I was at the intermediate level of martial arts, and was a sage as a scholar as well. In essence, I was eligible for all three divisions of Enslark Academy. Begin. The match started, and their weapons clashed. One of the seniors used a blade, while the other was donning two daggers at top speed. They fought and exchanged hits, unrelenting in their endeavors. Of course, the one with the upper hand was the upper-class senior. The way he commanded the battle was as if he was merely toying with the middle-class one. Even though he wielded a dagger, he was easily able to bypass the reach of the blade, dealing little hits on the desperate swordsman as he whittled down the poor guy's health. Gah! Arg! Yarg! Screams filled the air as each exchange of their weapons led to more strikes that proved detrimental to the middle-class senior. "I'll finish this now," the elite announced, not even a scratch evident on his body. And so, he did. Swish! Slash! The twin daggers crisscrossed and completely tore through the attire of the opponent, causing blood to spurt out. The middle-class swordsman, having no energy left to continue, fell flat on his face. The winner was clear to everyone. TCH. Once again, the upper class secured victory. The same applied to the scholars round, and even the third years. The upper class won every single match. The only blot to the supremacy of the upper class undeniable victories was the fact that we first years had a couple of lower class members who made it to the finals. Just Edward and I, we were the only ones left who had yet to taste defeat. Who, if this is how the semi-finals are, then. That concludes the semi-finals, and the inter-class exchange for today. Klaus announced. I looked at the stage with weary eyes, wondering how Klaus was always able to maintain his bright attitude. There will be a break tomorrow. You should all rest and try to recover your strength for the day after. That made sense. Many people were exhausted, whether physically or mentally. Having a day off to revitalize the competitors and even the audience was a good call. I had so many things to do and consider, and I needed that time badly. We will resume the inter-class exchange on Thursday. Till then, rest up, and prepare yourselves. Chapter 175. The break was much needed. Thanks to the day we all had off, I was finally able to get my thoughts in order. My companions, Edward and Annabelle, were released shortly after the exchange ended for the day, allowing us to walk to our dorms together. The healing magic available to Enslark Academy had to be impressive to pull off such speedy recovery, especially for Annabelle. Looking at the girl, it didn't appear as though she had been injured during her match. In any case, after the exchange for the day, I decided it was best we all occupied ourselves with personal affairs. I left Annabelle and Edward to themselves since I couldn't afford to be distracted by anything. The match before me was that serious. I felt like if I didn't give my all, the one who was going to lose would be me. And so, during the break, I tempered my resolve and harnessed my skills. Going over all I had learned in the previous matches, I prepared myself for the worst. I couldn't use my familiar or any external help. That meant all the potions and magic items I had been developing were rendered obsolete. My use of spellcraft was also limited since I had 3 different extremely skilled judges keeping a keen eye on my every action. As much as I wanted to win, I had to keep my focus on the big picture. It wasn't time to show what I was fully capable of. I'm severely handicapped right now. Still, I will win. With these words of determination proceeding from my mouth, I anticipated the main rounds of the finals. I was going to go first, so I needed to set a good example for everyone. I needed to show both the students and staff that even though someone was deemed to be talentless, with enough study and practice, it was possible to rise to the top. Welcome, everyone. I sat on the seat of the final contestants. We were so few who sat there, making it seem like the seats could be more than they actually were. It feels weird without Anna here. I tilted my head and found her seated among the lower class audience. A smile formed on my face as I resolved to win against the one who defeated her. The finals will last for 2 days. Friday and Saturday. Klaus announced. The hall became quiet in order to listen to our moderator's words. Each match will last as long as the competitors are still willing to fight, and none have gone unconscious. Once it has been determined that a contestant is unable to fight anymore, even if they don't explicitly quit, then the match should be deemed to be over. I felt like Klaus said those words intentionally to prevent any excessive display of pointless violence. Ultimately, this was an exchange between students. There was no need to turn it into something more gruesome. And now, still obeying the rules stated above, we will begin the finals with our very first match. I gulped slowly and prepared myself. Tension filled my heart, and despite my preparations, I still felt uneasy. The magic division of the first years will go first. Let the 2 final contestants step forward. I rose from my seat and began moving to the stage. Kuzen Midas and Jared Leonard, please climb the stage. From the corner of my vision, I spotted Kuzen in his usual casual outfit. His black jacket and trousers contrasted the white outfit he wore underneath. He had a gold necklace around his neck, mostly covered by the white top he had on, and on his hand, I noticed a golden ring. No, not just a ring, but also a watch. I felt mana from them, causing me to furrow my brows slightly. Those are magic tools. Using them was against the rules. Though I had never sensed him using them, it was still against the regulations of the tournament. I climbed the platform still eyeing the devices he had on, and, out of the blue, Kuzen turned his head in my direction. Did he notice I was staring at him? A smile played on his face and he shrugged. Don't worry. I've never used them once. I don't intend on using them either, so it's fine. I masked my unease with a smile of mine. Oh? And I'm just supposed to rely on your words. We both climbed the stage and took our positions opposite each other. Klaus was standing between the both of us, keenly observing our actions for some reason. All right. You're all good. He commented. Was he trying to see if we brought any external aid with us? It wasn't beyond the realm of reason that some people would resort to using all they had in the finals, especially since they would think the wariness of the judges would be thinnest considering no one had violated the rules thus far. While it was good to use everything in one's arsenal to win a battle, this was merely an exchange. It was downright foolish to be caught cheating while still in the academy. Even I, who wanted to win badly, could probably resort to some underhanded means and get away with it, but, for this exchange, I wanted to see just how far I could go with my base abilities. I currently possessed 5 mana cores. How much could I achieve with them? Excuse me, sir, but isn't the equipping of magic items against the rules? Why is he allowed to wear them? I asked Klaus, pointing at Kuzen. The moderator sighed almost as soon as the issue was addressed. It seemed he had been expecting me to raise the question. We know all about the items, so don't worry. If we detect that he's using them, the match will end immediately. Your opponent, Kuzen Midas, has given us clear reasons why he can't unequip them. I hope you understand. I clicked my tongue and nodded. Kuzen seemed to smile even more in amusement after my inquisition was shot down by the moderator. In essence, he was being given special treatment. Well, it doesn't really matter at this point. What I need to do hadn't changed. I'll win, no matter what. Klaus moved to the edge of the stage and prepared his signal, causing my opponent and me to lock eyes. Begin. Chapter 176. The moment the signal was given, I armed myself with all forms of enhancements. In a battle against a superior opponent, it was best to be at one's peak physically. Using all 5 of my cores to multicast, I was able to arm myself with several spells within the time frame of seconds. Are you done with your preparations? Kuzan smiled as he spoke. Who knows? Am I? I retorted. I see you're taking this match seriously. Why? It's really no big deal who wins or loses. This is just a ceremonial activity that this academy uses to flaunt the superiority of the upper-class students. Kuzan shrugged. Well, he wasn't wrong. Or, don't tell me, you aim to rebel against that notion by achieving victory here. Is that it? No. I sharply responded to his insinuations. My goals are not as grand as that. This is just something I want to do. It's nothing personal. Well, it wasn't, but now. Is it because I won against the female friend who always hangs around you? I furrowed my brow slightly at his jestful remark. Not really. But I consider you a challenge to surpass. That's all there is to it. The moment I said this, Kuzan paused for a moment looking dazed. His silence didn't last for long, though, as he soon burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh my, to think you'd say it like that. His golden hair swayed as he cocked his hair to the side and supported it with his hand. With his fingers frolicking his hair and putting it into place, he gave a wide smile. Well, I don't consider you a challenge at all. Your skills are great, but you can't beat me. I stared straight into the boy's eyes. It didn't seem like he was lying or even overconfident in his strength. What he spoke was most likely the truth. But we'll see about that. I grinned excitedly. Why was my heart beating so fast in anticipation the more I thought of how right the boy was? My obsessive nature was surfacing, and the desire to win rang truer than ever. Let's do this. Boom! In a flash, I shattered the ground I stood on, truly breaking it into pieces as I zoomed at Kuzan. My speed had long transcended human limits, and the only reason I hadn't been torn apart by the pressure was thanks to my enhancement. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Kuzan laughed, doing the same. He lunged at me with equal speed, causing my eyes to bulge in both shock and excitement. I heard the loud cracking noise behind him as the platform he stood on had most likely shattered apart as well. There was no chance to confirm my suspicions, though, as the boy was already right in front of me. Boom! Both our arms clashed in direct combat, hitting each other at similar wavelengths. The air around seemed to part for us, as everywhere became clearer than ever. I heard the gasps of the audience, most likely due to the bizarre sight of the ground breaking, or maybe the wind that blew all over them. My plan was simple. He's very adept at using spells, so why don't we try a little enhanced magic combat? I had to size him up a bit. Hodom! Raising my fist with quick precision, I aimed for his defenseless head, putting all my strength into the hit. Bam! To my surprise, he matched my speed and raised his unoccupied hand to block. Tch! Twisting my body in the air, I detached both limbs from the opponent and sent 2 kicks flying in succession. Both moved at frightening degrees and packed the brunt of my enhancements. Still, to my surprise, Kuzan tanked them both. Let's get a bit more serious then. Hudush! Increasing my flow, I rushed past Kuzan, breaking the ground with every step I took as I circled around him. Trying many different attempts and failing, I sent my fists flying, or kicked violently, yet the boy caught every single one. Shit! I unconsciously let out, realizing none of my blows had any effect. I couldn't properly use martial arts since that would be against the rules, but I at least thought I had the upper hand in combat. Realizing I was wrong, I dashed back to gather my thoughts. Oh, no, you don't! Kyuzan yelled in what I could only call excitement, charging at me as I retreated. Damn it! I gritted my teeth and prepared my defenses. Whoosh! Bam! Hoom! Swoosh! We exchanged hits, throwing arms and legs as we matched each other's pace and countered our attacks. It lasted for some time and I was beginning to feel numb in my arms, but I persisted. There had to be a way to get rid of him. How ironic! My mind rang. I intended to overwhelm the boy in close combat, but it now seemed like he was overwhelming me. No, that wasn't exactly accurate. Seeing as close combat wasn't the right call, I wanted to use something else, but Kyuzan's barrage of attacks was making things difficult. I had no choice. Increasing the flow of my mana, I made use of one of my cores, while using the other 4 to sustain my enhancements. Brew up! The ground beneath Kyuzan suddenly turned liquid, like wet cement, causing the boy's legs to begin to sink. As expected, he realized this on time and jumped away, detaching himself from the earth trap before it was too late. Not bad. He grinned in slight amusement. Taking it as my chance, I altered the form of the liquid ground, turning it into several muddy arms that stretched for my target. Boom! In an instant, they erupted in flames. His magic is still quite impressive. He didn't even appear to be casting, yet the combustion effect was instantaneous. To catch up with his speed and power, I would have to constantly use all 5 of my cores. I remember making a deal with you, that if you could understand what happened with your friend back there in her match against me, I would take my time with you and properly enjoy this match. Kyuzan said, now a distance from me. Of course, I remembered those words perfectly. Well, I'm about to test you now. Let's see if you truly learned something. Chapter 177. BBBRZZTZZZZZ. Suddenly, sparks of purple electricity appeared on my opponent's fingertips, bringing back memories. Those again, eh? I smiled nervously. Well, yet. I wonder how you'll avoid it. Before I could say any more, Kyuzan snapped his fingers and the purple electricity zoomed in my direction at a frightening pace. Even with my current enhancements, it was barely possible for my eyes to keep up with the speed. In a flash, before I could dodge, the lightning caught up with me and encircled my body. Garg! The deathly scream of Jared Leonard filled the air. To those who watched, I wondered about the horror they must have experienced seeing as a student was being fried with so many jolts of electricity. Arg! More cries of pain echoed before they began to subside. Sparks ignited, appearing around the smoking body of a previously confident boy. Smoke rose and in a heavy thud, the lower class champion who had made it this far, Jared Leonard, collapsed. This is disappointing, Kyuzan murmured, frowning a little. He made slow steps and began moving closer to the fallen figure. I was actually hoping you'd have figured out the trick. Did I expect too much from you? He finally paused, directly in front of my smoldering and utterly defeated body. Moderator, I guess this counts as BZZZTTTZZZZZ. Instantly, a flash of purple electricity buzzed from beneath Kyuzan, covering a large area. Wah! Before the flustered boy could say any more, a brilliant detonation of pure electricity charged from underneath him, enveloping his body in pure energy. Boom! The surrounding area shattered apart and the crowd burst forth in excitement and amazement, even fright. The effects of the spell ascended to as high as 30 meters high, sending vibrations across the room. The deafening roar of the shattering ground and the crackling lightning sent all into awe. This was a high-tier intermediate-level spell pushed to its limits. How did it happen? When? The question must have surfaced in the minds of everyone who watched the surprising event. I was certain that the one who was hit by the spell felt the same. How? Kyuzan let out. The lightning spell lasted for a few moments before being forcefully cancelled, dispersed by a wind spell activated at the center of the blast. Boom! Remnant cackles of electricity buzzed before completely disappearing. Not bad. You fooled me, that's quite impressive, Kyuzan smiled, completely unscathed by the spell. His eyes completely ignored the figure that was at his feet, a copy of myself. Instead, he looked straight ahead, as though seeing through my currently invisible self. What did you do? I smiled at his question and decided that the jig was up. With a sigh, I undid my invisibility spell, revealing an unscathed version of myself to Kyuzan as well as the rest of the crowd. Guess even that didn't work, eh? Gasps radiated the hall as the audience was in awe and shock at my sudden appearance. In the very same instance, the lightning-struck body on the floor, my duplicate, turned into mana particles and vanished. Kyuzan and I both smiled at each other, both most likely wondering about the same thing. How did he escape my spell? As for how I was able to avoid Kyuzan's earlier attack, it was thanks to my multiple mana cores. I cast a magic clone and invisibility spell at the same time. Both are high-end intermediate spells at least. They also take a deal of time and mana to activate. Taking these factors into consideration, no one in the match bothered using them. My prowess in magic was incomparable to that of others, making it possible for me. Before Kyuzan activated his lightning spell to fry me, I multicast both spells, turning invisible and creating a clone at the same time to act in my stead. Fortunately, Kyuzan was distracted by his spell that he failed to notice my actions. From the audience's reaction, they had also not seen it coming. Usually, it would be impossible to cast both spells simultaneously. However, thanks to having 5 cores, I was able to achieve it. I'm more curious as to how you're unscathed after being hit by my lightning spell, I spoke first, smiling at the boy who seemed a bit more on guard. That's a trade secret. He chuckled. So that's how he's going to be, I reasoned, eyeing my opponent closely. I didn't expect Kyuzan to be so difficult an opponent. He was quite a guy. Not only was he exceptional at close combat, but he was extremely adept at spells too. The boy also remains unscathed after a surprise attack, a testament to his defensive measures. How was one supposed to beat such a guy? So, did you figure out my trick? The one I used against your female friend at the time. Kyuzan suddenly spoke. To be honest, I tried as much as I could to map out different theories and possibilities during the one-day break. Unfortunately, with only limited knowledge and having only seen him use that move once, there was very little information to work on. Not really. I figured it would be best to see for myself and arrive at conclusion. I responded. I had a few ideas in mind before our match began, some of which were disadvantageous for me. However. And? Have you realized it now? Kyuzan's smile deepened. Yes. My response was flat, but my expression told a different story. Then you must have realized it by now, how impossible this match is. My opponent spoke with a grave tone. I understood perfectly. For the first time since I met Kyuzan, the truth had finally become clear. I couldn't win against him, at least not with the kind of handicap shackling me. If he wanted to, this guy could most likely end things now. I didn't notice them earlier, but now, my senses trailed across the arena. I could practically see what surrounded me, the very same constructs that floated around the stage. They were invisible to the normal eye, and even with enhanced vision, it was still impossible to pick up their traces. The only reason I noticed them now was because I had realized the truth about Kyuzan. The thin layers that enveloped the platform on all ends that were completely under my opponent's controls, were none other than threads. Looking at Kyuzan, who was surrounded by a barrier of these threads, a bead of sweat fell from my face and I made an inquisition. You can use original magic, can't you? Chapter 178. Original magic, the epitome of magic for the practitioners of the craft. Usually, only those who have attained a high level in both experience and core formation would even dream of commencing the establishment of their own unique magic. Not only did it take a lot of time to develop, but it is said that perfecting one's original magic took a lifetime. Yet, what was this impossibility that unfolded before me? All around the stage were thin layers of threads that were nearly beyond detection. This was Kieran's secret, the reason he had yet to be touched throughout the contest. And, the mere fact that he had already developed original magic was enough testament to the fact that I was absolutely no match for him. "You're right. So, you did figure it out," Kuzan remarked with a grin. He didn't even try to hide it, and his eyes showed utmost sincerity. This was a reaction only permissible to the strong. If I was right, then this boy, Kuzan, was already beyond the level of the third years in this academy. If so, what the heck was he doing here? Who was he? What was his true identity? "Now, then, as promised, I'll be taking my time with you." Kuzan made a gesture that indicated he was about to resume our fight. I felt a sting in my heart. It was clear to the both of us that I stood no chance. Further engaging in this fight was meaningless. If I chose to blindly keep going, what made me different from the seniors I called idiots? The ones who were clearly inferior, but kept fighting despite that, I insulted them within myself. Yet, now that it was my turn, I found myself making the same mistakes. Why? Even though, this is, a fight I'll lose. I gritted my teeth in frustration, feeling annoyed that I had to hold so much back when my entire being screamed at me to go all out. If I did, I could probably come out victorious, but it was clear that Kuzan was not serious as well. Could I seriously beat him if he went all out? For the first time since I entered the academy, I was facing a student who was more superior to me in seemingly every way. For him to have developed his original magic to this degree, his talent and expert use of mana had clearly surpassed mine. His combat skills were top tier, and it didn't even seem like he was going all out yet. Kuzan Midas, he seemed like the perfect human, so much so that it scared me. "No, then, let us." "No." I interrupted the boy's words, making him halt in his preparation to advance. Our eyes connected, and his curious gaze showed that he was questioning my words. "Don't tell me you've lost your nerve already." He smirked, seeming to taunt me. I brought my emotions under control, clenching my fist as I saw the thread swirling around me in every direction. "One move. Let's end this with one move." A resolute voice proceeded from my lips. Kuzan's eyes bulged slightly, and his condescending smile seemed to fade away. "You serious?" I nodded at his question. There was no point in meaninglessly dragging things on. The wisest choice would be to give up and admit it was my loss, but, since I had become an idiot, I could no longer back down now. "Yet. Let's settle this once and for all." With both of us seeming to be in agreement, I bent slightly and relaxed my tensed muscles. This would be my last shot at Kuzan, most likely a futile attempt, but I was a sore loser. Phew. I should put on a good show at least. Rapidly activating all 5 of my mana cores, I caused a phenomenal amount of mana to burst forth from my body. Boom! The auditorium echoed as a result of the pressure I generated, and the crowd let out gasps. I felt the ground beneath me vibrate as the floor shattered apart. However, in my current state, I did not need any platform to stand on. The wind hovering around me lifted my body as I floated in mid-air. Other than the encircling wind, flashes of lightning crackled, the shattered earth surrounding me began rising, combining with a giant bubble of water that was being generated in my front. Blazing purple flames ignited, also magnetizing in the direction of the cluster of elements being formed in my front. Water, earth, fire, air, and lightning. Before everyone, I multicasted 5 elements at the same time. Usually, the combination of these opposing attributes would end in a useless blob, but, thanks to my expert control over mana, I formed a perfect core at the center which acted as a stabilizer. The elements revolved around it, forming a powerful sphere that caused everything around it to blow away. Bzzttttzzz. Huduscha. Vuam. Krkktttrkkttr. Multiple sounds emanated from the powerful cluster of spells in an instant. Each of these spells was of the high-tier intermediate level. Combining all 5 of them caused my offensive capabilities to skip the highest rank of intermediate level and further into the territory of masters, the advanced level. Take this! I grinned in excitement. My widened eyes watched as Kuzan gave a maniacal expression of shock and anticipation. His large smile told me he was impressed by the product of only a few seconds' efforts. That was enough for me. Flow. I sent the phenomenal cluster of indescribable energy in Kuzan's direction, watching as it tore apart the whole stage. Everything in the orb's path was obliterated as it violently lunged at its target. What will you do, Kuzan? My thoughts rang in impatience. The golden-haired boy stretched out both hands and seemed to call upon the threads that surrounded the arena. The nearly undetectable threads gathered in a flash, all forming a barrier a short distance from him while receiving my attack. Boom! The earth around us shattered, and if not for my triple-layered barrier which I made right on time, the explosion would have affected me too. Of all the spells I had ever executed, this was by far the most destructive. Chapter 179. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, shattering the entire stage. The shockwave of said blast was so great that even from my distance with my magic barriers protecting me, I still felt the pressure. Of my barriers, one completely shattered, and the second was on the verge of breaking apart. Considering I made them in a hurry, it was understandable, but still, my distance from the core of the explosion was great. For my defenses to have suffered such damage, how devastating would it be for a person to be at the center? No, those were useless thoughts. I was certain that someone of Kuzan's quality would be able to take such a devastating strike. Even if he secured injuries, there was no way he would die. Finally, the storm of multiple elements colliding ceased, and the debris of what was previously known to be our battleground remained, as well as the rising smoke that nearly blinded one's vision. Hudush! A sudden gust of wind got rid of the ascending dust, most likely caused by our moderator who wanted everyone in the hall to witness the result of my spell. So, what happened? I raised my hesitant head and glanced in the direction of where Kuzan had been, the center of the blast. Nice one, the boy's voice sounded as his body became visible. My heart fell as I watched him emerge from a cocoon made of threads, completely unscathed. The ones I made earlier were no match for that spell. You made me use more threads to defend myself. That's very impressive, he remarked. The color of the threads that made up the cocoon was different from the usual transparent ones. Blue, I whispered. Thanks to their clear color, everyone in the hall could see it now as the thin wires had lost their invisible properties. That still wasn't enough, I gave a weak chuckle as I watched him walk closer to me. You don't seem tired out. That spell didn't take everything out of you, You amaze me every second. I watched in silence as Kuzan patronized me. Somehow that made me sick to my stomach. No matter his compliments, the fact remained that I couldn't do anything to even penetrate his defenses. Since you still have mana left, do you want to continue? He asked. I clenched my teeth. He was right. My stockpile of mana was just about halfway gone. Thanks to the automatic recovery of Spellcraft, mana wasn't really a problem. The issue was my capacity. At my current level, that was the highest firepower I could generate by myself. If he's able to tank that, then no matter how hard I tried, I would never be able to win. No, this is the end. Like I said, we'll decide this with one move. I shrugged, ready to surrender. There was no point in going any further. Doing so would only make me a bigger fool. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. Kyuzan sharply spoke, causing me to stare at his eyes. Something about them changed. Usually, they were casual and unserious. However, now that I stared deeper into them, there was something else the boy's vision displayed. You're strong. Trust me. Somehow it felt like I was a kid being encouraged by an adult. I'm the one who's supposed to be the adult here. Suddenly, a realization dawned on me. I had been acting like a child all along. Being obsessed with winning and losing, and not actually taking careful facts into consideration. Once I realized the errors of my bratty ways, a sense of gratitude flowed within me as my eyes looked at Kyuzan more clearly. Thanks. You're strong too. I remarked. A moment of silence pervaded our immediate vicinity and time seemed to stop. Throughout my second life, I had never met anyone with more of an impression than this young boy. Whoever he was, he made me want to be better. So, this is what rivalry is all about, eh? Of course, I knew I wasn't good enough to officially declare myself his rival. Was this how Stefan felt about me? Even if the one I wanted to challenge dwelled on a higher plane than me, I still wanted to catch up so desperately. Kyuzan Midas. I suppose I'll consider you my rival, after all. Pfft. Suddenly, the boy burst out in laughter, surprising me. The timing felt like he had just heard my thoughts, making me feel a bit embarrassed. Of course I'm strong. I'm the strongest student here. He laughed even more. His sassy attitude made me feel like retracting my rivalry, but it also made me break into a smile. He had only stated the obvious. Well, for now, you are. Just hold on to that title, for now, Kyuzan. I'll be taking it from you. I found the courage to speak out my intentions. Once my words landed, the seemingly invincible boy gave a dazed look for a moment before smiling sincerely. Well, then, I better not lose to you. This sort of makes us rivals, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Kyuzan laughed even more. He certainly seemed to be enjoying himself. And, the boy had said something I didn't have the guts to utter yet. Rivals, I guess we are. I surrender. My voice echoed through the vast hall that was already filled with tension and unrest. Sudden gasps and murmurs filled the room, but they had no choice but to accept it. My eyes trailed to Edward and Anna, who watched and nodded with teary eyes. They must have known how badly I wanted to win, and the pain it took me to intentionally stop fighting altogether. Thankfully, their eyes didn't show disappointment. Still, I felt bad. Forgive your tutor. I wasn't able to win. A sad smile played across my face. Even though I had forfeited the match, I had gained much more and even lost something that would serve as dead weight for me. In a way, I suppose this loss was very much worth it. Chapter 180. My ego had been shattered, my pride at being a step ahead of everyone else was completely ruined. All I had gotten from this exchange was the desire to grow even better, as well as a rival who would spur me on to achieve that. Winner, Kyuzan Midas. Klaus' voice echoed across the hall as I descended the broken-down stage. A sting creepy upon my heart, but I shook it off. For now, I would have to live with this loss, and it would only make me grow stronger eventually. I now declare that the one who has officially scored first place in the Magic division for the first years is Kyuzan Midas. The crowd seemed to be a bit conflicted by the results, as it took a few moments of pause before a wave of cheer burst from them. Since I had lost, there was no longer any place for me among the competitors. My eyes frolicked about and I saw Anna seared among the other first-year lower-class students. Of course, she sat alone, most likely due to the special treatment given to the strong by those who knew they were inferior. Her sparkling eyes invited me in her direction as she lightly tapped a seat beside her. Nodding slightly, I smiled and proceeded to join her. As I took my steps, it was impossible to ignore the multitude of eyes on me. Some displayed bewilderment, some fear, some suspicion, some reverence, some animosity. I felt a cold stare from behind me. The direction was the judge's stand. I realized that it had to belong to none other than Damien Lawcroft, so I ignored whatever annoyed expression he had to be making. Even after seeing the sight I displayed, was his stubbornness too much that it blinded him from admitting to the potential a lower-class trash had? I shrugged off the negative vibes he emitted and completely ignored the positive looks from everyone around. If I had won the match, perhaps my reaction would be different. But, now? All I felt was a burning need to get better. Even as people stared, I climbed the stairs and reached for the elevated spot where Anna was waiting for me with empty seats. I helped myself to the seat on her left, rendering a word of thanks. "You did good out there. It was an amazing match." She spoke even before I completely settled in. Was she reading my mind? Could Anna see the guilt that was still clinging to me? After promising to win, I couldn't even make good on it. Instead, I even surrendered without fighting to the bitter end as others would prefer. "That last spell of yours, it was amazing. You have to teach me." She beamed even more, not minding the fact that I didn't respond to her earlier statement. "I see, so she's trying to cheer me up, How cute." First, it was Kusin, now Anna. I was certain Edward would also try to make me feel better once we met again. How hilarious was that? Still, the sentiment didn't feel terrible. "Yeah, sure," I replied, turning and looking wholeheartedly in Anna's direction for the first time. Once I captured the innocent and optimistic glow of the girl, the guilt within me vanished. I really didn't owe it to anyone to win. It was just something I needlessly burdened myself with. In the end, those superficial concepts didn't matter one bit. Anna never asked for me to avenge her. What she was asking now, was the same as what I desired. We both wanted to become better. "I'll teach you." With the deal sealed, there was no need for further words between us. Our heads simultaneously turned back to the ruined stage, and for the first time, I was able to see what devastation my spell had actually wrought. "There's no way they can use that for the next match." My thoughts rang. Did I really take things too far? Fortunately, Innslark was the top academy in the Eastern Kingdom for a reason. In moments, the destroyed stage was repaired by an Earth Mage who also served as the lecturer of the upper-class first years. Particles that had been fragmented beyond repair seemed to be replaced thanks to the superior use of mana, and in seconds, the platform was as good as new. That's some expert use of magic right there. I beamed in observation, already out of the slump my loss had brought me into. Not all advanced spells had to be destructive like mine. The one the Earth Mage lecturer used was most definitely of the advanced level, but it simply meant a more intricate and efficient repair if not renovation of the stage. Usually, a mage was expected to be capable of producing at least one advanced spell without difficulty. Also, they needed to be well versed in intermediate level spells and basic magic to an expert level. The way the lecturer used advanced magic to simply rectify the damage I had caused told me there was more up his sleeve. He was certainly no joke. No, Innslark as a whole was simply too impressive. Well, not everything here is good. We will now resume the match, Klaus Tallman declared, causing some of the crowd who still stole glances at me to return their focus to the center of attention. It was finally time for the next round, belonging to none other than the martial arts division. In essence, Edward's time had come. I noticed beside me that Annabelle's eyes were bursting with so much anticipation, and to be honest, I was too. Instantly forgetting my match, both eyes now observed as my comrade and dear pupil picked his weapon from the rack of several tools and climbed the stage all alone. He already defeated Eben Lustriel in the last match. Who will he be competing against? My curiosity was piqued. For the martial arts finals, we will have our contestant Edward Carl Leon choose his opponent. Klaus suddenly boomed, causing me all of us who watched to drop our jaws in shock. The contestant himself was in a daze. Now, then, who will it be? Chapter 181. The hall was filled with surprise. Put moderator had just said the unbelievable and everyone was recoiling from his words. According to Klaus Tallman, a lecturer in his own right, Edward could pick his contestants. So, I can choose you. Edward broke the silence by asking the most unexpected question. For a moment, it seemed Klaus didn't understand his question. When it finally dawned on him, the man gasped and took a step backward before bursting into laughter. No, no. Not lecturers. Forgive me for not making things clearer. I still sensed vestiges of amusement from the man's voice. What I mean is, you, Edward, can pick a contestant from any of the students in this hall. My chest tightened the moment I heard that announcement, and that was because Edward's gaze instantly shifted to me. The way his widened eyes stared in my direction caused me to be nervous. What was on this dense boy's mind? Could he really? Oh, yeah, and that student must have registered as a participant of the martial arts division, obviously, Klaus added. Those words saved me as I gave a sigh of relief while noticing a teary look from my pupil and companion. Pfft! Did he really think of picking me? I mused. Obviously, the contest wasn't going to allow magic users to fight martial artists. That was completely imbalanced. Still, the fact that Klaus failed to mention a restriction in classes meant that Klaus could indeed pick a competitor from his lower class, maybe even challenge seniors. I wonder what the tournament executives are thinking by doing this. If Edward wanted to, he could simply choose an opponent that guaranteed his victory. That was the obvious choice, no? Giving him a blank check was tantamount to saying he could get away with an easy win if he so desired. But is winning the goal of the martial arts finals, or is there something more? I was curious about the outcome. One thing for sure was that Edward would never even dream of challenging a weakling. Since I knew the boy so well, it was easier to determine who he would go for. The boy's eyes darted across the stage as he met with the gaze of many, some of which gave uneasy expressions as their eyes met. I followed Edward's focus, noticing as it trailed to the person I already suspected would be the obvious choice. You. I choose you. Edward pointed in the direction of someone who sat in the lower class area, but in the third-year angle. Everyone gasped, and those who couldn't really see the one Edward referred to seemed to struggle to take a better look. I, of course, already knew him well. The boy in question was dazed, completely knocked out of the realm of expectations. I watched his lips form. The boy comically looked around him, most likely expecting to see Edward's finger pointing somewhere else, but from what he must have seen, no one else could have been it. I'm talking about you, Spearman! Edward yelled, finally hammering his point. A smile played across my face as the senior was forced to rise and descend from his seat. Most people would not have expected this choice, no, it was certain none did. A majority of the audience was most likely unable to recognize the one who slowly approached the stage. But, Edward and I knew perfectly well. It was the senior who lost at the hands of 9 other contestants during the preliminary elimination round, the Battle Royale. Edward and I had both passionately watched as this boy in question stood his ground and single-handedly fought back his aggressors. He didn't give in despite the overwhelming disadvantage, and kept swinging his far-reaching weapon till he lost. Many had forgotten already, but Edward clearly had that memory ingrained in his head. Judging the determined and respectful expression on his face, it was obvious that the boy thought very highly of the senior that didn't even make it to the quarter-finals. As soon as he got close enough to the stage, I watched Edward's contestant pick his weapon, the spear, and climb the platform where he would fight my pupil. The crowd was still confused, but it seemed they had grown to accept the current matchup and went with the flow. Only true martial artists would actually understand what was going on. So, this is your choice? All right, then. Klaus spoke with finality and made his way to the end of the stage. Let the finals of the martial arts combat for the first years begin. One would expect this to be followed up by the clash of blades, but a lull took over the stage once the battle had been declared to commence. Both boys stared passionately at each other, clearly having words they would like to render. Why did you choose me? Of course, that would be the first thing the senior would ask. Edward gave a proper smile and bowed slightly. It's because I watched your fight with those other seniors and respected your stance. You were more honorable and skilled than the others, yet you never got that chance to display your skills. The senior bit his lip slightly, most likely remembering the humiliating moment where he was cornered. That's why I want us to both give it our all. Let's fight us lower-class martial artists, and show everyone what we can do. Edward's voice screamed of juvenile enthusiasm, but that seemed to do the trick for the spearman senior. He gave a soft smile, and what happened to be sparkles of tears formed in his eyes. Thank you, truly. Edward nodded and bowed once again in respect. May I ask for your name? Since he never made it past the battle royale, the senior's name was never announced. I'm Geoffrey Keener. You can call me Jeff, though. Edward sharply nodded. I am Edward Carl Leon. You can call me Ed. Both martial artists, as though long friends, gave each other mutual smiles and nodded. It felt like I was watching the reunion of an older and younger brother. Now, then, Jeff. Very well, Ed. The voices of both boys simultaneously sounded. Both gripping their weapons tightly and staring passionately at the other, they took their respective stances. Let us begin. Chapter 182. Hudush. Both boys charged at each other at great speeds, drawing their weapons with precision and firing it toward the opponent at the same time. Clang! As the spear met the sword, both martial artists stood a couple of meters from each other, smiling ecstatically. They seemed thrilled by the fight that had only begun. Fwoosh! Twisting his hold on the spear, the senior Geoffrey Keener removed his weapon from its position and struck forward in an attempt to steal a jab on Edward. Fortunately, the junior was just as fast as he quickly picked up his senior's intentions and dodged at the right moment, taking a few leaps backward to prevent further assaults. I smiled as I watched the whole exchange. The spear is a tricky weapon, especially at the hands of an experienced user. Even though Edward had superior techniques, in the end, he lacked experience. His way with the blade had not become second nature to him as it was for the senior. Plus, Edward had yet to fight a spear wielder with such skill, so it would prove a bit challenging. In any case, this was quite an interesting match to watch, so I sat back and relaxed. It would be presumptuous of me to dictate my knowledge of the outcome, so I left it all to chance. Hi. Jeff made multiple jabs as Edward tried getting close, creating several afterimages of the spear. A spear art, et. Infusing mana to his strikes, these afterimages could have as well been real, as my student was assailed by a barrage of strengthened spears. Swoosh! This time, Edward refused to run, instead channeling his mana to cover his blade and counter. Clang! The strikes ended with both weapons and masters moving back in recoil. From their exchange just now, it was certain they were both evenly matched in skill, though at the base level. Jeff had more experience, so it seemed like Edward was at a slight disadvantage. But, Ed also had more tricks up his sleeve and a considerably higher mana pool than his opponent. So, there had to be a reason he was holding back. Accumulating experience through sparring, Ed? Good job. I smiled. I didn't take you for the kind to hold back in these kinds of fights. Why aren't you using your full powers? Geoffrey finally asked, sounding a bit offended. So, the senior too had found out. I want to learn as I spar. There's no guarantee I will get this opportunity again. That's why I want to enjoy this round as much as I can. Jeff seemed a bit dazed by Edward's reply, but his expression only lasted for a moment before switching to a more understanding one. I see, very well. He straightened his spear once again and pointed it toward his opponent with determination. I will entertain you with all I have. Beads of sweat appeared on Edward's face as he also took his stance once again and braced himself for what was to come. Winner, Edward Carl Leon. Klaus declared, returning to the stage. I was still shivering with excitement in my seat when he spoke, causing my already stretched out smile to widen even more. Edward nearly collapsed on the stage, but supported himself with his blade. I saw sweat dripping from his body and the tattered, ripped clothing that clung tightly to his skin. His opponent was flat on the ground, knocked unconscious by Edward's last move that shattered the stage to a terrifying degree. The destruction was not as high as mine, but it was obvious that it needed to be repaired and most likely reinforced for the next match. Ha! HAAA, the young martial artist gave gasps for breath as he maintained his solitary stance. The audience was in a frenzy, completely dazed by the young boy's victory. I was certain that no lower-class student had ever gotten this level of acknowledgement before. Even the seniors and those in higher classes had to applaud and acknowledge the prowess he showed. I now declare that the one who has officially scored first place in the martial arts division for the first years is Edward Carl Leon. More deafening cheers echoed from the crowd. I was certain the martial arts department students were very pumped after viewing the match. Edward had indeed brought about a revolution. Congratulations, Ed. You really did it. I smiled in genuine pride and joy. Perhaps things would have been different a while back. I would most likely be a little jealous of his achievement. However, I was now seeing the bigger picture. Edward's efforts had paid off, and he fought to the fullest. If I wasn't happy about that, then what kind of comrade would I be? The silly boy considered me a friend as well as a mentor, after all. I had to show the support attributed to my role. Whoa-hoo-hoo. We cheered on for him. I, Anna, and the congregation that gathered. We all voiced our heartfelt congratulations to the star of the lower class, Edward Carl Leon. Shortly after Edward got off the stage, the Earth Mage from earlier arrived at the scene and began repairing it once more. He seemed a bit disgruntled about the level of damage occurring in the finals and began adding enhancements to the stage. I watched as layers of strengthening magic flowed through the blocks and tiles until they completely merged. You should have done that earlier. I smiled in a little tease. Edward, of course, returned to the place where the competitors sat, so Anna and I couldn't see him, at least, not while the exchange was still going on. For the next round, we have the finals of the Scholar Division of the first years. The sole winner who had qualified for the finals stepped on the new and improved stage. Her situation was the same as Edward's. They were the only ones left for the final round. Will she be picking one opponent as they did for the martial arts division? I pondered. Chapter 183. For the finals, you will be challenged by the greatest scholar in the history of the Eastern Empire, Lewis Griffith. Klaus announced, much to the surprise of everyone who watched, including me. Yet. The lone scholar on stage, Reinhardt Sira, gasped at the difficulty of the finals. How could she, a mere student, compete with the great sage? Her eyes frolicked uncomfortably across the stage, but it seemed like she did her best to control her expression from leaking out the sense of nervousness she felt. Do not worry. Considering your level, we have not compiled the more difficult ones for you. Rather, your challenge will be to argue against one of Lewis Griffith's earlier treatises concerning the monocore grade revolution and relevance, as well as the concept of inepts. I sighed as soon as I heard the question. It was indeed one of my earlier works and, being honest, I still considered it to be childish and juvenile compared to my other advanced works. Admittedly, my motivation for creating that piece was due to the lingering frustration I had concerning my inept status. Since this was an outdated philosophy, and a very flawed one at that, it was probably going to be a very simple matter to argue against it. You have 30 minutes to complete your argument. You may begin. Klaus declared, setting a timer above us to observe the events of the contest. The flustered girl began making her case, beginning from the introduction of my treatise and the relevance it had in the past. Afterward, she began addressing the essential components it contained. As the girl went further on in her argument, I grew more and more disappointed. Her start was excellent, but she had yet to mention one of the flaws my concept had. The question had been argue against my philosophy, not explain it. The problem wasn't the nature of the question posed, which I considered to be quite simple, but the stage it was set in. It was no wonder the girl was finding it hard to properly perform what was expected of her. Firstly, it was an impromptu presentation, making Reinhardt Sierra flustered in her thoughts. Secondly, the timer. A scholar had to make proper use of time and ensure that every moment was not wasted. As a result, she was rushing to deliver her speech while trying to collect the jumbled thoughts in her head, all at the same time. The third challenge was her opponent, me. Many would feel reluctant to challenge more powerful and respected figures in society, especially young students who looked up to them. This Sierra girl must have been so conflicted when it was announced who she would be arguing against. That insurmountable wall that existed in her mind must have put a mental strain on the young lady. Finally, the pressure. Usually, it would be inconsequential whether or not there was a crowd watching you, especially if it was a competition. However, thanks to the first three factors, our beloved competitor must have already been worn out. Adding the expectations and critical gazes of the crowd to the mix was just too much. As a result, even though her start was impressive, the girl flopped midway through and spoke in gibberish. "Time up," Klaus announced, preventing her from going any further in her pointless presentation. It had to be painfully obvious to the experts, at this point, that the girl performed woefully. Klaus looked above him, to the area where the judges sat, most likely awaiting their decision. I watched the brief exchange between them and saw the moderator nodding in agreement. "The winner of this round is..." A moment of silence filled the room and it seemed like everyone was curious about the verdict. Of course, I already knew it would be Reinhardt Sierra. Klaus' voice boomed. "What?" I blurted out in shock as soon as I heard the verdict. It was completely different from what I expected. Yet, the Reinhardt girl even gave a gasp of surprise. She must have been certain that it was her loss, same as my conclusion. Why was she awarded the victory, then? The goal of the match was not just focused on giving the right answers, but it measured the contestants' mental prowess, the eloquence of words, and the ability to remain composed in unfavorable conditions. What the heck is this guy talking about? I glared angrily at Klaus. The man went on about how Sierra knew the historical value of Lewis Griffith's treatise, showing her wealth of knowledge. She was also able to completely use her time without breaking down, blah blah blah. I got so pissed off listening to his drivel that it took a great deal of my self-control to remain silent. This is bias. What's going on here? Jared, is this true? I actually thought she would lose. Annabelle suddenly spoke, looking at me innocently. Even an airhead like Anna knew something wasn't right here, yet the judges and moderator had decided the girl was the winner. "You were right to think she would lose," I muttered in a low and grim tone. Anna didn't seem to get my message as she furthered her inquiry. "Then why did she win?" I sighed and shrugged. At this point, there was no use getting angry because of these things. Obviously, they figured out a loophole to ensure that the upper-class student went home with the medal. It was only for a moment, but I somehow wished Anna had participated in the scholar division. If she had, we would have been able to show what an actual scholar was capable of. Ugh! There's no use in thinking about that now, I quickly chastised myself. Annabelle's participation in the magic division was something I didn't regret. We had both lost, but, clearly, the exchange was epic thanks to our matches. As a result of our powerless as students, Anna and I know, everyone who watched merely had no other choice than to tolerate the gross bias displayed in favor of the upper class. I now declare that the one who has officially scored first place in the scholar division for the first years is Reinhardt Sierra. Chapter 184 We watched in silence as the victor was declared for the first year's Scholar Division. The girl walked to her seat, still looking confused about the whole thing, though I saw a smile play on her face. Who wouldn't be happy about winning, even if they didn't understand how? I shrugged off my annoyance and simply waited for the next round. Next, we have the finals of the second years, Klaus announced with his usual cheery tone. I carefully stared at him, wondering how he could maintain such a straight and positive face after wrongly declaring someone the winner. He must be used to it, my thoughts trailed. A part of me wanted to fault him, but I couldn't do that in good conscience. He was simply following the orders of the higher UPS who, for some reason, wanted the undisputed winning streak of the upper class to resume. Ha, how troublesome, I unconsciously whispered, looking at the big ones towering above with their floating platform and elevated seats. Even if Damien Lawcroft resorted to this form of pettiness, and the other senior lecturer I didn't really know was willing to sink so low, I truly wasn't expecting the last judge to follow their decision. Legris Damien, is this what you really want? I didn't think you were that kind of guy. My eyes fell back to the stage as the contestants for the second-year Magic Division had begun climbing the stage. An upper class against a middle class, Based on what I had seen so far, was there even a reason to continue watching? I could better spend my time practicing magic or even meditating. Plus, there was that project I was working on. It would still take a little over a week to perfect, but spending some time on it now would be very helpful. Let's just get this over with. It wasn't compulsory to attend the exchange. Some students didn't show up, like all the members of the Elite 10 who were most likely preparing for their round on the final day. Other than them, though, virtually everyone was present. Why? Even though it wasn't a compulsory exercise, it would be foolish of a student to miss such a spectacular event where skills were exhibited and knowledge could be received. And so, even if it was easy to determine the victor, the only reason I remained on my seat was to observe the matches and learn from them. Winner, Gizire Gulberto. Winner, Alexa Zakiel. Winner, Avans Zilong. The match went on and on, with victories going to none other than the upper class. That is all for today. Tomorrow Saturday will be the conclusion of the finals event, featuring the third year. Afterward, we will close early and anticipate the spectacular event on Sunday. Klaus remarked, causing a roar of cheers and applause from the audience. I suppose tomorrow will be the same. I'm just going to skip it. Once the event was over, we met up with Edward and proceeded to exit the hall. Congratulations on your victory. Anna and I both told the big guy, who seemed to nearly burst into tears thanks to the overwhelming emotion that appeared to course through him. He thanked me a billion times, of which I told him not to bother with. To be fair, I truly wanted to fight you. But, considering how you lost against Kuzan, I figured that would be a bit unfair on you, Edward suddenly spoke. Our group had already walked some distance from the auditorium and now made our way toward the dorms. Of course, that meant Anna would soon be parting with us since her living quarters was different from ours. However, in the meantime, we walked together. I see. Well, you should be glad you didn't choose me. I would have transferred my frustration and given you a beatdown, I declared with a chuckle. We all laughed at my joke. Well, to them that was all it amounted to. But, I knew within myself what the truth actually was. Tomorrow is the final day of the finals. Do you guys have any intention of going? Anna asked. I shrugged, and from my reaction, it was obvious what my answer was. Well, I think I'll go. I want to see how the upper-class students will fight in the finals. Plus, it's compulsory for all winners to be present for the finals tomorrow. There'll most likely be an award given to us. Edward gave a firm response, just as I expected. Oh, that makes sense. Anna beamed. What about you? I found myself asking the girl. I think I'll go. I feel something big might happen. Besides, someone has to cheer for Edward as he receives his prize, don't you think? I rubbed my chin and nodded slightly. What Anna said made sense. Besides, if it was to support Edward, then... Oh, you don't need to concern yourself about me, Jared. I know you have a lot on your plate. The boy quickly added, causing me to heave a sigh of relief. I was happy that he didn't impose on my presence tomorrow. I had such understanding companions, did I not? Well, you guys had better watch everything carefully tomorrow. I'll be expecting your report on any important scenes. Anna and Edward laughed in response to my words. Even if I would be absent, there was no way I wanted to miss out on any of the fun. Sure. They beamed. Once we had an understanding, our group continued down the path as we made our way to the dorm. Oh? So that's the group, A feminine voice sounded from a distance, watching a bunch of lower-class students chatter excitedly as they made their way to the dorms. The girl who spoke gave a small smile and sighed. She was atop a building, able to see a great distance from her height, but her focus was on that particular group of first years. This will put some ideas in his head the moment he catches wind of what happened. Argh, how bothersome. The wind howled and caused her dark brown hair to fly, slightly covering her blue eyes as she kept them wide open and kept staring at the group, especially the one in the center. Jared Leonard, I wonder what's so special about him. A slight smile appeared on her face the moment the image of someone else flashed on her mind. That person and the blonde-haired boy who walked with his companions had so much in common. I suppose I'll see you soon, during our round. With that, the girl fell in silence and completely drifted with the wind, vanishing as though she had never been there before. Chapter 185. The next day greeted me with an unusual feeling of exhaustion. Unlike the previous days where I had woken up excitedly for the exchange, this one, in particular, made me feel like staying in bed. I had tried hard enough the previous night, mixing lots of chemicals and trying out various effects. Wasn't I allowed one day off, just to rest and collect my thoughts? I think I do. Suddenly, an image flashed in my head. The picture of a particular golden-haired boy who wore a casual smile and had an air of ease around him. Once I had this image appear in my head, I sprang out of bed. What do you think you're doing, Jared? Time to hustle. In a flash, I made my way across the room and did all I had to do. Brushing, bathing, getting dressed. I was done in a jiffy, and the moment I was properly clothed, my legs carried me beyond my room as I raced away from the dorm. Fortunately, the hallway was abandoned and I met no one currently on the premises. They had all most likely gone to spectate the inter-class exchange. In a way, it made the usually lively area dull and completely empty. That wasn't my concern, though. Well, it's not like I planned on spending time in the dorm anyway. Racing beyond my classroom, which was also abandoned, I made my way to the place where I usually conducted a private training session, the Oasis. I still had no idea why the area was made available to everyone, but it was not a matter of concern to me. The important factor was that I had access to a place overflowing with mana perfect for my exercise. Hoosh! Racing across the cluster of trees, I finally got to the center and set my eyes on the clear pool of water. Finally, I'm here! I declared loudly, jumping to the clearing, just a few meters from the lake. I finally had this place all to myself. My entire notion was set ablaze the moment I noticed the presence of another in the sacred area dedicated to my training. No, it wasn't my senses, my eyes caught the one who had been in the oasis before I arrived. I found myself short of words, staring straight at the far end of the pool. A naked figure was immersed in the water, completely soaked and covered from the chest below. Her entire body was wet, telling me she had been enjoying a bath in the water deemed to be sacred. My brain tried seeking the proper response or reaction, but I came up short. My widened eyes couldn't close as they kept looking at the girl who was now opening hers to look in my direction. Someone is here too. Her voice, lustrous and sonorous, filled my ears. I still couldn't speak properly. The girl's clear blue eyes seemed unbothered by my presence as they examined me for a moment. So? Are you going to keep staring? The moment her second statement registered in my head, I came to my senses and realized that I had been staring at a naked girl all this while. I'm so sorry about that. I shrieked, instantly turning away. I could feel a form of embarrassment flowing through my body as my cheeks were beet red. Whoever the girl was, I certainly prayed she didn't get the wrong idea about me. I was simply surprised, too stunned to move yet. It wasn't like I was a pervert who got off staring at women. Sigh, you can be at ease now. The girl's voice sounded, causing me to jump slightly. Her tone didn't show any form of annoyance, fortunately. She must be fully dressed now. My thoughts trailed, though a lingering emotion told me the opposite could also be true. I gulped, slowly turning back to the pool. It would be completely weird if I once again saw something I didn't want to. Once I finally completed my twist, I saw that the girl was indeed already completely clothed. Oh! She's dressed already. I wondered about my flat thought, noting a sense of disappointment in my mind. Was I really looking forward to another sight? Jared, what are you becoming? You're Jared Leonard, right? The girl's voice brought me back to the realm of reality. Why yet? I sharply looked at her, properly examining the girl in front of me for the first time. It was surprising how she dried off so quickly, but I found no trace of water on her body as I observed her. Now covered completely in clothes, the girl's beauty had not diminished in the slightest. Her dark brown hair flowed behind her, slapping her back as the wind motioned. She had a mature look, clearly older than I was by a year or so. Maybe it was just my imagination. Her blue eyes were deep, unlike the clear ones I saw in Anna's eyes. They seemed to contain amusement as well as a further depth I couldn't possibly decipher. Her apparel was fancy, yet casual. Donning a blue and white attire, with ribbons on her hair, the girl placed a hand on her hip and stared curiously at me. How do you know my name? I managed to break the uneasy silence that had completely shrouded the area. That's not important. By the way, shouldn't you be watching the inter-class exchange? It's currently going on, isn't it? The girl asked after nonchalantly dismissing my question. Judging by her demeanor and question, there was no doubt that she was a student. But I decided to skip it since there's nothing I can gain from it. It's better to spend my time practicing or something. What about you? I narrowed my eyes at the older girl suspiciously. Oh? Me? Well, I think it's the same as you. She smiled a little, still treating my questions as though they were nothing. How could she say she was skipping the inter-class exchange because of the reason I gave, yet I caught her cooling off in the lake, something even I had never tried doing. Who the heck was this girl? Chapter 186. Well, since you disturbed my light nap, I think it's time I get going. I'm done with the pool, so it's all yours. The strange girl began moving in my direction, causing me to feel uneasy. My heart beat fast as I gulped in nervousness, or was it fear? I certainly hope you won't miss the final event because of your training as well. She spoke in an amused fashion. Will you be there? I didn't know why I asked that, but it just slipped out. I wonder, oh well. As I stood, petrified, the girl walked past me. Shortly after, I heard the sounds of leaves moving, and thistles snapping. Not long after, the sound stopped. She had already left the area. Who, you? I was finally able to breathe freely. What the hell? Now all alone in my sanctuary, I still didn't feel completely comfortable. As my eyes frolicked around the pool, I remembered the embarrassing scene with the girl. Ugh! My hands subconsciously rubbed my face as I groaned in embarrassment. I was curious about a lot of things. The identity of the girl, for one. I had been coming to the oasis for so long, and I had never seen her. Yet, from her tone and level of comfort, it seemed like she frequented this place as well. Enough so that she was actually immersed in the lake at the center. I moved closer to the pool and hesitantly dipped a finger within it. Argh! As expected, a jolt of energy coursed through me, causing me to sharply remove my hand from the cluster of water. Yep! It still stings. This pool had a very thick concentration of mana, enough so that it would sting to just touch it. I had tried so many experiments since I began coming here and achieved various results, but even I would not dare to dip myself in the waters. How was she able to dip her body in it and look so comfortable? I don't understand, my lips moved in a murmur. Was she even human? The saturation of mana within the lake would be enough to send someone into mana shock if they couldn't possibly absorb it, or even got too exposed. How was she so fine? Does she have an absorption technique that makes her capable of taking in so much mana at once? Did she reinforce her body? But, the girl didn't even seem to be practicing or anything. She just appeared to be enjoying a cool bath in the water. The more I thought of it, the less I understood. Alright. That's enough of that. There was no way to get to the root of the matter, so I wasn't going to bother trying. Plus, there were more important things on my mind, more pertinent issues that demanded my attention. It's time I began my activities, I smiled to myself. The bag I brought along with me fell to the ground as I squatted to bring out its contents. Crushing a few juicy blades of grass underneath me, I smelled the fresh scent of greens while offloading the items within the baggage lying flat on the floor. 5 boxes containing a total of 10 vials each. A pouch containing exactly 12 stones. A piece of parchment, similar to a card but having several engravings on it. A short stick that also had inscriptions and glowed slightly. These were the tools I brought along with me. The vials contained the potions I was working on, the stones within the pouch were made of condensed mana. After realizing the nature of the oasis, I figured that I could simply harness the mana saturation by storing it within objects. Unfortunately, this was no simple task. If an item had too much mana more than it could handle, it broke apart. As a first-year lower-class student, I had no access to any special items, so improvisation was inevitable. Fortunately, my brilliant mind figured out an alternative. Since the entire oasis area had been exposed to the excess mana, that meant I could simply harness its resources to create vessels for storing mana. It was quite an intricate task, but I succeeded. Using earth magic, I compressed the soil around the lake and formed several stones with them. Each stone had the concentration of about a ton of the soil. That was how much I refined them. Still, due to how time-consuming the process was, I only had time to forge 12. Thanks to how much they had been absorbing, these stones each had more than my total capacity. The potions I brought along were also near perfection, all thanks to the oasis resources. Not only did they pass as concoctions, but their effects also graduated to form magic potions. Thanks to harvesting the ingredients surrounding the lake, even the lake water itself, I was able to add mana properties to the potions and made them much more effective. So far, I was able to further enhance my mana shock potion, as well as a mana restorative potion, health and stamina restorative potions, as well as other kinds. It was amazing how fast my research was going, but it didn't end at that. The other 2 items I brought out of my bag were the major things I needed to work on today. One was a card, and the other took the appearance of a short stick. They both had one thing in common. Magic items. Shall we begin? I cracked my fingers as I excitedly stared at all the tools set out in front of me. The stick was a prototype for a magic wand, something that vastly increased the effectiveness of a mage's magic and also reduced cast time. I had a bit of help from Anna in sorting out the details, but thanks to the time I had, it would be completed today. The major challenge was the second one, the magic card. I built it with the idea of an ancient concept in mind. In simple terms, this object had the capacity to store any kind of magic within it, so I could use the spell at any time. So far, it could only store up to intermediate level, but my goal was beyond that. As a result, it would take even more time to perfect. Fortunately, time was what I had. Even though my body had almost reached the limit of its growth currently, there were many other ways I could grow stronger. I simply needed to focus on those factors as my tiny body increased in capacity. Eventually, getting stronger enough to surpass a monster like Kuzan would become a reality. Chapter 187. Jerry Keller woke up feeling refreshed. Even though he had had a very eventful night, he made sure to get plenty of rest for the next day. He slept for 4 hours and managed to wake up right on schedule. This was way more time than what he usually spent in bed. I should get up now. Jumping out of his firmly built bed, he stepped on both feet and made his way to the bathroom. IN's Lark Academy ensured each room had its bathroom, lavatory, and basically all essentials. That made it easier for Jerry to commute from his bedroom to the place where he would have his bath. His room was fairly large for his class placement, but given his rank, this was normal. Upon reaching the bathroom, he took his toothbrush and began freshening up. It was only 5 in the morning, but Jerry felt uneasy for a moment. Not only had he woken up later than usual, but this wasn't his usual schedule. Normally, before anything, Jerry would spend at least 3 hours working on practicing and improving himself as a magic user. That meant he needed to wake up much earlier so he would have time to freshen up and attend class afterward. However, today was different. Unlike all other days, it was a special occasion that required him to be at full strength and peak condition. He couldn't risk stressing his body too much, so Jerry decided to take a break from his usual routine. It was easier said than done, though, as muscle memory didn't make him feel completely at ease with his current activity. After brushing, bathing, and essentially getting set for the day, Jerry Keller walked in front of the mirror and observed himself closely. Having auburn hair, something he was born with, that seemed to stretch to the back of his head, it was tied behind to form something similar to a short ponytail. The boy's brown eyes showed great determination and brightness, and his thinly lined lips parted to form a confident smile. "All right, Jerry. It's finally today." He spoke to none other than his reflection in the mirror, in essence, himself. His simple attire was a dark blue jacket and a white top underneath. His black pants were also very lackluster in design, and his sneakers had no form of elegance. Compared to his status in the academy, his sense of clothing left much to be desired. It wasn't like the boy was rough or had no fashion sense, rather he wasn't particularly interested in those things. Only one thing interested Jerry Keller: magic. Once he was done observing himself, he left the mirror and made his way to the door. Before he opened it, he felt a cluster of people standing at the other end, causing him to pause. Before he could resume his motion, a knock sounded. Jerry smiled and opened the door, hearing the slight creak of the luxurious wood that made up the structure. "Oi, Jerry! You're up early as usual." A thick and more mature voice than the owner of the room could ever dream of achieving burst forth. Standing in front of his door front were 10 taller and more physically built individuals. A normal person would have been intimidated by their build, but not Jerry. "After all, I could say the same for you guys." The boy responded with an excited smile. They were his friends. Hee. What can we say? The boys chuckled and laughed as Jerry proceeded out of his room and closed the door behind him. The 10 that now surrounded him were seniors, and he was only a second year. Usually, the gap in their ranks would make anyone feel a bit pressured and out of place. But, the entire life of Jerry was weird. These seniors were his inner circle, comrades he usually hung around with every time. They were strong enough to almost reach the ranks of the Elite 10, but were not quite there yet. It was partially thanks to Jerry's influence on them that they had gotten so strong, but the boy told himself that their pure determination was what yielded the results. "The exchange won't be held for another 3 hours or so, where do you plan on going? One of the 10 boys asked with a knowing grin. Of course, his question was unnecessary. There was a reason why all of them had gathered in front of Jerry's room. There was a reason why Jerry himself had woken up so early and expected his friends to be waiting for him. Where else? A smile formed on Jerry's thinly lined lips. The boys around all leaked out smiles as they began moving down the stairs from the top of the lower class dorm. There was only one thing on Jerry's mind: the single thing activity could occupy him before participating in the contest that would be taking place on the final day of the exchange. It was Sunday, and most wouldn't even have been up at this time, but Jerry and his friends were. Why? We're off to the training area. Huff. Huff. Heavy breaths filled the hall and the stench of sweat permeated the area. The 10 boys were the ones responsible for the strained breathing. Some had already collapsed to the ground while others squatted a bit to catch their breath. No matter what kind of posture they had, one thing was certain: they were exhausted. Wow! That was a rush! Jerry exclaimed happily. His voice was full of life and enthusiasm, a sharp contrast to the exhausted ones who gave him tired smiles. As always, you're a monster, Jerry. His bright brown eyes tuned to the boys he had been sparring with, the all 10 of them, and shook his head while maintaining his innocent smile. No. I'm not quite there yet. As always, he donned his humble persona. Even though he had single-handedly handled the 10 students who were strong in their own right, he didn't even show the slightest bit of pride. The boy's eyes showed an interest in even more strength. To achieve his goal, becoming one of the 9 rankers, Jerry knew has to keep evolving. I can still get stronger. Chapter 188. A few hours passed since they began their training session. Only a bit over 2 to be exact, and the boys were already plenty tired. Everyone, except for one in particular, was on the ground, lying flat and heaving heavily. Sweat popped on their skin as they struggled to keep a normal composure amid the gasps that sounded. Ha, that was intense, one of the boys who still had enough strength to form words let out. Unlike the rest, he didn't seem as best up. It could be that their opponent had gone easier on him, or he was simply better than the rest. The boys' eyes darted to the one who had dealt all of them such serious attacks that they were now on the ground. He was seated on one of the chairs at the edge of the hall, having beads of sweat on his face as he wiped it with a towel. Are you sure this won't affect your performance at the event? The boy who sat Jerry gave a small smile as he glanced at his worried friend. N.A. I don't think so. Besides, I don't think I would be in top form if I didn't let out some tension before the main matches. What Jerry was trying to say in his kind and considerate tone was that the boys he fought were not challenging enough to make him go all out and exhaust himself. Simply put, he needed the warm-up to be in good shape for the main fight. As insulting as that notion was, it was the truth. That was probably why Jerry resorted to a milder manner of approach to ease the fears of his friend. I see. Of course, everyone in the room already knew what he meant by those words. So, should we start getting a move on? His question demanded a response, but Jerry fell silent for a short while to contemplate the implications of what answer he wanted to give. In all honesty, he still wasn't satisfied with the matches he had with them, and felt like he could go more. Unfortunately, his comrades were already at their limits. Besides, if Jerry pushed himself too much, then maybe it would indeed cause him to lack enough energy during his actual round in the tournament. Caught between the conflicting interests that warred in his mind, the boy decided to go with the more obvious response. All right. Let's head back. The boys gave a relieved expression, happy they were done with the hellish exercise, though the one who seemed more considerate of Jerry's feelings understood the difficult choice his friend made. If only we were stronger, we could give him more of a challenge. Those thoughts often trailed within him, etched in his mind like second nature. Perhaps that was why he strived the hardest out of everyone else to catch up, even if it was only by a single inch with their leader. The boys stood atop their exhausted legs and made their way toward the exit of the room. Jerry was at the forefront, while the rest trailed after him. This wasn't done intentionally. Perhaps it was just instinct, the strong leading the weak. After leaving the room where they had spent about 2 hours training vigorously, the boys hot the showers. Yes, literally. The facilities in Lark Academy were made to be top-notch, and the training area was no exception. As a matter of course, shower rooms were provided for, and the boys used them to fulfill the purpose of washing off their sweat and exhaustion. With the temperature set to cool off the tension that pulsated their bodies, the cool liquid dripped down their bodies and gave them a soothing feel. After temporarily experiencing hell, being greeted by the cooling splatters of water wasn't so bad. The shower session didn't last very long, but it could have as well been an eternity for the boys. After they were done freshening up, they wore the initial clothing brought from their dorms. Since the training area would inevitably cause stress among those who used it, spiking whatever outfit they had on at the time, the Academy once again intervened expertly. By providing good training uniforms to be used by students, it allowed them to freely use the facilities without holding back. Even if the clothes were stained, burned, soaked, it didn't matter. Thanks to this measure, the training hall achieved its purpose perfectly. I feel much better now," Jerry remarked, stepping out of the large structure, his friends trailing directly behind. "You got that right." "Yeah. I wish it lasted longer, though." "You can't be serious. If we take too long, we'll be late for the matches." Jerry smiled as he heard his friends exchange words. Considering the time they had spent, he estimated about 30 minutes were left before the exchange really began. Still, it wasn't his style to be late for anything, a habit he passed among his allies. "We should start heading there now," the boy softly muttered. "Oh? Okay, then," they answered with nods and moved quickly. Even though the match left a brief feeling of dissatisfaction within Jerry, he had quickly brushed those lingering sentiments aside. After all, once the main events started, he wouldn't have the luxury of going easy on anyone. It was the real deal. All members of the Elite 10 in each class. Images of his colleagues flashed across his mind. He was only one out of 9 others, so he knew he wouldn't be facing the enemies alone. Still, Jerry Keller had never felt so alone. The 9 people besides him, how could he describe them? Those cowards, the boy gritted his teeth as the images of the ones professed to be the greatest among the lower class members flashed in his mind. Could there be any other synonym that best encapsulated how he viewed them? These so-called champions were nothing more than individuals who were satisfied with their positions of power and didn't dare defy those of the other class. They didn't bother practicing for the exchange or even try to win. As they had already told him, and most assuredly themselves as well. There's no point. Within him, Jerry seethed with a rage that he couldn't fathom. He was disgusted by those who were meant to be the champions of the lower class. If the ones professed to be the leaders don't have the will to march on. Jerry's head unconsciously turned behind him and saw the friends that trailed behind him. He didn't know why he thought of them now, but memories invaded his head the moment his eyes captured their current builds and compared them to the past. They had certainly grown stronger and, more importantly, more purposeful. Jerry recoiled his head and faced his front, staring at the massive auditorium from a distance while completing his earlier loan of thought. How will those behind them follow? Chapter 189. The hall greeted them with silence. Eyes darted in the direction of the ones who entered the large expanse. The decorum was deafening, uncomfortable, even. Jerry watched as the people who had already gathered stared. Of course, he knew the looks weren't for him or even in his direction. The eyes of everyone lunged at the same location. The seat of the elites. Yes, even though the hall was segmented, 2 additional areas completed the circle around the Colosseum. One belonged to the regular participants who had been competing in the exchange for so long. However, the other cluster of seats were reserved for the ones known to be the highest in status. No, not the rankers, the Elite 10. Unlike the other seats, which were designed to accommodate more students than were actually present, the chairs arranged in rows and columns in the special area were exactly 30. 30 seats, all belonging to specific people, from the elite 10 of the upper class, to the middle, and finally the lower class. These seats had already been occupied by a couple of individuals, 19 to be exact. The middle row was filled with the top 10 of the middle class, and the rows in the ground area belonged to the lower class. All the members of both were present, except one, Jerry himself. As he entered the hall from the entrance, no one paid him any heed. They didn't mean this as an act of disrespect, no, they were just too engrossed with the sight of the most exceptional students in Inslark. Well, not completely, but, at least in the room, no one could rival any of the ones seated in that special area. That was the opinion of the public, but a few in the room would find that very debatable. Jerry, along with his companions, silently walked across the vast space, drawing close to zero attention. If he wanted to make an entrance, he could have attempted it, but Jerry wasn't that kind of person. I suppose I'll see you guys around. He smiled at his friends who were already breaking away from him in order to get to their respective seats. They knew their place, and it was no longer to be beside their leader. Even if they were strong seniors, they could only seat among the third years of the lower class. For Jerry, someone who belonged among the ranks of the elite 10, this was the farthest anyone could escort him. The boys nodded at their buddy and hurriedly ascended the stairs to get to their preferred positions, leaving the auburn-haired boy by his lonesome. He did feel a bit melancholic, remembering the last time he was in this place. It was during his first year, and so many memories washed through his mind, some of which the boy considered to be distractions at this point. Let's get this over with." With this whisper, Jerry walked to the special area, taking an observational stare at those who had taken their seats already. As expected, the middle-class members would have been the first to get there, followed by the lower class. The 19 of them seemed to bathe in the attention showered on them by the masses. That disgusted Jerry so much so that he averted his gaze and stared at the audience. Noticing that a few of them were not actually looking at those who could be synonymous with celebrities, Jerry took a closer look and saw someone very familiar. Jared Leonard, et. A smile played on his face. The boy who made quite the impression on nearly everyone was seated amid a boy and girl, engaging in conversation with them. Well, not only the boy and girl, but also a golden-haired boy and a dark-haired one as well. Another girl with frosty silver hair seemed to chime into the conversation every now and then, but she remained silent mostly. Seeing his juniors rather converse very spiritedly rather than gawk at the school's heroes made Jerry give an emphatic nod as he moved to his seat. Upon getting closer, the eyes of the audience shifted to him, and whispers began flying. "That's him, right? The one who became an Elite 10 while only in his second year. That's amazing, right? I heard only 2 second years are currently members of the Elite 10. Wow! That must mean he's so strong, even if he dresses so ordinarily." Jerry cringed a bit at the last comment, but kept moving. Is he really that special, though? I mean, it could just mean that the elites of the lower class are just weak. Jerry bit his lip and kept up his pace. He couldn't even mentally argue with their words. Yet. I mean, the only other second year who got the rank of Elite 10 is in the upper class, right? I heard she's also the second seat of the rankers. That's pretty impressive. The boy clenched his teeth and felt a churn in his heart. He knew full well who they referred to, and what kind of relationship he had with the girl. She was. Banishing the thought before it fully manifested in his head, Jerry took a few more hasty steps and reached the empty space left in the lowest row, seating in a hurry. Phew! A bead of sweat fell from his brow and he gave a tensed sigh. Oh? It's Jerry. I knew you'd be late. Off training again? Even today? Dude, don't you ever take a break. It's not like that'll be of any use, though. Jerry clicked his tongue as he was assailed by the joint clamor of his fellow lower-class Elite 10. Made up of 7 boys and 3 girls, the lower-class Elite 10 was considered the weakest. This was a matter of course. Still, the way the members shamelessly accepted this fact and nonchalantly regarded their relevance sickened the boy who aimed higher. It's not like any extra training will do you any good, though. I mean. Upon hearing one of his colleagues say that top one of the Elite 10 for that matter, Jerry was about to sharply respond when gasps suddenly echoed across the hall. He could feel the attention of everyone instantly shift to the entrance. Instantly, Jerry knew what that meant. There was only one reason why common folks would stop paying attention to celebrities. That would be in the event that a bigger celebrity showed up. In this case, they were the biggest celebrities in the academy. Whoa! The deafening cry of the audience rang in Jerry's ears, causing him to sharply look toward the entrance himself. See what I mean? A soft and powerless comment came from the highest ranked of the lower class top 10, but, at this point, Jerry had lost any interest in giving any word of reply. He, as well as every other member of the crowd, now looked in the direction of the emerging 10 figures. They were the strongest of the students in Inslark Academy, 9 of which were labeled as rankers. The upper class Elite 10. Chapter 190. They were known as the pillars of Inslark Academy, the untouchable among the ranks of students. Due to their immense potential and prospects, the words of these people carried weight enough to reshape the school. These extremely influential students were known as none other than rankers. There were 9 of them in total, all said to be capable of performing feats akin to fully fledged mages. These 9 students were the cream of the crop in Inslark Academy, so it was only expected that they would belong to the epitome of Inslark's class system. Yes, they were all upper-class students. Jerry scowled a little as he watched them enter the hall and walk toward their highly esteemed seats. The audience was in a frenzy as the greatest public figures made their appearance. Some shrieked in delight while others merely cried and gasped. Murmurs spread across the large expanse naturally, and words of excitement leaked into the seated boys' ears. John Spencer looks elegant as always. Devon Keith is so dark. So this is how he looks like. I've only heard the rumors. Isn't that? Jerry wished he could block off all the sounds that assailed his head, but he simply endured it. There was certainly a spell for that, but it was only a wonder why he didn't think of using it. As gasps and shrieks went forth, attention began converging on a particular someone. Wow! Look at Fabian Lestrome Indieval. He's so charming. Yet, as expected of the one who leads the rankers. When one looked at the Elite 10 of the upper class, the term rankers came into mind. Out of all of them, only one was not a ranker, and that was simply because he was the weakest of the bunch. The one who led both the Elite 10 and the rankers, the strongest student in the academy, Fabian Lestrome Indieval, also known as the Second Prince of the Eastern Empire and the Gifted One of Magic, was certainly at the center of attention. His cool smile radiated the elegance he carried. The boy's blonde hair was cleanly cut, but was still long enough to slightly touch the tip of his shoulders. A strand, like a sharp elegant line, covered a bit of his forehead in a breathtaking style. Fabian had a big build, most likely due to a well-tempered body, making any who stood before him feel like they were in front of a mountain. His outfit was pure white, having gold designs to accentuate the splendor. As a matter of course, he walked in front of everyone else that belonged to the same elite rank as him. As the prince of the kingdom and the strongest of the students, this was only natural. Walking behind him, however, was someone who was not lost in his shadow. Even though he was in front of everyone, this particular figure was just a hair's breadth from his side. It took a second for the people to recognize her, but once they did, their eyes popped beyond what would be considered normal and their gazes shifted to a celebrity that was on par with the prince. Isn't that? Gasps and shrieks filled the mouths of students as they let out the girl's name. Sierra Epelson. Yes, that was the name of the most famous ranker, well, the second most famous ranker in all of Inslark Academy. She would have easily won first place based on her merits alone, but it was only due to the royal heritage of the prince that granted him an edge over her. This girl was said to be a phenomenal genius, a wonder in the realm of magic, the second year who made it to the realm of rankers, one who had never lost in a match, and the current occupant of the second seat of the Elite 10 in rankers. Sierra Epelson was the epitome of a genius plus, she was a girl. Kya. She's so amazing. And she's pretty too. I want to be like her. To think a second year could, how amazing. More and more cries rang out, and before long, only the prince and Sierra got all the attention. The other Elite 10 members acted indifferent about the lack of attention on them and simply kept moving, but if one took a closer glance at them, the jealousy in their eyes was clear as day. Gritting their teeth and clenching their fists powerlessly, they endured the humiliation of being behind their junior. Being overshadowed by the prince was understandable, no one would argue. However, for a junior one whose background was of a commoner to completely steal all their glory, that was unforgivable. Still, there was nothing they could do about Sierra Epelson. Not only has she bested each and every one of the other members of the Elite 10, except number 1, but she was also undoubtedly beyond their reach. The only thing those of the lower ranks could do was watch powerlessly as the grill gracefully trailed behind the prince nearly by his side. Other than the other elites who trailed behind Sierra, one other person was staring intensely at her. His look wasn't exactly a glare, but it wasn't one of pleasantries either. The look came from Jerry. Sierra Epelson, who had apparently ignored all the other stares, looked in the direction of the seated lower-class elite and gave a naughty smile, no, more like a mocking expression. Jerry gritted his teeth as their eyes met. He wanted to yell at her the way he used to, but that would be suicide now. Things were more complicated now, and Sierra seemed to be enjoying herself as she looked at his powerlessness. Who would have thought that these two were once friends? The Elite 10 of the upper class reached their seats and began climbing their stairs to get to the zenith where they would be staying. As they all trailed upward, Jerry decided to take his eyes off the girl before his neck turned to the side. He had to let go of these feelings one day. Oh? So you're still here, and with that intense gaze in your eyes, Sierra whispered as she walked past him. Chapter 191. Sierra's sweet tone contained playfulness and mockery. He wanted to reply her. Jerry wanted to rise to his feet and declare how things would be different this time and how he would ensure he rose to the realm of the rankers just as they both swore back then. However, he couldn't speak. Just give it up, and stay where you are. You can't reach me anymore. With those final words of hers ringing in his ears, Jerry's petrified body remained frozen as Sierra climbed to her seat. I couldn't say anything. Did he still have doubts? Was that the reason he couldn't stand up to his resolve? There was no way of confirming that now. However, words were cheap. If he truly wanted to show his determination, all Jerry had to do was win. I can do this, he whispered to himself and stared at the stage. It was currently vacant, but soon, the chaos would begin. I'll win. I'll make sure I climb the ranks. And once Jerry did that, they could both achieve what they swore he and the second seat. Welcome, everyone, to the final day of the inter-class exchange. Klaus Tallman declared in his usual booming voice. Everyone in the hall was used to his mode of speech and they were already smiling in anticipation for the moderator to continue his words. The matches we'll be having now, will be a bit different from the previous ones. Of course, everyone was already aware of this fact. For 6 days, the exchange had proceeded smoothly, advancing from the preliminary matches to the finals. Having concluded the final rounds the previous day in which the champions received prizes and public declarations, it was now time for the most anticipated moment. The Elite Tournament. 30 students, one ring. The ultimate clash between the best of the best within Inslark Academy was now upon everyone and the spectators couldn't contain their excitement. In the previous matches, the contestants advanced from the preliminary matches to the finals, but, for the Elite Tournament, that method will not be used. Silence filled the hall. There will be no form of advancement here, only a simple exchange between representatives of each class. Klaus further explained. Judging from the silence enveloping the auditorium, and the uneasy glances the students gave one another, it was clear that their moderator would need to explain a bit more for them to completely comprehend what he meant. Of course, Klaus already knew of his task, and so he opened his mouth to break down the information. We will be having only 10 rounds, in which a representative of each class, upper, middle, and lower, will be participating in. Since there are 30 students, that means 3 will be contesting in each round. A slight "oh" leaked from the crowd as they slowly began to understand. As always, the selection will be random, and the final decisions concerning the champions of each match will be left entirely up to the judges above. For a moment, the students looked at the floating platform where the senior lecturers were, and after a few moments, returned their gaze to Klaus. Normally, to indicate fairness, the Elite 10 are meant to fight in accordance to their ranks. That meant that the Elite rank 10s of each class would climb the stage to duke it out, and the victor would emerge as the best among all 3. This would occur for all ranks. However, to create a more unpredictable match, we've decided to randomize things. Klaus had chosen his words carefully, but the obvious intentions behind them registered in the minds of those who were attentive. Jerry, for one, frowned the moment he heard that. What their moderator was simply trying to say was that in a fight between elite students of the same rank, the obvious winner would be members of the upper class. The others might as well have been fodder. So, by randomizing the contestants, the matches could become more interesting in the sense that a more powerful lower class elite would fight lesser ranked upper and middle class students. If that was the case, students of the lower class, and even the middle class, had a chance against the superior members of the upper class. But, in the end, how much water did that philosophy hold? Ultimately, it was just another way of making the lower classes look bad. In essence, even when pitted with higher-ranked lower-class elites, if the upper class still won, it would only serve as a boost to their ego, and would badly damage the prestige of the lower class. The same idea applied to the middle class. Jerry was seething with rage, but he controlled himself. Rather than fight on equal grounds, the tournament aimed to make it appear as though they favored the weaker party, while in actuality, it doesn't matter. I just need to win. Jerry shook off his annoyance and focused on the resolve he had cultivated for so long. Ah, it's hopeless. Welp, time for another ass-whooping. I just hope I don't her matched up with a tough opponent. What does it matter? I'll just surrender immediately. There's no point in fighting. True that. The other members of the lower class Elite 10 exchanged comments of assumed defeat among themselves so shamelessly for that matter. As one who sat on the same row as them, Jerry felt mortified beyond description. What was the relevance of being an elite when one's mind was so weak? These people wouldn't even bother representing their class well. But, he was different. It wasn't like Jerry was one who took pride in his abilities, neither did he think of himself as a special individual or the chosen one. No, he just wanted better. For that reason alone, the boy was going to push himself forward and achieve his wish, no matter what he took. The randomizer will begin now. So, everyone, remain glued to your seats and keep your eyes peeled. A large screen appeared above the auditorium as names appeared on 3 rows and began changing at rapid speed. Whichever names appeared on the rows belonged to those who would climb the stage to begin the match. In essence, it also served as a countdown to the glorious finale of the inter-class exchange. Jerry gulped and watched the list in anticipation and a bit of nervousness. At long last, the time had come. Chapter 192. First round. Zeke Klein, upper class. Rennie Shirley, middle class. Tom Hollyberry, lower class. Contestants get on stage. Jerry gulped in relief, partly because he wasn't among those who would get on stage, and also because of the people on the list. Zeke Klein was the 6th seat of the rankers, the same rank he had among the Elite 10. Needless to say, he was extremely strong, and Jerry knew very well the disparity between them both. If he had gotten picked with him, the chances of him winning and fulfilling his goals were slim. Of course, he realized that this meant he was secretly wishing to be paired against weaker opponents, but Jerry didn't care. Among the elite 10 of the upper class, none could be considered weak by his standards. He would still be facing challenges no matter the opponent that came his way. At least, if the enemy was of a low rank, the chances of winning were higher. Damn, even the middle-class elite is of rank 3, Jerry gave another gulp. As for the lower-class elite, he belonged to the lesser rank of their group number 7. It was fairly obvious how this would pan out. Following the name on the list, the respective students stood from their seats and walked to the stage. It didn't take long for the large, round, platform to occupy 4 persons, 3 contestants, and the moderator. "Are you guys ready?" a voice echoed. It was an unnecessary question, but the students all responded with nods. Jerry glanced at each of them. The upper-class boy was famous for his specialty in lightning magic, and could cast very quickly. Even though the lower-class elite had an affinity for water and in a way, could use that to his advantage, the gap in skill was too wide to allow that. Jerry didn't really know the ability of the middle-class elite, but regardless, the contest had the rank of 3rd in his class for a reason. That meant he was strong. "Ready," Jerry was roused from his thoughts by Klaus' voice. The moderator had already totally stepped off the stage. That was a testament to how extreme the match would turn out. "Begin." Bursts of mana climbed as the pressure of a blood-curdling match filled the hall. People cried in shock and excitement as they stared wide-eyed at the stage for the clash to commence, when suddenly a voice peaked. "I surrender." The battle-tensed atmosphere instantly receded, and for a moment, the world seemed to pause. Someone had just given up, right when the match started. This was the tournament of the strongest in the academy. No weakling was among those who contested. If it was a first-year's match, no one would be surprised, but this was something concerning. In a match among the best of the best, there was no way anyone would be so weak-willed as to surrender without even trying, or so they thought. Who could have done something so ridiculous? "I surrender. I'm out." The voice came again, and Klaus had to climb the stage to stop the match, at least until whoever forfeited left the stage. The crowd, though dazed for a moment, finally found the source of cowardice among the fighters. The shameless boy had already raised both hands in surrender, so it couldn't have been clearer to anyone who watched. Of course, it was the lower-rank elite Tom Hollyberry who threw in the towel. The boy's shameless smile seemed to show a bit of nervousness and fear, but his will to come out of the fight unscathed far outweighed any of those expressions. "Tom Hollyberry is out of the match. Please leave the stage." Klaus spoke blandly. His eyes showed no energy, no excitement. This was a sharp contrast from the usual energetic boy. The frail lower-class student nodded and began leaving the stage with zero hesitation. The crowd stared in silence for a moment, and then the jeers came. "Boo-hoo! What a loser! He's a lower class, after all." The audience, clearly irritated by the boy's cowardice, slowly diverted their blame to the entire lower class. Ugh! Jerry felt a sting within him as he covered his face slightly, in shame. He, an innocent and fired-up student, had been caught up in a colleague's cowardice. Of course, Jerry had already expected this much. In the face of strong adversaries, the weak crumbled. The same could be said especially for those in the lower class who didn't even want to try. As Tom Hollyberry returned to his seat, he flashed a relieved smile and crashed on his buttocks, getting comfortable. "HAAA. I was scared for a moment there. What if the moderator hadn't stopped the match?" he murmured. It appeared the boy was more concerned about his safety than the disgrace he had brought upon the entire lower class. "Welp, you could have just run off the stage if worst came to worst." "True. I plan on doing the same if a surrender doesn't work out. Let's just pray I don't get paired with a martial artist. Those guys are quick on their feet. Before I can even get the chance to surrender, they could." "Hey, what's wrong with martial artists? The other members of the Elite 10 simply ignored that their fellow had just disgraced them and laughed it off, discussing among themselves like nothing happened. Jerry knew quite well how they were able to even do such a thing. They're all planning to throw in the towel. He sighed, completely ridding himself of anger. There was nothing getting upset would do to help him. He had already known this much before coming for the tournament, that there was no one he could count on to have his back among his peers, no one but him. Even if the others gave up before trying, he wouldn't dare. It was thanks to the cowardice of others that the upper-class Elite 10 had managed to hoard the title of rankers all to themselves. But, that would soon change. All he needed was one win, just one turnaround. And then the winds would begin to blow in favor of the lower class once more. Chapter 193. Winner, Zeke Klein from the upper class. Klaus declared. The audience roared in amazement and cheers. Of course, they did. For such a splendid match, anything less would have been an insult. The arena was still crackling with electricity, and charred marks filled the stage. There was no glamorous destruction thanks to the enhancements added to the platform beforehand, but the remnant scars on the floor proved enough of the match's intensity. Of course, it was inevitable that an upper-class elite would win, but it was still a bit of a shock, no, downright unbelievable how poorly the middle-class student fared. There was too large a gap between the two that it felt like a third year was fighting a beginner. The way Zeke easily won against his opponent, using his destructive lightning blasts to counter all areas before the wind mage could get any closer, was impressive. And so, after only a few minutes since the start of the match, the victor was announced. Damn it, Jerry gulped and gave a shivering thought. He shuddered at the thought of actually fighting such a devastating fellow, and the Zeke guy was only top 6. What if he fought against someone who was of a higher rank? Would he stand a chance? It wasn't like Jerry wasn't aware of his strength, but... Next, we have, Klaus Tallman announced, forcing the boy's head to bob high in order to see who would be chosen next. To Jerry's relief, it wasn't him. The contestants approached the stage, ready to begin the next round. Of course, the crowd, at this point, were in a frenzy. Never had they seen such brilliant display of magic. Well, other than a few matches among some exceptional folks in the previous rounds, none came close. The next group of contestants consisted of 2 martial artists and a magic user. Unlike the official exchange among students, which strictly divided the matches based on departments, the elite tournament did not follow such protocols. To fully maximize the effects of an exciting match and simulate what actual combat was like, they pit members of separate divisions against each other. Due to school policy, no scholar could be a member of the Elite 10, unless they had specialization in magic combat or martial arts. That meant those who were in fact scholars, needed to be able to fight. Among the rankers, there was only one scholar, and among the 30 elite students in Inslark, 5 belonged to the scholar department. That showed just how few academically driven students were among the strongest in the school. The fight about to unfold, however, had no scholar among the contestants. Jerry diligently observed as all 3 were about to fight. He could perhaps learn a thing or two from their exchange. Begin. It only took a few seconds, no, probably just one, for a voice to screech out. I give up. As expected, it came from none other than a member of the lower class. I give up. I no longer wish to participate. I surrender. I forfeit. No matter the kind of language used, those words essentially meant the same thing, and they came from the same group of people. That's right. The lower class Elite 10. Out of the 6 matches that had occurred so far, the lower class elites had forfeited every single one. It was no longer a surprise when they raised their shameless hands to declare their intention to surrender. The crowd had long grown tired of booing them and had now come to look at them with disdain. For all they cared, this was no longer a match among 3 classes, but among 2. But, could it really be called a match? Despite the middle-class unyielding effort to try surpassing those of the upper class, none had come out victorious. Win after win, everything went to the upper class Elite 10. The current scores were like this. Upper class 6 wins 0 losses. Middle class 0 wins 6 losses. Lower class 0 wins 6 losses. Since forfeiting automatically meant a loss, the lower class took on the same position as those who had actually been fighting with all they had, but still ended up losing the elites of the middle class. In a way, one could say the middle class was no different from the lower class. They were both overwhelmingly placed at the losing end, with no sign of victory. Jerry clasped his hands together to keep them from shaking as he saw the list surface again. Would it be his turn now? The boy's heart thumped uncontrollably, not knowing what his fate would be. Gulp. Finally, the names appeared, and for the first time since the lists began surfacing, Jerry did not sigh in relief. No, it was the opposite actually. His eyes widened in shock, perhaps a bit of fear. Sweat dripped from his face as his dry lips smacked against each other. He forced himself to swallow the non-existent saliva in his throat as the names registered in his brain. 7th round. Sierra Epelson, upper class. Roy Les Rio, middle class. Jeremy Ellie, lower class. Contestants get on stage. Jerry's name was not on the list, but the people who would now contest piques a great deal of his interest. The middle class and lower class contestants were surprisingly both of the first ranks respectively. Was it coincidence, or a glitch in the randomizer? How could two students who had the highest rank compete on the same stage? That was a recipe for disaster. Still, that wasn't Jerry's major concern. The one who caught all of his focus, at least 90% of it, to be exact, was the upper class elite who had already stood and was making her way to the stage. Sierra Epelson. She was the one who would be fighting in the next round. The gasps and shrieks of the audience were so deafening that Jerry could barely hear his own thoughts. What was on his mind? Was it excitement as well? Was the boy looking forward to seeing how much Sierra had grown after their last exchange? Perhaps. But a stronger feeling crept up in his heart. It was fear. How much stronger had she gotten ever since the last time they actually interacted? Well, Jerry would soon see. What frightened the determined young boy, though, was whether he would still have the courage to continue after experiencing it. Chapter 194. Tension was high, as everyone seemed to hold their breaths while watching what would unfold next. Surprise, confusion, and anticipation clashed among the audience. In silence, they waited for who would make the first move among the two remaining contestants, Sierra Epelson or Roy Les Rio. As if responding to the inner thoughts of the audience, the latter sprang into action immediately. With the sleight of both his hands, several torrents of wind appeared, enveloping his surrounding with the raging element. In a flash, these torrents whirled and became twisters, higher than two adults placed atop each other. If it were only one, that would be understandable, but the whirlwinds that formed were double. Hoosh! Two fairly large tornadoes whirled and made their way toward Sierra, who stood before them clearly undaunted. Humph! She stretched out one hand and cast her spell to counter. Torrents of equal, no, greater proportion grew out of thin air faster than the ones Roy had summoned and made their way toward the ones that charged at Sierra. 2 against 2, the whirlwinds clashed and sent waves of chilly air flying across the stage. Screams of the audience rang aloud as they felt the harsh breeze blow from the far distance where the strong spells clashed. After colliding for a few seconds, Sierra's spell prevailed and now charged at Roy. Of course, the boy, who had already seen this coming, prepared an earth spell to shield himself from the weakened twisters. A wall arose from the platform, completely defended against the double whirlwinds until they vanished with distant whispers. Once he realized his barrier had served its purpose, Roy brought it down since the wall of stone impeded his vision. It wasn't like a wind spell that provided a translucent barrier, this was earth, after all. Making the right call, Roy was a hit hesitant to bring down the wall since Sierra could have been preparing for that window of opportunity to strike, but they took the risk. If she shot something else at him, he had something else up his sleeves. With that in mind, the wall crumbled, revealing both students standing on stage. To Roy's surprise, Sierra had not moved a single inch from her location. She also didn't seem to be casting any obvious spell. Her eyes twinkled with a bit of mischief, though, same as her lips. This told the nervous boy that something was amiss. "Well, I gave you a chance to show me something interesting," the goddess of Lark Academy called out to the boy with a lackluster expression. He could only gulp in response. As expected, it was a waste of time. Sierra wasn't surprised, though. This was how much the guy had been worth from the start. "I'll be using this opportunity to make you a scapegoat, to show a particular someone something beyond both your capabilities." Roy wasn't sure what Sierra was talking about, but he had already resolved to see this fight to the end the moment he climbed the stage. Unlike the lower-class cowards, those of the middle class valued their honor above all things. If one of them acted like trash now, it would only sully their name. "Bring it!" Roy snapped within him as he also began preparing a powerful spell on his end. "It seems she's not making a move because whatever she wants to do is big, and if it's big, it'll take time." Using this line of reasoning, Roy thought he had time on his hands and went for one of the most destructive spells in his arsenal. "I can do this. I just need to cast faster than she can. Mage mode." In an instant, faster than Roy could even complete his sentence, a massive gust of energy surged from Sierra's location. It was so unreal that anyone would doubt their eyes. The wave of blue energy circled the girl, causing whatever was left of Roy's composure to completely vanish. Sparkles of light shrouded the girl on stage, and her outfit slowly changed. The ribbon she had on slowly turned purple, and blue earrings appeared on both ears. Her eyes glowed brighter than ever, and designs ran through her attire. A caped robe also appeared behind her, and the most amazing thing also materialized in front. A book. No, not just any kind of book, this particular object floated and was doused in blue energy. Not only did it emit faint glows of mana, but the concentration of energy it had was enough to make anyone shriek in terror. This book was known as a grimoire, and the current attire Sierra currently donned was known as a mage robe. These two objects had one thing in common: they could only belong to fully fledged mages. Of course, grimoires and robes were by nature magic tools, and could be used freely by those skilled enough to handle their power. But, one of the rules was for students not to use any form of magic tools in combat, so where did Sierra get these items from? The answer was not known to many. But, the few who realized what was going on gasped in utter disbelief. Not many knew she had reached a level strong enough to achieve this feat, but with what currently unfolded before everyone, the truth was made clear. Mage mode. Just as original magic was hailed to be the ace of any experienced and powerful mage, this concept was equally esteemed. Mage mode was a state of enlightenment that very few mages achieved. Those who did, however, experienced boosts in their magic abilities that raised them at least one level above their usual state. So, if an intermediate level mage used mage mode, they could temporarily gain the abilities of an advanced one. If an advanced mage achieved this, they could even go higher and reach the level of. In essence, it was extremely critical, and very rare to be seen. The ability to transcend one's limits belonged only to those who had studied and trained hard enough to obtain this power. Yet, why did this girl, barely even 14 years of age, possess such abilities? It was groundbreaking. Why you, what are you? What is, that? Roy was already staggering backward, giving in to the primal instinct that assailed anyone once they couldn't understand something. Fear. Chapter 196. It took every ounce of courage for Roy not to raise his hands to surrender. Every hair on his body stood as his arms twitched. Unable to resist the urge any longer, he was about to give in to the pressure and. "Don't even think about it, if you know what's good for you." Sierra interrupted his actions. "Eek. Roy shrieked. From her piercing gaze, the boy knew she was serious. Remembering the awful state the lower-class elite had been after attempting to surrender, Roy lost the will to raise his hands. If he so much as tried, would he also be assailed with the indescribable pain the previous guy experienced? Just stand there and be a good target. You can choose to struggle too. It makes no difference, Sierra smiled at her foe. Could he even be called that at this point? All she saw when she looked at the trembling figure of Roy, was complete fodder. The girl, already completing her transformation, now stood on her spot. No, she wasn't standing, her feet were no longer on the ground. Sierra was now levitating, a couple of inches from the ground, but her effortless display at it showed that if she wanted to, the girl could probably go even higher. This was the effect of the mage robe she had on. It had the automatic effect of granting flight to the wearer, and all her other ornaments weren't for show. All her senses had been enhanced and the girl's defenses were so high that nothing under her current magic level would leave as much as a dent on her. If this wasn't the very definition of overpowered, what was? If you won't come to me, then I guess I'll just finish things off, she softly commented, and her fingers slightly moved. Instantly, with even less effort than last time, wind began concentrating on a single location. Unlike before where two whirlwinds appeared, this was just one tornado, yet it was so big and wide that it nearly ascended 40 meters into the air. The width was also nothing to scoff at. From where everyone sat, they felt the pressure. It was so shattering, so disturbing, that even those who weren't fighting her were clenching their teeth in fright. Sierra Epelson had so easily created an advanced spell, albeit in the lower tier. The whirlwind roared, growing even larger by the second as it drew closer to the frightened boy. In front of such an unbelievable spell, the trump card he had seemed like child's play. The most Roy Les Ryo could do was create an intermediate spell, okay, the highest tier, but that practically drained all his mana and took too long to cast. He had been thinking of resorting to a weaker version of the spell to save time, but even if he went all out, how could he compete with his opponent's power? The obvious choice was to retreat. But don't you dare back away, Roy. Stand till the very end. Don't give up. The voices of his comrades reached him. Usually, if a person heard this, they would be invigorated and more prepared to fight, but Roy only clenched his teeth. Those idiots. They weren't the ones on the stage, so it was easy to wag their tongues. In face of such insurmountable pressure, how could he in good conscience still hang on? The only reason he hadn't thrown in the towel was because of the fear of what Sierra would do to him. Her eyes were so focused on him that the boy felt like he would pass out just from fright. Unfortunately, his mental resistance wasn't that fickle. If he chose to forfeit, Sierra would inflict the same pain upon him as she did the other contestant. As if that wasn't bad enough, the tornado spell he wanted to avoid would also assail him. That would be double jeopardy. Could he really take that risk? In that case, the only option left for the boy was to brace himself and conduct himself like a man. He would lose, but as the top of his class, he had to stand tall. The only option was to remain on the platform till the very end. In that case, I better reduce the damage as much as I can. Roy, having made his choice, steeled his heart and poured all the mana he had into the ground. Earth Fort, full. The highest defensive spell in his arsenal that barricaded him with study walls, that was the best he could resort to, or was it? I'm not done. Even if it was little, and it came at the cost of the last ounce of mana he could spare, Roy Les Ryo created a wind wall that would also serve as protection. HAAA. HAAA. Now having heavily, the boy was satisfied that he had fought his best and waited for what would happen. Even if the spell would ultimately hit Roy, these spells would at least protect him a little bit, or so he imagined. Shwooam. The wind spell he used as a barrier broke, and the earth wall that covered him shattered apart in an instant, as if being torn to pieces. At first, Roy couldn't understand, until he took a closer glance at the aftermath. Sierra's whirlwind had swallowed the rocks whole, adding them to the rapid twister that had now grown to an unfathomable degree. It was, beyond belief. Is this, even a second year? The boy asked himself. From what he saw, Sierra had already reached the level of a fully fledged mage. Why, then, was she in this school? Why was she fighting him? Why did she inflict him with such fear and powerlessness? With no answer, Roy waited to get blown away, torn to shreds, crushed, or whatever was his fate at the hands of Sierra's spell. Winner, Sierra Epilson. A voice sharply interrupted the march, and Sierra's whirlwind was cancelled at the same time. Surprise filled the air as eyes darted to the center of the stage to see Klaus Tallman already there. He had stopped the spell and had also declared Sierra the victor, all in the span of seconds. If not, well, the results could only be left to one's imagination. Chapter 197. What? The girl Sierra Epilson gave a slight look of irritation to the moderator, who gave her a piercing gaze. The slight flicker in her eyes seemed to be inviting some form of trouble, as though Sue dared the man who was teetering at the edge of impatience and caution. A second of silence was established between the both of them before the girl finally lost any will to further an argument and quickly calmed herself. I think that's enough, don't you think? Klaus sharply answered, though in a remotely quiet way, almost as though he whispered. Humph. Whew. Following their short exchange, Roy crumpled to the floor, happy to have been saved, and the crowd roared in celebration, having the outstanding match etched in their brain forever. Of course, it went without saying who the victor had been. Winner, Sierra Epilson. Klaus declared. That was one more win for the upper class, making a total of 7 victories. More cheers rang out from the audience as Roy struggled to stand on his wobbling legs and exited the stage. Since Klaus Tallman had interrupted the march, having seen that a competitor was unable to further the match, that meant the middle class had lost. Of course, even without the rules to serve as a guiding principle, the mere sight of the match was enough for the audience to determine who won. Woohoo! The students of Inslark cheered for their goddess. The winner, Sierra, remained on the platform for a little longer even though her contestant had left. Her eyes were locked on a particular someone among the other competitors that sat in the elite seat area. See? Can you do that? Was what she thought as her eyes were clearly locked with Jerry's. With that, she casually stepped off the stage and began making her way to her seat. Klaus gave a sigh of relief, finally ridding himself of the most troublesome student he had ever handled. A few students, even amid the cheers and deafening cries of the masses, muttered their differing comments under their breath. I told her not to go overboard, Fabian Lestrome Indieval gave a glare at the girl who approached without a care in the world. TCH, other members of the upper-class elites expressed their displeasure purely based on the fact that the gap between Sierra and them had gotten even wider. There was one final person who had something to say, though. His arms trembled slightly after experiencing Sierra's power, and even when she finished, the girl had stared right at him as if to sneer at his efforts to reach an unimaginable height. Sierra, he whispered. Surely, she possessed more power than he had given her credit for. However, seeing just how overwhelmingly strong the girl was didn't change anything for Jerry. After all, I don't plan on giving up. The boy said this the moment Sierra brushed past him. It was as if he was telling her with his sisterhood voice, not even bothering to stare at the obviously disapproving frown of the girl. It was clear to Jerry what she had been trying to do, but he didn't need her caution or pity. He wasn't trying to prove anything to her, though the same couldn't be said for Sierra's intentions. I will march on. His eyes screamed of resolve even though his body still slightly trembled due to the aftershock of Sierra's mage mode. Humph! With a scoff, Sierra didn't bother giving a proper response and just returned to her seat. Once she sat, the girl felt eyes focusing intensely from both sides beside her, but from her casual demeanor it was clear, she didn't care. Thankfully, the tension didn't last very long as the next group of fighters was chosen. For the upper class, a martial artist was chosen. He was rank 3, said to be the greatest at the art in the whole school. Well, among students. How unlucky were the middle and lower class students, for them to have chosen the shortest end of the stick, as short as it could get. Immediately Claw started the match, the opponent lunged into action, brandishing his dual blades and striking both targets who were magic users as if they meant nothing. The lower class fodder couldn't even surrender before his opponent's blade reached him, turning him into nothing but an unconscious lump in an instant. Winner, Gazef Razel. After this, there were only 2 matches left. Jerry gulped the moment he realized his fate. The only 2 contestants who hadn't gotten a chance to the stage were bad news, so there was no way he would be having it easy. As he made those worried thoughts, the list was made, and Jerry saw the contestants of the 9th match. The first name caught his eyes, causing him to nearly gasp, but controlled himself. Was it finally time? Everyone would be experiencing such a rare sight, a match that would be considered equally phenomenal with Sierra's battle. Finally, Fabien Lestrome Indieval would climb the stage. Jerry sighed in relief, happy he wasn't the unfortunate one that would be fighting. Upon seeing their names, each contestant stood and took their position on the stage. The second most powerful of the middle-class students, and the second most powerful of the lower class, all up against the top 1 ranker in Inslark Academy. The pressure was on, and everyone could feel it build as they waited for the moderator's signal. Begin. Boo-oo-ah-um. The entire stage trembled in shock, recovering a blast that caused everyone to gasp and recoil in shock. It took some moments for it to actually register in the eyes of many except those with extraordinary sharp senses what had occurred. Even before the lower class trash got the chance to open his mouth, or the middle class martial artist could draw his blade, the match ended. This explosion caused by the number 1 ranker was a mystery, and how it had been cast was too fast for most to perceive. All the people knew was what they saw. Ending in nearly an instant, the 9th round belonged to none other than the upper class. It was Fabien's victory. Chapter 198. It was finally time for the last round. Jerry could feel sweat emanate from all his pores as he gulped silently. He didn't need any list to tell him that it would be his turn next. Having exhausted all other participants, who else remained? He also had a fair idea of who his 2 opponents would be. The middle class one was no issue, so the major challenge, the one that have the determined boy such a headache, was none other than the upper class opponent he would be fighting. I can't back down now. He steeled his face and glanced at the list stationed above the audience. Final round. Richard Novo, upper class. Renner Lebrius, middle class. Jerry Keller, lower class. Contestants get on stage. His tensed muscles moved as he got up, moving his legs as he descended the stage. The others trailed behind him, and Jerry could feel their dominating presence. The one at the rear was the most intimidating. After climbing the stage and standing diagonally from one another, the 3 students gazed at each other. This was the final match of the exchange, and while it would not be as grand as Sierra's round, or as jaw-breaking as Fabien's, it was still worth watching. The matchup wasn't bad either. Jerry Keller, top 3 among the lower class elites. Renner Lebrius, despite looking like a fragile girl, was ranked 4th among the middle class. Finally, Richard Novo was rank 5 among the upper class elites, bearing the same position among Inslark's rankers. The quality was a bit lacking if one examined the other blood-curdling matches experienced, but even in this match, top-notch magic would be displayed. Jerry put his emotions in check, even though it would be hard for any normal guy to be calm in his situation. Having to fade Richard Novo was going to be extremely difficult. If he was being fair with himself, he didn't think he stood a chance. As if that wasn't bad enough, the 4th rank of the middle class was also present. Even though Renner was 1 rank below Jerry, that was only in name. Once one took into account the quality of the classes they belonged to, and vast differences in their students' talent, it would be easy to determine which was actually superior. But, even at that, even with the overwhelming disadvantage facing him. Jerry chose not to back down. All the lower class members until now have given up and lost in the most disgraceful way. If there could be a last stand, it had to now. I didn't expect a bed of roses, to begin with. It would be pointless if the opponent wasn't strong. With determination now burning like a blaze of fire in his eyes, Jerry spurred himself back to life and prepared himself acutely. Now, then, Klaus Tallman muttered, readying his tone to begin the final match. The audience held their breath. Some wanted this match to last longer, so they could relish the length and get their fill of watching elites duke it out. Others wanted the same one-sided victory. No, they even expected it. For a few, if they could even be called that much, they had a faint glimmer of hope that the lower class would be able to pull off something dramatic within this last match. It seemed too late to most, but perhaps Jerry could redeem the whole lower class, else they would live as the most scorned existences within Inslark at least until the next exchange in the next year. It was quite puzzling, really. The juniors' first years in the lower class had shown such exemplary performances that raised people's opinion of the section already deemed to be trash. However, their efforts had been completely overturned by the cowardice and powerlessness of the seniors who were supposedly the strongest among their ranks. It was absolutely pitiful, a sight for sore eyes. And this was why Jerry couldn't back down at this point. The entire repute of his class was atop his shoulder. Loss was not an option. Begin. With that, the match kick-started. Hoosh! The sound of rushing wind was heard, and before Jerry could even make an advance toward the enemy, a massive gust pervaded the platform. Kaya! The scream of a girl pierced the tense hall as Renner, an elite in her own right, was tossed by the pressure of the gale, and flew off stage in a blast. The blast seemed to be directed in her direction since her body helplessly flailed in the air without any strength. It appeared like she was struggling, but the flow of the wind far outweighed her ability to regain composure, especially after being abruptly attacked like that. Boom! She landed away from the stage, crashing into the ground. Had it not been for her enhancements, the girl would have sustained grave injuries. Fortunately, other than a few broken bones, she was fine. Haa! Gah! Her helpless voice yelped as the girl tried getting up, but it seemed like her movements had been completely tampered with. It was clear to this who watched that the middle class had already lost. Amid the unbearable silence and shock that permeated the hall, a snicker could be heard from the stage. This caused the eyes of everyone to shift from the injured girl to the merciless one who inflicted it. Even if it was toward an enemy, one could consider the act to be a hit too extreme. It's best to throw out the pesky fly and focus on the main pest. The boy uttered with a sadistic grin. Everyone knew who he was. Richard Novo, a student famous as a ranker and also a merciless magic user. TCH, Jerry braced himself as he glared at the magic user who seemed to sneer at him. In an instant, he had gotten rid of the girl who was most likely stronger than the lower class elite. Wasn't it possible to also make short work of him if he tried? If that was the case, then why didn't he? Jerry agonized on this while keeping his focus on the target. If you're wondering why I took out that hitch first and left you for last, it's simple. The boy gulped, feeling something a bit murderous emanating from his opponent who spoke. The more pathetic an opponent is, the more fun it is to see them squirm as they are powerlessly subdued. Yes, Richard was that kind of guy. He bathed in his superiority and made those lower than him feel the crushing weight of their inferiority. You, Jerry growled, ready to make his opponent eat his words. Both of them stared hard at each other, resolved to end the final match in the most eventful way possible. Unknown to both, this final match would turn out way different from their expectations. Chapter 199. Both boys did not even hesitate before lunging at each other with such deafening speed, one would shiver at the sound. Hoosh! Jerry sharply propelled himself with wind magic, aiming at his opponent who had also shrouded himself with a spell of the same elemental attribute. However, unlike Jerry, who was taking the initiative to strike, Richard Novo simply ascended high above ground. The upper-class elite moved in such a sharp turn, like a rocket, sending a force of great intensity radiating around him. This pressure knocked Jerry back a bit as he struggled to maintain his balance, while looking at the height his opponent had ascended to. Being on the same level as a worm like you is sickening. The view is better from here, Richard Novo sneered. Currently, a wind spell taking the form of a mini twister was beneath him, circling from the boy's waist down. This was what held him up and gave him the height leverage that Jerry couldn't begin to overcome. Richard Novo had always had a superiority complex, so this move was perfect for him. It allowed him to stare down at his opponents while attacking. Not only was he out of anyone's immediate reach, thanks to his wind elevation spell, but he could also attack from a safe distance. There was no means of fighting more suitable for the arrogant boy. As for Larry, he was a fire mage by nature, albeit having diverse abilities in the other elemental attributes. Usually, a magic user could use this attribute as an advantage against a wind-based opponent, but judging from the gap in their abilities, any actions to that end would only backfire in Jerry. I have to do this. Jerry's thoughts cried. With resolute eyes, he summoned flames. They were sharp and precise, emanating from his legs, giving the boy the right boost to lunge himself forward, and higher. Controlling his trajectory like a speeding bullet, Jerry dived into the air, aiming for his opponent. Looks like you've got a little trick, eh? Richard Novo smiled, flinging his hands to create booms of winds, like torrents, to attack the fast-approaching boy. Jerry, in full-on battle mode, noticed Richard's movements and already deduced an attack was coming. Hush! In an instant, he twisted his body in midair, barely dodging the wind attack as it charged at him. The moment the spell was evaded, Jerry returned his trajectory to his opponent and charged at full speed. What? Richard couldn't believe his eyes, that a lower-class scum had evaded his attack. Unknown to the aggravated boy, Jerry hadn't dodged his attack per se. The boy who already knew his physical and magic limits had honed his combat skills to the peak and polished every aspect of his senses. That was how he could deduce an attack was coming and aptly avoid it before the damage would reach him. Jerry's quick-wittedness was what could allow him to have even a bit of confidence in a fight he would normally have no chance of winning. After all, even if his opponent was stronger than him, with enough experience and practice, hard work, he could one day catch up. Richard Novo was an entitled boy who believed in his superiority. There was no way this guy would be much of a threat to him. At least not at this rate. More gusts of wind were sent in Jerry's way, but he dodged everything in an instant, closing the distance between the both of them. It didn't take very long for Jerry to close the distance between him and his opponent, causing Richard to get a little flustered. How did you dodge them? He muttered in disbelief. For someone who believed that strength was everything, not taking into account practice and hard work, he couldn't comprehend how Jerry has been able to achieve the impossible. No, maybe he just didn't want to admit to it. Jerry hardened his muscles and put all the strength he could in his right arm, while coating it with intense flames. Aiming for a clean hit, he launched his fist in a sharp thrust. Jerry's attack would have dealt considerable damage to his foe, sending the arrogant idiot crashing to the ground. That is, if it had hit. Unfortunately for the determined boy, his target was known to be superior to him, not only in magic, but also speed. The moment his fiery fist nearly hit, Richard Novo controlled the wind vortex that held him up, causing it to move sharply from Jerry's blow. In essence, his speed caused him to completely evade Jerry's full-powered hit in mere moments. Even without sharp battle instincts, his use of spells vastly outweighed that disadvantage. Tch. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Jerry turned his body in the direction of his opponent and made to lunge at him again. This time for sure. It was a battle of the air, one that seemed unreal to those who watched, well, just the newbies. As Jerry would sharply approach, his opponent would dodge, sending wind slices that would completely place someone out of commission. Of course, Jerry would evade and keep trying to get a clean strike. This kept on for some minutes. While it looked like both opponents were at a stalemate, the truth was painfully obvious to the lower-class elite who fought bravely. Shit, this is already dragging on for too long. Since the start of the match, he had been at full power to match Richard's speed as much as possible. That was how he was able to give the opponent such a hard time both in evasion and offense. Unfortunately, a person could not go all out forever. Sooner or later, they would give in to exhaustion, and Jerry was already feeling it in his body. He couldn't last much longer. Damn, at this rate, he glared at his opponent who just seemed to gleefully stare back at him. Richard, of course, knew Jerry would soon fall from exhaustion. If he just stalled for a bit more time, the lower-class boy would naturally lose. However, that won't be humiliating enough for him. With that in mind, Richard's mind brought up something sadistic and downright dangerous. His lips curled in excitement as he smiled at the pitiful target who was charging straight at him. Now, then. Chapter 200. The match had gone in a way that none would have expected. A lower-class elite, already known to be scum, competing earnestly against one of the strongest in the academy. That was something unbelievable to the audience. Jerry had somehow defied the odds and kept fighting even when the others that came before him surrendered without even the slightest bit of effort, or were simply one-shotted before they could even voice out their surrender. Seeing Jerry engaging Richard with all he had slowly morphed the opinion of those who watched. Even though they knew the boy would ultimately lose, something about his persistence struck a chord in their hearts. So, this was what a true battle was like? It was due to this reason that Jerry could not give up now. So far, he had been giving his all, and was now inspiring his underclassmen. If he faltered now, how would they find the courage to advance? The boy wasn't merely looking for a way to look good while fighting. No, he wanted to do battle, and win. That was the only way he could actually turn the dogma within the academy around. He charged at his opponent with that resolve, cutting through the wind as he took flight. This time Jerry made sure he was faster, stronger, infusing so much mana into his legs and arms that he felt like they would blow up from the heat. Searing pain shot through his body, but the resolute lad endured it. It was all or nothing. A few seconds more, just a bit more time remained. This time, he was going to ensure he got that hit. That's enough messing around, Richard Novo stated. All of a sudden, Jerry couldn't explain what happened but, his body felt heavier than ever before. Without any warning, the boy who glided through the air thanks to his fire magic, plummeted to the ground. Gah! He groaned, trying to push himself higher, but there was no speed or momentum that could go against the weight of gravity that pushed him to the ground. His body landed on the ground in a heavy thud, fracturing his knees as they crashed upon the concrete, beyond concrete stage. Argh! Jerry screamed, feeling his legs snap in pain. Unfortunately, the heavy pressure wouldn't let him bellow out, as the intensity increased even more. He fell, flat-faced on the ground, unable to freely move his tensed arms and legs. What's this? What's going on? Despite his inquisition, it wasn't like anyone was going to answer him, but still. Jerry lifted his heavy head, pushing with all his might as he glared at the being who still floated above him. Richard Novo was smiling so confidently. Clearly he was behind the sudden phenomenon, but the question was, what did he do? Now this is much better. You should grovel on the ground like a rat. The arrogant boy's voice rang out in amusement. Jerry growled, desperately trying to return to his feet, but it seemed like his efforts were pointless. The more he struggled to rise, the worse the pressure got. It was like the force of the universe kept him bound to the ground. It's useless. No matter how hard you try, how much you struggle, you can't defy my spell, descending gravity. Jerry's eyes bulged, and at least 90% of the audience gasped. This caused Richard's grin to widen more. Clearly, he was enjoying this. Descending gravity was a high-tier intermediate spell, but people often believed it was higher. The reason dwelled in its inhibitive abilities that made even more powerful opponents subject to its power. Despite the name, it wasn't a gravity spell, but a very elevated form of wind magic that pressed the opponent with such descending wind pressure, they felt like they were assailed by gravity at least tenfold. Of course, the effectiveness and range depended on the skill of the caster as well as the mana expended, but it was still a pretty amazing spell. Jerry knew all this, which was why cold sweat began appearing on his face. Why hadn't he realized it earlier? Perhaps it was because he didn't expect Richard to have such an ace up his sleeve. But, it was too late already. Now that he had been caught in the spell, he was at his opponent's mercy. No matter how skilled he was at using mana and expertly engaging in combat, his actual capabilities were too inferior to Richard Novo's that he couldn't possibly resist a spell of this magnitude. I should just give you. Before he completed the thought, Jerry's mind rang and his eyes widened like a madman. Never. Grating his teeth as though he was sharpening a weapon, Jerry pumped all the strength he had into his body and pushed as hard as he could. Ah! His scream filled the hall. It's no use. You can't. Before Richard could finish his jeering remarks, his eyes widened in surprise and watched the unbelievable happen. And no way, he wanted to say, but withheld speech from his quivering lips. Jerry was standing on his feet, even with the pressure pushing him down. The boy now wore a defiant set of eyes and glared at Richard from where he was. The fire of determination had not died out yet, and even though his body barely moved as a result of the overwhelming force, it was enough to agitate Richard. Is it because I haven't completely mastered this spell? Is that why he could resist? Jerry's actions were already making Richard question the level of his skill. No. I was simply holding back, that's why. A gleam of hate appeared in the entitled boy's eyes and his mouth opened wide to fully display his dissatisfaction. You inferior worm! Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-I-am! The pressure increased at a drastic rate, sending Jerry back to the ground while shattering his bones and ripping his muscles at the same time. Gah! The boy screamed internally, being in too much pain to translate his agony into words. The ground cracked. Yes, the enchanted surface had marks that signified that its durability had sharply declined, all thanks to the sharp increase of Richard's spell. At this point, it was clear to everyone that this was no longer a joke. If care wasn't taken, then Jerry Keller could obtain permanently impairing injuries, or even die.